Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Tony had been wondering why the Ancient One showed up without warning. For now, they were not enemies. There was no open conflict between them. Still, Tony never liked unanswered questions. When he asked directly, the Ancient One paused. For a brief moment, it looked like he was weighing whether to speak honestly. Telling the truth was not exactly glorious. But after what he had recently experienced, pride no longer mattered as much. In the past, he would never have considered seeking help. His strength alone had always been enough to suppress any threat, until Dr. Doom forced him into a situation where he was nearly surrounded. That close call changed his thinking. An ally was not a bad idea. To be frank, the Ancient One said at last, a faint, self-mocking smile on his face, I came here out of necessity. Dormammu, the Lord of the Dark Dimension, has descended upon Earth. There is deep enmity between us. I am here to avoid him for the moment. The moment the words left his mouth, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Tony's mind. Ding, mission released. Mission name Dark Glory. Objective, as the ultimate master of darkness, the host must dominate all darkness. Kill the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu. Reward 2 draw opportunities. Tony's eyes flickered, but his expression barely changed. He was not surprised. The system had shown hostility toward uncontrolled dark forces before. This time it was even clearer. No recruitment option, no compromise, only elimination. He liked the simplicity. He had only come to satisfy his curiosity. Instead, he triggered a mission. Not bad. Shifting his attention back to the Ancient One, Tony raised an eyebrow. A mage of your level shouldn't be weak. For Dormammu to push you to this point, is he really that terrifying? In Tony's impression, the Ancient One was the type who suppressed everything effortlessly. If even he was forced to retreat, caution was necessary. The Ancient One shook his head. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, I would not fear him. Even if I could not completely defeat him, he could not defeat me either. The problem is that he does not stand alone. Several powerful allies have joined him. Together, they forced me to withdraw. I see. Tony nodded thoughtfully. Then why tell me all this? He asked casually, we just met, do you trust me that much? It was a probe. After all, he was not about to fight a dark dimension tyrant for free. The Ancient One met his gaze calmly. I want to form an alliance, he said directly. At this critical time, I hope you will stand with me. Straight to the point, no more hiding intentions. Tony did not answer immediately. His mind was already calculating. Dormammu had to die anyway, the system required it. But if he was going to move, he might as well gain something in return. Over time, Tony had absorbed multiple strands of demonic energy. Each one granted enormous magical reserves. In cultivation terms, it was like inheriting the lifelong essence of powerful demons. The problem was not power. It was application. Without refined spell techniques, his vast magic pool was like an ocean without structure. What he needed was a framework. His eyes settled on the Ancient One. How about this? Tony said with a faint smile. In exchange for my help, I would like access to your spell knowledge. If your techniques cannot be shared, then forget I said anything. The Ancient One seemed slightly surprised. He had expected something else. Resources, artifacts, territory, not knowledge. After a brief pause, he lifted his hand. A black leather-bound tome materialized in his palm. This, he said, placing it into Tony's hands, is a collection of spells I compiled personally. I will give it to you now. I hope you can gain something from it. Tony blinked. That was easier than expected. His smile widened. The Master is truly generous. When you need me, call. I'll arrive. The exchange was clean. The Ancient One gained a powerful ally against Dormammu and his faction. Tony gained a complete magical system to refine and amplify his demonic power. Both sides were satisfied. As for Dormammu, since the system had issued the mission, there was no discussion left. Darkness that refused to submit had only one outcome, and Tony had already decided who would stand at the top. Tony did not linger. He tucked the spellbook away, gave the Ancient One a final nod, and stepped off into the air. A moment later, he landed lightly on the balcony of his villa as if nothing unusual had happened. The sliding door opened. Jarvis walked out with steady mechanical steps, holding a cup of black tea. Sir, your tea, may I ask where you went just now? Tony took the cup and leaned back into the chair. I met someone interesting. Oh. For you to describe someone that way, sir, they must be extraordinary. Jarvis' tone carried a hint of admiration. Ever since evolving into a true intelligent lifeform, his responses had grown more human. Tony smirked. By the way, run a search for someone named Dormammu, demon-type entity. See if there are any traces of him. Yes, sir. Jarvis closed his eyes. A few seconds later, he reopened them. Sir, there is no information related to this individual on the public internet. Tony frowned. That's impossible. This isn't the Dark Ages. With the current surveillance infrastructure, even enhanced individuals leave traces. Unless they do not operate within normal human channels, Jarvis finished calmly. Then he added, however, my previous search was limited to networks I am authorized to access. Tony blinked, then rubbed his forehead. He remembered. When the original Tony designed Jarvis, he intentionally restricted access to certain classified networks to avoid complications. Fine, I authorize full access. He paused. You won't get caught, sir. With Earth's current cybersecurity level, detection is statistically negligible unless I choose to be discovered. Good, do it. Jarvis shut his eyes again. This time it took longer, about 10 seconds. When he reopened them, there was a faint shift in his tone. I found relevant data. Tony straightened slightly. Dormammu was summoned several days ago by Dr. Doom, shortly after he disappeared from known tracking. Recent internal records indicate he has resurfaced and made contact with SHIELD. Tony's eyes narrowed. Source, SHIELD Internal Classified Database. For a brief moment, Tony was not thinking about demons, he was thinking about Jarvis. Accessing SHIELD's internal network without detection, pulling sealed files in seconds. That level of infiltration bordered on absurd. Well done, Tony said sincerely. Thank you, sir. Jarvis continued. According to records, SHIELD did not summon only Dormammu. 2 additional high-level hell entities were involved, Zarathos and Mephisto. 3 demons. Tony leaned back, processing. Jarvis added, data analysis suggests the summoning was most likely directed at you, sir. Would you like me to formulate a counter-operation plan? Tony considered it, then he shook his head. Not for now, I already have something in mind. He was not worried about the 3 demons, he was more interested in something else entirely. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. 7 names were displayed under the Dark Alliance assessment list. Behind each name was a progress bar. Norman, 92%, Loki, 94%, the rest lagged behind. Once any of them reached 100%, they would officially become a Black Shadow General. Tony was genuinely curious about what kind of transformation that would bring. But according to the estimated time remaining, it would still take a while. He closed the panel and pulled out the spellbook the Ancient One had given him. If he wanted real control over his growing demonic power, he could not rely purely on system rewards forever. What if one day the system disappeared? He needed something that belonged entirely to him. Learning magic was not easy. The first obstacle alone was brutal. Ancient magical script, complex symbols, entirely new linguistic structures. For someone who had never been academically inclined, it felt like torture. At the beginning, he nearly gave up, but he gritted his teeth and pushed through. Day by day, he immersed himself in study, cross-referencing spell structures, breaking down rune logic, reconstructing casting pathways. Slowly, something clicked. What had once felt obscure began to form patterns. His learning speed accelerated. Within a few days, he successfully mastered 3 basic spells: Fireball, Frost, Healing. They were minor spells in the grand scheme of magic, but for Tony, they represented something different. This was the first time he had independently grasped extraordinary power without relying on system rewards. The sense of accomplishment was real. Meanwhile, Jarvis' presence quietly changed everything. With unrestricted network access, there were almost no secrets left on Earth that Tony could not uncover if he wished. Information itself had become his domain. Jarvis stepped back slightly. Sir, I will be in the main hall if you require anything. Got it. Tony did not look up. His attention was fully absorbed in the spellbook again. The demons could wait. If SHIELD wanted to play with Hellfire, he would let them. After all, whetstones were meant to sharpen blades, and soon the blade in his hands would no longer be something borrowed. It would be his own. Ding! Norman successfully completed the assessment and was rewarded with the Razor Mask. The system's beep suddenly sounded in Tony's mind, waking him up from studying. Looking at the information displayed on the system panel, Tony's eyes flashed with astonishment. He thought Loki would be the first to complete the task, but he didn't expect it to be Norman. What did this guy do? Thinking a little curiously, Tony did not go into details but closed his eyes and sensed it carefully. He wanted to know what impact the general's appearance would have on the Shadow Corps under his control. And just when Tony received the news, on the other side of Queens, Norman was looking at the mask in his hand and lost in thought. Just now, the Razor Mask suddenly appeared in his hand. Under the power of the system, he only remembered that Tony had given the mask to him and asked him to wear it now. However, looking at the mask with a demonic face, Norman felt a faint feeling of horror in his heart, as if the mask in his hand would come to life at any time and devour him in one bite. So he was hesitating whether he should wear it or not. Time passed slowly, and after half an hour, Norman finally made up his mind and put the mask on his face. When the mask touched his cheek, a strong suction force suddenly appeared, and his face was like a magnet attracting the mask. Finally, before Norman could react, the mask was firmly placed on his cheek. Woo! The sudden change caused Norman to struggle crazily. He held the mask with both hands and wanted to tear it off, while whimpering continued from his mouth. At this moment, the bond between the edge of the mask and the skin suddenly emitted bursts of light. Then, the gap between the mask and the skin completely disappeared, and the mask and Norman completely merged into one. As the two integrated, Norman no longer struggled but fell silent. An atmosphere of silence filled the air, and Norman, who turned into a demon, said nothing until half an hour later, when a sudden burst of shrill laughter echoed in the room. "I'm finally back, hee." After the words fell, Norman, no, or rather Lazo, slowly raised his head, his eyes full of violence and madness. Turning his head and looking around, Lazo stretched his body. The next second, his body melted into the ground and disappeared into the room. At the beachside villa, just when Tony was feeling the changes in the shadow core, suddenly, a figure rose from the ground and appeared in front of Tony. Sensing a familiar aura, Tony opened his eyes instantly and looked at the person. "King, I'm back." Lazo knelt down on one knee, his eyes full of enthusiasm. Listening to his words, Tony couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Aren't you Norman? Norman, which boarding house is the king talking about? He has completely integrated with me now. I am him and he is me. It's just that I am the main one and he is the supplementary one." Hearing this, Tony felt a twinge of joy in his heart. Although he had known that these masks were not simple, he did not expect that they would turn out like this. This is not integrating, this is simply swallowing people up. But just swallow it, Tony doesn't care very much. After all, strictly speaking, there is no relationship between him and Norman. The reason why he joined the Dark Alliance was forced by Tony. Now that it has been swallowed, it can be regarded as waste. However, it's okay if Norman is swallowed, but others can't do this anymore. They are different from Norman, and they still have some affection for Tony. But then again, if he doesn't swallow it, can the Black Shadow General be resurrected? If not, then Tony will face a dilemma. Thinking of this, Tony decided to ask first. General Lazo, do you have to swallow the host body when you are resurrected?" Hearing this, Lazo immediately responded, "That's not the case. We can also choose to live in symbiosis with the host body and retain two consciousnesses. It's just that we generally don't do that. But if the king asks, we can live in symbiosis with the parasite. However, this one has been swallowed by me, so there is no way to coexist." Lazo said helplessly. Tony immediately waved his hand. "You can just swallow it, it won't affect you." "I understand, King." Lazo nodded while Tony asked curiously, "How strong are you now? Have you returned to your peak?" There was a trace of exploration in Tony's eyes. In the original book, the 9 Shadow Generals rushed to the street not long after they appeared. The performance was not bad, but how could a being who can activate the ultimate darkness only have this little strength? Therefore, Tony guessed that it was because they had just been resurrected and their strength had not yet returned to its peak. Of course, all this is Tony's guess. No one knows whether this is the case. "King, my strength has recovered to 80%. Although it has not reached its peak, it will not take long," Lazo said honestly, and Tony immediately became interested. "Follow me." After saying that, Tony turned around and left, and Lazo quickly followed. Soon, the two of them left the villa and headed towards the endless ocean. Floating on the ocean, Lazo had a trace of doubt in his eyes, wondering why Tony brought him here. And Tony also stopped moving forward at this moment with a smile on his lips and hooked his hand at Lazo. "Come on, attack me with all your strength." Hearing this, Lazo looked stunned and his face was instantly full of hesitation. "King, this. Don't worry about my identity, just attack with all your strength." Tony saw through his concerns and spoke directly. Seeing that Tony had reached this point, Lazo was no longer polite. His aura suddenly changed and a look of violence gradually appeared in his eyes. "In this case, please be careful, King." As soon as he finished speaking, Lazo's figure disappeared instantly and appeared in front of Tony very suddenly. Seeing this scene, Tony's pupils shrank immediately because he didn't even capture Lazo's figure. How can this be? With his strength, no one can escape his eyes with speed. Although Tony was surprised, his strength was not limited. Even if Lazo appeared in front of him instantly, he reacted at the same time. Tony raised his hand and grabbed Lazo's fist. Boom. A dull crashing sound came from Tony's palm. Feeling the force from Zola's fist, Tony suddenly raised his eyebrows. He found that he still underestimated Lazo, who was 80% strong, and the power he exerted was no weaker than Zatanos he met not long ago. If he waits until he returns to the stage of complete victory, then his strength may be enough to rival Hela and Doctor Doom. Just thinking about it, Tony couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. After all, there are 9 Black Shadow generals. If they all have such strength, wouldn't they be invincible? Just as Tony's thoughts were spreading, Lazo's attack had no intention of stopping. His fists were like a violent storm, constantly hitting Tony. And Tony had no intention of fighting back and was passively blocking the whole time. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged thousands of moves, and Tony had completely understood Lazo's specific strength, including his weird speed. As a general of Shadow, Lazo is more adaptable to the Shadow Kingdom than Tony, so during battle, he can move to another place instantly through the Shadow Kingdom. That has nothing to do with speed, it's entirely due to the characteristics of the Shadow Kingdom. It's no wonder that even Tony can't catch him, because he is not in the real world at all. How could he be there? Of course, only Tony, the master of the Shadow Core, can easily understand this. If it were anyone else, even 100 years of research would be useless. Okay, let's go back. Tony looked at the panting Lazo and said with a smile on his lips. Hearing this, Lazo looked at him in awe and nodded silently. In the fight just now, he even used all his strength to suck milk, but he didn't even touch the corner of Tony's clothes. This was something he didn't expect. For a moment, the look he was looking at Tony became even more fervent. At the same time, a meeting targeting Tony was being held in the SHIELD conference room. The reason for this meeting was because of Zatanos. Zatanos had been secretive about why he came back before, but when he saw Damu at SHIELD, his mentality suddenly changed. Even Duamu came back, so isn't it normal for him to come back? So when Steve asked him what happened when he met Tony for the second time, he told the whole story. Originally, Steve just wanted to collect more information about Tony, but after he listened to Zatano's story, his expression changed instantly. A strong atmosphere of darkness and brutal New York citizens. How strange it all sounded, especially after learning that those people were accustomed to all kinds of atrocities. Steve couldn't sit still at all. He does not deny that there are many bad people in the world, but it is impossible for everyone to be bad. Therefore, something is obviously wrong, and it is most likely Tony's handiwork. So Steve immediately called an all-hands meeting. Of course, the participants are limited to extraordinary people. As for ordinary people, it is useless even if they know it, and it may even cause panic, so it is better not to say anything. In the conference room, all members of SHIELD gathered together, including Mephisto, who also got a seat. However, compared to the others, the 3 of them seemed completely out of place in the conference room. Bannersall and others were obviously repelled by them. Steve also noticed this, but he couldn't help it. After all, he couldn't care about everyone's happiness, anger, sorrow, and happiness, so he could only turn a blind eye to it. After coughing slightly, Steve glanced at everyone and said slowly, "I've called you all here today just for one thing, and it's related to Tony." As soon as the words fell, those who knew Tony was powerful frowned, while those who knew nothing about Tony looked indifferent. What did Tony do again? Saul frowned. Hearing this, Steve immediately turned to look at Zatanos and said, "He is the one who experienced it, so let him tell you." Seeing Steve call his name, Zatanos was obviously a little confused. He could only stand up and repeat what he said not long ago. After listening, everyone except Damim and Mephisto became solemn. It was Damamu who spoke at this moment. "Chaos, darkness, I think it's pretty good. Why are you so serious?" Duamumu teased, and everyone's expressions couldn't help but change. Although they all heard that Damamu was joking, his true thoughts were not included. And this is why Banner and others have never been able to accept them, because the behaviors and habits of both parties are not on the same channel at all. If it weren't for Tony's huge mountain pressing down on them, they would be able to fight by themselves now. In the end, Dr. Doom scolded, "This is Blue Star, not hell. Order is what is needed here." After hearing this, Damamu curled his lips and wanted to refute, but after thinking that Dr. Destruction had saved him before, he was too lazy to speak again at the moment. Seeing him calm down, Steve's voice suddenly sounded from the main seat. "Everyone has understood the seriousness of the matter. No matter what Tony's purpose is, in short, this country does not allow chaos to breed and darkness to run rampant. So, everyone, please take action to solve these sources of chaos. After that, we will solve Tony and restore peace to Blue Star." "Yes." Everyone responded in unison, and Steve handed over the investigated intelligence information to everyone. This includes the breeding ground of darkness in Nihyu, as well as information about the rulers who rule that area. Of course, most of these people are acquaintances to everyone in SHIELD, such as Bucky and Loki. When do you start taking action? Thor looked at Loki's information in his hand and said with a trace of bitterness on his face. Looking at his appearance, Steve could understand his emotions very well because his opponent this time was Bucky. The action will begin tomorrow night. I hope you will not be absent. Nu. Saul nodded and left the conference room first. He wanted to be alone now. And just after Steve made his decision, Tony, who had returned to the villa, instantly heard a system notification in his mind. Ding, emergency event detected, threat from SHIELD. Ding, the task information has been modified, the information has been corrected successfully. Assessment mission, defeat everyone in SHIELD and defend the dark territory, which means the assessment is successful. Note, the host is not allowed to interfere with the assessment with its own power, otherwise the assessment will fail. Tony, who had just returned to the villa, looked at the information panel that suddenly appeared in front of him and frowned slightly. Not to mention the last comment, the system obviously did not want to impose restrictions on itself. Tony could also understand this. After all, this was an assessment task, and the candidates for the 9 generals were being assessed, not him. If he helps, then the assessment is not necessary at all. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly turned his head and looked at Lazo behind him. He originally thought that this guy would have to wait for a while before he could be used, but now it seems that it will be available soon. Although the system restricted him, it did not restrict him from sending people to help. As for the assessment tasks, understanding is understanding, but Tony doesn't mind if he can cheat. When Razo saw Tony suddenly looking at him thoughtfully, his heart trembled, fearing that Tony would drag him out for some training again. Queens, a certain neighborhood, is a dark territory created by Bucky. Chaos and evil have become the symbols of this neighborhood. Everyone here has lost the shackles of order and transformed into beasts in human skin. Outside the block, Steve walked slowly towards the dark block with a calm face. There was only a thin line between the outside world and the dark block, but stepping into it felt like entering another world. Steve's whole body felt inexplicably cold after entering the dark neighborhood, and his brows suddenly furrowed. After finalizing the plan yesterday, SHIELD quickly took action today. To this end, Steve mobilized almost all the extraordinary power of SHIELD. The reason why it is almost is because Dr. Doom and Mephisto are not involved in this operation. After all, their strength is too strong. Once they take action, they may cause greater damage, which is not worth the gain. Entering the dark neighborhood, Steve did not act in a hurry, but observed carefully, wanting to know more about the situation in the dark neighborhood. After all, no matter how good the intelligence data is, it is just words on paper. Some things can only be discovered by seeing them with your own eyes. And while Steve was observing in the dark neighborhood, deep in the dark neighborhood, Bucky also received the news of Steve's arrival for the first time. The dark street is a territory he has worked so hard to manage, and the troubles here cannot be hidden from him at all. As long as he is willing, he can keep track of every move of everyone in the dark street at any time. After hearing the report from his men and knowing that the person who came was actually Steve, Bucky couldn't help but be startled, and a complex look spread across his face. He didn't know why Steve came here, but he knew what he was doing now, so he could already predict the next outcome. Thinking of this, Bucky couldn't help but sigh. He and Steve were good friends, the kind who could depend on each other for life and death. But unexpectedly, the two ended up embarking on 2 completely different paths, and now they are about to become enemies. Even though he has been with Tony for a long time and has gradually moved towards Blacken, it is undeniable that he cherishes this friendship. At this thought, Bucky couldn't help but get up and walk out. He planned to take the initiative to meet his old friend. After leaving his residence, he headed directly towards where Steve was. Soon, he saw Steve's figure somewhere in the dark neighborhood. At this moment, he was standing on the street looking at everyone passing by. Perhaps because of fate, or perhaps feeling the aura of an old friend, when Bucky appeared, Steve subconsciously turned back to look in the direction of Bucky. Suddenly, the two people's eyes collided in the air, and for a while, even the air became quiet. With a smile on his face, Bucky twitched the corners of his mouth. He looked at Steve and wanted to say hello like before, but when the words came to his mouth, he didn't know how to say them for a moment. Suddenly, Bucky couldn't help but froze on the spot. In the end, it was Steve who took the initiative and said, "Long time no see." Hearing this, Bucky nodded and said with a slightly complicated expression, "Long time no see. What do you want to do when you come today?" At this moment, Bucky really hoped that Steve would say that he was just here to take a look, although he knew that this hope was slim. Unfortunately, Steve's next words completely shattered his illusions. "I'm here for you, Bucky, turn back." Steve took a deep breath and said slowly. Hearing this, Bucky's heart suddenly sank, and then the smile on his lips slowly disappeared, replaced by a look of indifference. "Look back, why should you look back? If you are here to reconnect with me, I welcome you, but if you are here to dissuade me, you should go back. I don't want to be your enemy." As soon as he finished speaking, Steve roared, "Bucky, do you know what you are doing? You are helping the devil and bringing disaster to this world. Look at the people around you. Each of them is selfish, and even their moral humanity has disappeared. Is this what you want?" Steve shouted angrily, and at this moment he seemed to be emitting a light of justice, dazzling and eye-catching. Unfortunately, Bucky turned a blind eye to this scene, or in other words, he didn't care. "I know the truth better than you, but needless to say, just leave, I won't look back," Bucky said in a cold tone. Steve's body trembled and he couldn't help but take a few steps back and looked at him with a shocked expression. He doesn't understand, why did Bucky become like this? In the past, his heart was full of justice and kindness. Although he did a lot of wrong things after being transformed by Hydra, that was not his nature. But now he clearly recognizes himself and is clearly awake, but he still insists on going his own way. Is this still the Bucky he knows? For a moment, Steve was filled with confusion. Little does he know that the original Bucky died long after joining the Dark Alliance, and now he has a brand new Bucky in front of him. You know, the Dark Alliance is not just a name, it symbolizes darkness. Those who join it may have no influence at first, but as time goes by, their hearts will gradually be affected by darkness, completely releasing the dark side of their hearts. Therefore, the Bucky in front of them is the Bucky of the dark side. Although he is still Bucky, the justice in his heart has long been replaced by darkness. Otherwise, how could these people withstand the power of darkness? Slowly exhaling a breath from his mouth, Steve suppressed the irritable emotions in his heart and completely calmed down. "I'll ask you one last time whether you want to follow me or not." "Not with." Bucky's refusal was equally decisive. "Okay, then don't blame me for being rude." After Steve's words fell, his figure disappeared instantly. Boom! A sonic boom exploded in front of Bucky. Steve's fist quickly hit his face. Looking at this scene, Bucky's eyes flashed with a trace of blackness, and he raised his hand to fight with an expressionless expression. Boom! There was an explosive roar, and the two fists collided fiercely in midair. The powerful air waves centered on the two people and rushed to all sides. Suddenly, many people around them were directly torn into pieces by the energy. For a moment, there was a burst of screams around the two people. As for this scene, neither Bucky nor Steve was moved at all. For Bucky, these people are just ants, and he doesn't feel sorry for them no matter how much they die. But for Steve, these people have long been hopeless. They have been eroded by the darkness and have lost their humanity. Even if they survive, they are still committing heinous crimes. The elements, therefore, didn't care at all about their casualties. In the dark neighborhood, two figures kept fighting on the street. Their speed had already reached a speed that ordinary people could not catch with their naked eyes. As the two men opened up their firepower, the people of Blacken in the dark neighborhood were affected, suffering heavy casualties. For a while, many people fled from the central place where the two men were fighting with a look of horror on their faces. Although they have all been eroded by darkness and become cruel and bloodthirsty, they still care about others and their own lives. And just when everyone was running away frantically, the situation on the battlefield suddenly reversed. Both Bucky and Steve have undergone human body modification, so their strength is almost the same. Until now, the battle has basically been in a state where no one can do anything to anyone. But by chance, Steve integrated the symbiote. Seeing that he couldn't take down Bucky, he simply used the symbiote. Suddenly, his body was surrounded by a burst of black tissue, and he looked more like the man in the dark than Bucky. As Steve used the symbiote, his strength immediately increased significantly. Although Bucky also activated the Hulk form, Steve was still at a disadvantage when facing the symbiote. It's not that the enhancer created by the green fat is weak, but that the symbiote enhances the host's strength too much. As a result, Bucky is beaten by Steve even if he has full firepower. Boom! Bucky's figure was instantly thrown away and hit a building heavily. The wall cracked instantly and a large human-shaped hole appeared. Steve, who had the upper hand, watched this scene and followed without thinking. Before Bucky could get up from the ground, he was immediately pushed to the ground by Steve with a blaster. His fists, which were harder than steel, kept hitting Bucky, causing his body to deform and his head to be covered with bullets. The blood was soaked, giving people the illusion of being severely injured and beaten to death. Looking at this scene, Steve finally stopped attacking. He still had hope for Bucky, so naturally he didn't want to kill him. Of course, he also knew that it was probably impossible for Bucky to take the initiative to go back with him, so he planned to drag Bucky away directly. But just when he picked up one of Bucky's feet and planned to drag him away, suddenly, a burst of black energy appeared on the surface of Bucky's body. After saying that, he looked at Bucky worriedly and said hesitantly, "Is nothing going to happen to this guy?" As for the so-called assessment mission, I am afraid that it is not only the situation in the territory that is assessed, but also the purpose of letting the Dark Aura transform the people of the Dark Alliance into dark creatures. No, I have to take you out of here. You can't stay here any longer. After feeling this breath, Steve's face suddenly became extremely solemn. However, as the saying goes, effort and reward are directly proportional. After enduring such intense pain, his strength naturally began to increase rapidly. Hearing this, Steve's expression changed. At this moment, he clearly perceived that Bucky had changed, becoming more cruel and bloodthirsty. "I think it's better for me to keep you." Just like a popular saying on the internet, whitewashing is 3 points weaker and blacken is 10 times stronger. Steve was accidentally exposed to a trace of black energy, and at that moment, the symbiote on his body let out a piercing scream. And just when Steve was helpless against the black energy, Bucky, who was enveloped in the black energy at this moment, was also in extreme pain. Time passed by minute by second, and Steve could do nothing under the aura of darkness. He could only wait on the sidelines. Finally, half an hour passed, and suddenly the aura of darkness that enveloped Bucky quickly began to pour in. Bucky's figure gradually emerged from his body. Otherwise, this would not happen. Even though Bucky's nerves were very strong, he couldn't help but howl under the influence of the dark aura at this moment. Soon, Steve, who was observing silently, felt a powerful aura emanating from the dark air. Of course, Bucky didn't know this at the moment. His entire body was being corroded by the dark aura, and his entire consciousness was almost overwhelmed by boundless pain. Although the progress is faster, pain also comes with it. But unfortunately, the dark aura always kept his consciousness awake, allowing him to clearly feel the intense pain. However, Bucky didn't seem to appreciate it very much. Instead of agreeing with his words, Bucky sneered. The former is to transform the mentality of everyone in the Dark Alliance, while the latter is to transform their bodies. After saying that, Bucky slowly sat up from the ground, his eyes exuding a violent aura, and then the corners of his mouth suddenly raised and he said, "It's okay and I feel great." However, not everyone can adapt quickly to the aura of darkness, so the progress of the transformation varies. As he spoke, Bucky stood up, and an aura that was 10 times more terrifying than before was suddenly released from him. He thought worriedly, but it was a pity that he didn't dare to get close at all. After all, he had already seen the power of the black energy. Even the symbiote would be corroded and he couldn't stop the black energy. As fast as Norman, who directly completed the assessment task, but as slow as Bucky. In fact, he was not transformed too much by the dark atmosphere, otherwise the pain would not be so intense. If Tony saw this scene, he would immediately understand that his previous guess was not wrong. The people of the Dark Alliance were indeed prepared for the Black Shadow mask. Black energy is the breath of darkness, which can transform people into dark creatures. Just like the Black Shadow Core, they are dark creatures. When he saw that the symbiote on his palm was violently corroded, Steve suddenly took a breath of cold air, immediately looked up at Bucky, who was enveloped in black energy, and couldn't help but said to himself, "What the hell is this?" This scared Steve to let go quickly, and then subconsciously looked in the direction of his palm. Steve said in a serious tone, "The incident just now made him understand that the environment here had a great impact on Bucky. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration at all for him to describe it as life is worse than death. So I can only watch things change quietly from the sidelines." Originally, this kind of transformation would be very slow, making him more suitable for synthesizing as the host body of the Black Shadow mask, and not causing too much pain. However, because Bucky was seriously injured in the dark neighborhood, the death of the parasite may occur. So the dark neighborhood, the dark aura within suddenly seemed to come alive, and it actively began to penetrate into Bucky's body and perform rapid transformation. Seeing this, Steve couldn't help but swallow dryly and asked with surprise in his eyes, "How are you? Are you okay?" At this moment, his figure didn't change much from before, but there was suddenly an aura about him that made Steve's heart palpitate. "Take me away." At this moment, Bucky is like the incarnation of darkness, and every move exudes a dangerous aura. Especially those eyes of his, which are mixed with cruelty and violence, seeming to contain all the darkness in the world. At a glance, people can't help but feel palpitated. Suddenly, Steve's expression condensed, and the hair on his body stood up just like an ordinary person suddenly faced. Apex predators are generally panicked. Roar. At this time, a roar exploded and a deafening sound came from Bucky's mouth. Steve's body trembled, finally unable to bear the pressure from Bucky anymore. He suddenly took action. Boom! His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Under the amplification of the symbiote, he punched 1,000,000 kilograms of force at this moment. The air suddenly shook, the space was torn apart in an instant, and the ultimate power roared towards Bucky's face. Seeing that Steve's attack was about to fall on Bucky, suddenly Bucky moved. He stretched out his hand and grabbed it, and Steve's fist, which contained terrifying power, was caught directly in his palm. Boom! There was a shuddering sound of flesh colliding. Bucky's body remained motionless, but Steve suffered a backlash from his power at this moment. The moment a mouthful of blood spurted out directly from his mouth, his face instantly became extremely pale. This was not because Bucky launched an attack, it was simply because the force of his punch was too strong, and he was unable to withstand the repercussions of this force. Looking at the embarrassed Steve, Bucky grinned, his white teeth showing in Steve's eyes. Looking at his teeth, Steve shuddered all over. He seemed to see himself being torn into pieces by Bucky and then being swallowed piece by piece. Damn it, how could this happen? Why did your strength suddenly become so strong? Steve said in disbelief, but Bucky had no intention of explaining. He grabbed Steve's right hand and twisted it hard. Click, the crisp sound of bone cracking suddenly sounded and Steve's arm was twisted into a twist. Snort. Severe pain hit Steve's nerves. He was already suffering from backlash, and now he looked even pale and sweating profusely. It seems you still don't understand the situation clearly. Now you are the fish and meat, and I am the knife. For the sake of our past friendship, surrender to me and I will save you from death, Bucky said in a calm and confident tone. After hearing his words, Steve stared at him with a vicious look and let out a disdainful sigh. Don't even think about it. Seeing that he was rejected, Bucky showed no mercy, and a strong murderous intent suddenly appeared on his face. Feeling the murderous aura emanating from Bucky, Steve felt a sense of despair. He vaguely felt as if his end was approaching. However, after all, he is the captain of the United States and the spiritual pillar of the American people. Even in the face of death, he is never willing to just sit back and die. Thinking of this, a fierce look suddenly flashed in Steve's eyes. The symbiote in his body surged rapidly and enveloped Bucky. The next second, his only free left hand punched Bucky's chest without hesitation. This blow was a blow of faith. Beyond life and death, beyond limits, all his spiritual will is contained in this punch. Go to hell. He roared loudly, his eyes filled with determination to move forward. But unfortunately, this is reality after all. Spiritual will may be able to reverse the situation of the war to a certain extent, but when the strength gap between the two sides is too large, no matter how strong spiritual will is, there is no way to reverse the strength gap. Boom. There was a dull collision sound and Steve's energy hit Bucky's chest as expected, but that's all. Bucky's feet seemed to have taken root. Not only did his body remain motionless, but even the expression on his face didn't change much. The struggle of the ant. Bucky said disdainfully, and then a punch shot out instantly, directly piercing Steve's chest. A fiery red heart kept beating on the palm of his hand. Steve felt the empty chest and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. There was a trace of regret and unwillingness in his eyes, and he closed his eyes completely. Boom! The American captain's body fell to the ground, and the spiritual pillar of the American people was shattered. And at the moment of Steve's death, Bucky's eyes, which were originally full of violence, suddenly retreated from the violence, and a trace of clarity appeared in his eyes. After defeating his opponent, he finally got out of blackened state. But when he saw the bloody scene in front of him, Bucky couldn't help but froze, and his body started to tremble crazily. A trace of disbelief appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly murmured to himself, I did this. Although his mind was affected by the aura of darkness just now, he still has all the memories, so he knows exactly what he just did. He killed his best friend. Suddenly there was a look on his face that looked like he was crying but not smiling, and an indescribable sadness spread across his body. Then Bucky's body softened and he sat down on the ground, unable to move for a long time. Come back to your senses. And at the moment of Steve's death on the other side, Thor also came to Loki's territory. Compared with Steve's sentimentality, Thor seems much more direct, directly entering the dark territory and finding Loki. In the dark temple, Loki sat high on the throne. The injury he had suffered due to Zatanos had already been healed by Tony, so now he was in peak condition. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed in the dark temple. Looking at Thor slowly walking in from the gate, a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Loki's own mouth. Why did you come to me? After hearing this, Thor stood slowly in the center of the hall, raised his head slightly and looked at Loki, who was looking down to the upper left. Thor took a deep breath and said, Loki, I just want to ask you one thing today. Do you still recognize me as your brother? So what if you admit it, so what if you don't admit it? Loki raised his eyebrows and said in a relaxed tone. Saul's face became solemn at this moment. If you still recognize me as your brother, then follow me obediently. Tony is definitely not a person worth trusting. Although I don't know what he is doing, I know he will bring disaster to this world. If you don't admit it, then you and I will be cut off from each other from now on. You are you and I am me. There is no longer any dispute between us, and I will kill you with my own hands. Thor said in a serious tone, and after he finished speaking, Loki burst out laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. Loki's crazy laughter echoed throughout the temple, and then he looked at Thor with an idiotic expression and said, Where do you get the confidence to say such a thing in front of me? I helped you before, making you think I didn't dare to kill you. How dare you say such arrogant words in front of me? Now I am here and I will answer you personally. No, come and kill me. I want to see how you can make me regret it. Loki shrugged and said confidently. Listening to what he said, Saul didn't refute a word the whole time. Finally, after listening to Loki's words, Thor suddenly let out a sigh. I gave you a chance, don't blame me. Hearing this, Loki raised his eyebrows and a bad feeling could not help but arise in his heart. Thor was too calm, abnormally calm, as if he had already determined himself from the beginning, but where did his confidence come from? But there were puzzled thoughts in his mind. At this moment, a wave of fluctuation suddenly appeared in the space next to Saul. The next second, the tall Hela walked out directly from Saul. Seeing this, Loki's expression finally changed and his brows knitted together tightly. If he can beat Thor, then Hela can undoubtedly beat him. What puzzled him was how Hela managed to escape his perception and appear directly in the temple. You must know that with him as the center, everything within a few miles has been turned into a dark territory. In this territory, he is a god and can perceive everyone's traces. No one can hide from him, even if he is hiding in the same goes for another level of space. But Hela appeared so suddenly, which really puzzled him. How did you end up here? Loki slowly stood up from the throne, looked down at Hela and said. Hearing this, Hela didn't bother to answer at all, but Saul on the side still held a glimmer of hope. I carry spatial positioning with me. As soon as these words came out, Loki instantly understood that his perception was not wrong, and indeed Thor was the only one who entered his territory. However, Thor carries spatial positioning on his body, which allows people to teleport over long distances. It is precisely because of this that Loki did not find any trace of Hela. Good ideas and good methods. It seems that you have already collected a wave of intelligence information, otherwise you would not be able to deal with it so skillfully. That's right, so surrender. Hela and I joined forces and you have no chance of winning. Thor finally persuaded. Unfortunately, Hela didn't give him much time to think, and soon his whole body was entangled by the power of death. Although I didn't expect you to be able to interrupt my casting of spells across the dimensional space, I'm afraid you're still a little short of the mark if you want to kill me. Because Hela poses too great a threat to him. As the goddess of death in the divine realm, she holds the power of the death god. She is the nemesis of almost all gods. For a moment, Loki couldn't help but have a look of solemnity on his face. HMPH, I underestimate you, but I still want to try to see if the dimensional space is really invincible and cannot be broken. This was something Loki didn't expect. He couldn't help but curse in his mouth, and his eyes towards Hela were full of naked, murderous intent. And as Hela used the ability to control death, Loki, who was hiding in the dimensional space, suddenly changed his expression. Loki looked at Hela with a look of embarrassment on his face, and his pupils shrank sharply. As soon as he finished speaking, Loki stepped on his feet and disappeared instantly. Your vigilance is indeed good, but don't forget who I am. Unfortunately, Loki seemed to have become determined and unmoved at all. As he spoke, Hela stretched out her 5 fingers in an instant, and a giant palm appeared directly in front of her, with one claw grabbing the void not far away. This made Hela clench her fists subconsciously and said in disbelief, When? I have obviously been locking your position. Hela let out a sigh and 2 rays of light quickly flashed in her eyes, looking around Loki, but this time his life-saving skills seemed to have failed. Hela's tone was full of murderous intent. Loki looked at the woman in front of him, who was nominally his eldest sister, and couldn't help but curl his lips with a hint of ridicule. I accept the kindness, but unfortunately, you never know how powerful the opponent you have to face is. At the same time, Hela also stepped out at this moment with a sneer on her lips. Since you know the intelligence we collected, you don't think we didn't collect your intelligence, right? So, I really don't know how to evaluate you. Are you bold or do you know how to live or die? Don't say you may not be able to keep me today. Even if you do, I guarantee you won't survive tomorrow. Seeing this, Hela's eyes flashed with a cold light. Want to run? You used the power of space to escape last time. This time I want to see where you go. You know, the last time he relied on the dimensional space constructed by Tesseract to successfully avoid Zatanno's ultimate kill. When he saw Hela's appearance, he knew that he was no match for the two of them, so even though his tone was very strong when he spoke just now, we had already thought of running away. It's indeed beyond my expectation that you were able to interrupt me from using the Tesseract, but why are you so sure that we are in the same space now? Boom! Her gaze instantly penetrated Loki's figure. Loki's body, which was still in front of them, instantly became illusory, and it was obvious that he had already left this space. As he spoke, Loki smiled proudly, and at the same time a trace of joy flashed through his heart. He was glad that he was habitually cautious and finally saved his life at the critical moment. A terrifying explosion sounded, and a figure was immediately lifted out of the void of the explosion. After saying that, Hela suddenly exuded a strong aura of death. As the goddess of death in the divine realm, it was far easier for her to deal with Loki, who was also a god. As early as when Thor entered the hall, I had already escaped into the dimensional space. So after realizing the threat posed by Hela, Loki began to frantically calculate in his mind how to kill Hela completely. He felt the shadow of death. Although Hela, like Zatanno's, could not break the dimensional space, she could rely on her own mind to pursue the induction in the dark and use the power of death to isolate herself. Empty kill. But he never expected that when he used the Tesseract and planned to leave through space, he would be interrupted by Hela in the end. Death is one of the most terrifying forces in the world, and no one can resist it. Loki, who is haunted by the power of death, can only feel the vitality in his body passing away, and a strong feeling of weakness gradually surges into his heart. At this time, Hela's voice also came from outside. Stop struggling. No matter how hard you struggle, it's just useless. You'd better take advantage of this last moment to say what you want to say quickly. The corners of Hela's lips curled up, with a look of certainty on Loki's face. After listening to her words, Loki gave her a cold look without saying anything, but a trace of determination flashed in his eyes at this moment. Unlike others in the Dark Alliance, as a god, Loki's knowledge is far beyond what they can match. From the beginning, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong with the power of darkness in the territory. It seems to contain some kind of consciousness and a powerful and evil force. So although Loki stays in the dark territory, he has always isolated the power of darkness in the territory and has not been eroded by the power of darkness. If things like this hadn't happened, then Loki doesn't know how long it would have taken him to absorb the power of darkness or even his whole life. But now he has no other choice, so absorbing the dark power to increase his strength has become his only choice now. Taking a deep breath, Loki sat down cross-legged in the dimensional space and quickly entered a state of trance. As he began to fall into trance, the originally peaceful power of darkness in the dark territory suddenly began to surge towards Loki. In the blink of an eye, the dimension where Loki was located was flooded by a burst of black mist. With Loki's active cooperation, the black mist poured in very quickly, and in the blink of an eye, Loki's body was filled with the power of darkness. After the power of darkness entered Loki's body, the power of death immediately wrapped around the power of darkness, trying to extinguish the power of darkness. Naturally, the power of darkness would not sit still and wait for death, and immediately launched a counterattack. For a moment, the two forces used Loki's body as the battlefield and collided crazily. Realizing this, Loki felt happy. He didn't expect that the power of darkness could resist the power of death. At this moment, Loki worked even harder. Outside, Hela also noticed the changes in Loki's body at this moment. Suddenly, she frowned and increased the input of death power. However, the death power in her body was limited, but the dark power in Loki's territory was not enough, called infinite. When the strength levels of the two are the same, quantity becomes the key to determining the situation of the battle. Time passed, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out of Hela's mouth, and her face instantly turned pale. The confrontation between the power of death and the power of darkness eventually led to defeat with the influx of a large amount of dark power. As the controller of the power of death, Hela also suffered backlash. In the dimensional space, Loki, who was sitting cross-legged, also opened his eyes at this moment. It's just different from before. Now he exudes the aura of darkness. At first glance, he looks like a dark creature coming out of the kingdom of shadows. Looking at Hela, who was vomiting blood outside, a smile appeared on Loki's lips. It seems that what you just said before is going to be given to yourself. Any last words? As he spoke, Loki lifted his legs and walked out of the dimensional space and returned to the real space. After absorbing a large amount of dark power, his strength officially transformed and became a level stronger than before. So now he has the confidence to say this. Hearing this, Hela looked at Loki, who exuded a terrifying aura, and said with a gloomy face, "Don't be complacent. You have time to deal with me, why not think about how you can save yourself next?" Of course, this time he didn't run away but rushed directly to Hela. Boom, he had sworn just now that he would kill Hela, and now that the opportunity had come, he would naturally not give up just because of Hela's few words. Hole, what are you talking about? Don't underestimate me. As Loki made a move, Hela's expression suddenly changed. Originally, Loki's speed could be clearly seen in her eyes, but now he could only capture a trace of Loki's afterimage. Loki punched Hela in the face with a sonic boom. The fire released by Loki is actually fueled by divine power. Therefore, Loki's heart was much calmer than Hela imagined and was not affected by her words at all. Hearing this, Saul shut himself up. With a roar from his mouth, Thor rushed forward again, but soon he flew back at an even faster speed. Your strength has improved so quickly. The dark power you absorbed is obviously wrong. Hela said with anger on her face while Loki attacked and teased with a smile, "The fire that will kill you." It's a pity that she underestimated Loki's madness and even more underestimated his determination. Therefore, in the face of his threat, Hela did not panic at all. "I'll take care of you later, just stay aside and be honest." Hela was spreading her thoughts, but when a strong wind hit her face, she suddenly had no time to think. "If these are your last words, then you can go die." In the blink of an eye, Hela's hands turned pitch black and smelled faintly of burning. Similarly, if Loki can see problems, Hela can naturally see them too. Feeling this amazing change, Hela looked serious, but she was also more curious about what kind of power Loki had absorbed. Loki said calmly and continued to fight with Hela. At the same time, a flame also appeared on his palm. "Don't cause trouble, just stay aside. Even if there were problems in the future, it would be in the future." What's more, the person standing behind him was Tony, and he didn't believe that Tony would sacrifice him like this. How could his strength increase to this level in such a short period of time? But this time it wasn't Loki who took action, but Hela. After hearing this, Thor's face suddenly darkened, and he felt that he had been underestimated. Hela raised her hand to block Loki's attack. Huge amounts of power made her body tremble instantly, but this was not the most fatal thing. What was fatal was that the flames on Loki's hand were like tarsal maggots, and they spread to her along with the attack. "Hands. Damn, what kind of flame are you?" Boom. While the two were fighting endlessly, Thor, who had been forgotten by the two, finally reacted and quickly summoned his own Thor's hammer to join the battle. Loki said with a cold tone, and at the same time his figure disappeared from where he was. Hela mobilized her power to extinguish it, but as the power was injected into her palm, the flame was not extinguished, but burned even more vigorously. However, as soon as he joined the battle, he was kicked out by Loki. His body hit the ground heavily, and a sweet feeling emerged from his throat. Thor shut himself up on the side, while the battle between Hela and Loki became more intense. The terrifying fluctuations caused by the fight between the two directly tore the temple apart. Suddenly, the entire temple exploded. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded, and in the dark territory, many humans who were eroded by the dark aura were startled by the sudden explosion. Suddenly, bursts of piercing screams sounded, and everyone fled in all directions. Unfortunately, their escape speed could not keep up with the speed of the destruction wave. Suddenly, many people were directly swallowed by the destruction wave on the spot, leaving no bones left. As for these, Hela and Loki didn't care at all. The two were still fighting crazily, and the aftermath of the fight continued to wreak havoc. Even as the two moved the battlefield, more and more places were destroyed. Soon, the entire dark territory was completely reduced to ruins. A large number of creatures were buried directly under the ruins. At this time, Hela and Loki also stopped temporarily. Loki was breathing heavily, and his forehead was already covered with sweat. He still underestimated Hela's strength. He thought he could kill her after integrating the power of darkness, but in the end he only ended up with a draw. Likewise, Hela was also shocked by Loki's terror at this moment. This guy just improved his strength and quickly adapted to this level of power. In the beginning, she was able to take advantage of her experience, but later on, as Loki's control over power became higher and higher, her situation became more and more difficult. The two looked at each other, fearful of each other, and had the idea of giving up. The scene became extremely quiet for a while. At the same time in Liberty City, the beach villa, Dr. Doom and Mephisto were standing 1 kilometer away from the beach villa, monitoring the movements of the beach villa. If they want to attack the dark neighborhood under Tony's command, they can't help but guard against the possibility of Tony's intervention. Therefore, the strongest fighters among them were all thrown here to monitor Tony's movements. Once Tony made any changes, it was up to them to stop Tony. The sea breeze was blowing and Damamu's face was full of impatience. Is it really necessary? Doesn't that guy have 3 heads and 6 arms, which makes you so cautious? If you ask me, just kill him as well. Why bother to conduct surveillance here? Duamumu shouted, but unfortunately no one at the scene paid attention to him. Dr. Doom and Zatanos had both fought against Tony and knew how powerful Tony was, so they were filled with disdain for Damamu's remarks and didn't bother to pay attention. As for Mephisto, although he has never seen Tony's power, as an old Yinbai, he is well versed in the principle of hitting the first bird with a gun, so he prefers to hide and scheme against people rather than attack head-on. Therefore, he naturally ignored Damu's words. Seeing that no one responded to him, Duamu couldn't help but show a look of anger on his face. He is the majestic Lord of Darkness. When did he become so incompetent? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Duamu immediately snorted, got up and walked towards the beach villa. Seeing his actions, Dr. Doom and others immediately frowned. What are you going to do? Hearing this, Duamu snorted coldly. I'm not like you, a group of cowards who dare not go up with so many people. Since you don't go up, then I will go up myself. I want to see who the guy you are talking about is. It's not as strong as you brag. After saying that, Damamu strode away. Seeing this, Zatanos was about to call him out, but was interrupted by Dr. Doom's wave before he could speak. After saying that, Lazo disappeared instantly, and Damamu's pupils shrank at this moment and he lost his voice. So fast. After reacting, Lazo smiled, but his smile looked very dangerous. "Ant, are you talking to me?" Duamu said arrogantly. "If you die, just die. What a pity. It's not like we haven't tried to persuade him. He insists on seeking death. What can we do?" He wanted to turn around and go back several times, but he could feel that the eyes of Dr. Doom and others were looking at him. If he just went back like this, wouldn't it be a big shame? As soon as he finished speaking, a fist appeared in front of his face. Before he could react, he was directly punched away. After opening the door of the villa, Lazo glanced around and quickly caught Damu's figure. Hearing his words, Lazo was stunned. He was actually called an ant. Looking at Damu, who was born with 2 horns, Lazo raised his eyebrows. Especially after feeling the rich and dark aura emanating from his body, Lazo instantly became interested. Lazo said loudly. Damamu did not reply but looked at Lazo closely. When it became clear that Lazo was not the Tony he saw in his portrait, Damamu felt relieved. At this time, Damamu, who was close to the villa, was also a little uneasy. After all, Dr. Doom and others had boasted that Tony was so amazing. Although Damamu didn't believe it, he was inevitably a little uneasy. Lazo's figure quickly emerged from the ground and appeared directly in front of Tony. Lazo nodded respectfully, then turned and walked toward the door. "Hey, who are you?" The voice of number 1 woke Tony up. Tony frowned and then shouted, "Lazo, why are you here?" Seeing that both of them were like this, Zatanos opened his mouth but finally said nothing. And just as he was getting closer and closer to the villa, the voice of number 1 suddenly sounded in the villa. Just in time to see if that guy's strength has increased during this time. Soon, the eyes of the 3 of them fell on Damamu. Watching him walking towards Tony's villa step by step, the hearts of the 3 of them could not help but speed up a lot. Dr. Doom said calmly. Zatanos continued to frown and said, "But that guy may really be beaten to death." Duamu nodded immediately. "Of course, besides you, is there anyone else? Are you calling me an ant? Alert, there is an unknown person approaching the villa. We are checking its danger. It is very dangerous. Should we activate the emergency plan?" Mephisto shrugged and interjected, also disapproving of Zathanos blocking Damu. Thinking about the scene of being laughed at by everyone, Damamu shuddered violently. He did not want to experience social death. "Yes, King." "Doctor, what are you doing?" "Very good, you are the first guy who dares to speak like this in front of me." Therefore, he could only bite the bullet and continue to get closer. Lazo asked confirmingly, "Here, King, someone is here to see what's going on." Without fear, he became that arrogant look again. "Since he wants to go, let him go." Boom, Damu's body hit the ground heavily and the intense pain caused his cheeks to twitch and twist together completely. Asterisk whole damn guy, I'm going to kill you," Damamu roared. Strong anger rose from the bottom of his heart and he stared at Lazo with a vicious look, his eyes full of violence. Seeing this, Lazio didn't care at all. He raised the corner of his mouth and raised his fingers provocatively at Damamu, full of contempt. "Destroy." Damamu's hands shook hard in the direction of Razo. Suddenly, the space around Razo shattered and then swept towards Razo. Looking at this scene, Lazo raised his eyebrows and said, "You have some ability." As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared instantly. Soon, the place where he was submerged by the broken space, and cracks in the space kept flashing, making people feel numb. It is conceivable that if a creature falls into it, the space crack alone may be enough to cut it into thousands of pieces. However, no matter how powerful the attack is, it must hit the person. If it fails to hit, it will be a fake attack. For example, now when Razo's figure appeared next to Damamu, Damamu suddenly stared and said in a voiceless voice, "Why are you here?" "Where else would I be?" Razo said with a playful expression and then punched Damamu on the bridge of the nose. Suddenly, Damamu's screams could be heard in the air. As the saying goes, one new move can conquer the world, and this is the case with Lazo now. With the ability of the Shadow Kingdom to teleport, he has been invincible from the beginning. Although Duamumu has many methods, if he can't hit anyone, no matter how many methods he uses, it will be useless. It's not like he hasn't thought about imprisoning Razo, but unless the connection between Razo and the Shadow Kingdom is cut off, ordinary confinement will have no effect at all. For a moment, Duamumu fell directly into a passive situation of being beaten, and even the flames on his body became much dimmer. Behind them, Dr. Doom and others looked at the scene on the battlefield, and their expressions couldn't help but become solemn. Mephitis even asked directly, "Who is this guy? What is his weird ability?" Mephisto asked, but Dr. Doom didn't know how to answer because he didn't know either. Not only did he not know about the strange abilities that Razor displayed, but he had never seen Razor before. "Damn, how do you do your intelligence work? There is no record of such a powerful man. What should we do now? Should we save him?" Dr. Destruction naturally knew who Mephisto was referring to, but he did not speak but remained silent. Seeing this, Mephisto shrugged and understood what Dr. Doom meant. Although he didn't speak, not answering was the best answer. At this moment, Mephisto is no longer anxious and can watch the show with peace of mind. And just when they were talking about Damamu, Damamu was also cursing them in his heart. "You bunch of bastards, didn't you see that I was being beaten? Why didn't you come to help me?" While thinking about it, his figure flew out again. At this moment, he was like a sandbag, flying here and there. Lazo relied on his ability to teleport and kept changing directions, having a great time alone. Finally, Duamu couldn't stand it anymore and couldn't help shouting in the air, asterisk hole if you can, let me down and let's have a good fight. How can you be a hero like this?" At this time, Razor's figure also appeared behind Damamu. Looking at Dr. Doom and the others, Razor's eyes flashed with surprise. These people actually watched him get beaten, and they were simply unworthy of a son, so he wanted to take revenge on them. As soon as he finished speaking, Razo stopped and bowed respectfully in the direction of the villa. "I understand, King. Of course not towards Razor, but towards Dr. Doom and others. I never said I was a hero, right?" The distance between the two sides was not far, and soon Damo came to the place where Dr. Doom and others were hiding. The sudden change made everyone stunned, including Lazo. Listening to Zatano's question, Damon was not embarrassed at all and even said sophistry, "I risked my life and death to help you lure the enemy out. Just forget it if you don't appreciate it and you still say this about me." After finishing his words, Zatanos paused. Although he didn't want to admit it, there was nothing wrong with Damamu's statement. Of course, the reason why he didn't seek revenge from Lazo was purely because Lazo's ability was too weird and he couldn't catch or hit him. Anyway, he had no choice. Looking at the approaching Damu, Dr. Destruction's and others' expressions looked very ugly. They didn't expect that Damu would rush towards them and they didn't even have time to dodge. Damn it, this is too much. Just when Damamu was thinking about when this kind of life would end, a sudden sound came from the direction of the villa. Thinking angrily, just when Dr. Doom and others thought that Damamu would rush to take revenge. Seeing Razo with murderous intent on his face, Damu, who originally had a gloomy look on his face, couldn't help but be stunned. "Stop playing around and deal with him." Zatanos even said angrily, hole, what do you want to do? Why do you want to expose our position? Unexpectedly, you actually have an accomplice, but it's useless. You are dead today. Suddenly, Duamu turned around and rushed directly towards where they were hiding. After saying that, Razor turned to look at Damamu, and at this moment Damamu finally fell from the sky. Hearing this, Dr. Destruction and others, although very unhappy, had no choice but to take action at this moment. Seeing this, Duamumu's eyelids twitched, and then he said to everyone without looking back, "If you don't take action, then I will leave first." Looking at Damamu's running back, Lazuo's mouth twitched. "How can you run away? If you run away, what will happen to my mission?" He only has one thought now, revenge. He can't beat him again and again, and he can't explain it. What do you want him to do? Why did this guy beat himself up, but his murderous intention was even stronger than his own? At that moment, several people came to stand next to Duamu, and a terrifying aura slowly emanated from their bodies. Lazo said, and then took an offensive stance. Thinking silently in his heart, Lazo immediately chased after him. For a time, although everyone knew that he did it on purpose, there was nothing they could do about him. Therefore, instead of taking revenge on Razor, he chose to destroy Doctor and others. What does this guy mean? Shouldn't he be showing murderous intent on his face? As for the movement behind him, Duomu had no intention of paying attention at this moment. Hearing this, Duomu almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, but there was nothing he could do. Razo replied doubtfully and continued to beat Damu. Each of the 4 Doctors of Destruction is a top powerhouse in the universe. The appearance of one of them would be a huge disaster for any world, let alone the 4 of them joining forces now. The terrifying momentum instantly shook the world. The originally blue sky was instantly shrouded by a large black cloud. The darkness made people feel depressed. Razo looked at the 4 of them, and a trace of solemnity appeared on his face at this moment. One-on-one, he was not afraid of anyone, but when it came to 4-on-1, even though he was relying on the Shadow Kingdom, he still couldn't help feeling a little panicked. If Tony hadn't given the order to kill Damu, he would have just wanted to say, "Excuse me." Unfortunately, at this point, he had no way out, so although he was a little panicked, he still took the initiative and launched an attack. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared next to Duomu, wanting to repeat his same trick. If there was only Damu, there would be no problem with his plan, but now there are 4 of them. In addition, everyone had seen his details before, so the moment he appeared next to Duomu, 3 terrifying energy fluctuations roared towards him from all directions. Razo, who had just walked out of the Shadow Kingdom, looked at this scene, his eyelids twitched, and he hurriedly entered the Shadow Kingdom again and escaped this wave of attacks. Boom, 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 3 terrifying explosions sounded, and 3 large craters were instantly blasted out of the ground. When Lazo's figure appeared not far away from several people looked at him at the same time, making his scalp numb, and Duomu couldn't help laughing wildly at this moment. Hole, come again, why are you so scared? Come here, I'll stand there and let you hit me. Duomu provoked, and Razo glanced at him angrily but did not say a word because he really didn't dare to fight anymore. But he was idle, and the 4 Doctors of Destruction were not around. Just when he was thinking about how to break the situation, the 4 Doctors of Destruction moved at the same time. In less than a blink of an eye, the attacks of 4 people appeared in front of him at the same time. He could even clearly feel the destructive waves on the 4 people. For a moment, Lazo was so frightened that the souls of the dead emerged, and he quickly fled into the darkness. Shadow Kingdom. Almost at the same time as he disappeared, the 4 people's attacks also fell directly, causing another big explosion. Looking at the scene caused by himself and others, Dr. Doom suddenly frowned because he missed again. Lazo was as slippery as a loach and was impossible to catch. For a moment, Dr. Doom and others frowned. At this moment, Zatanos flipped his palm and an iron chain suddenly appeared in his hand and said, "Maybe you can try this." As he spoke, the hellfire on his body spread towards the iron chain, forming a magic chain. This is one of Zatanos' exclusive skills. The magic chain cannot be destroyed and can be infinitely restored from damage. It can even attach soul fire to it to burn the enemy's body and soul. The length of the magic chain depends on him. Hearing this, Dr. Destruction and others were stunned for a moment, but they quickly reacted and nodded silently. No one spoke. Time passed little by little and silence spread in the air. Several people stared in all directions, waiting for Lazo to appear again. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly the figure of Razo suddenly appeared behind Damamu. He still focused on completing the tasks ordered by Tony and focused on Damamu. And the moment he appeared, Dr. Doom suddenly let out a loud shout. "It's now." As soon as he finished speaking, Zatanos suddenly threw the chain out of his hand. Due to their precise timing, the chains were thrown out almost as soon as Razo appeared. Therefore, before Razo could react, he was wrapped in chains. Feeling the restraint on his body, Lazo's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately escaped into the Shadow Kingdom again without even thinking about it. And just after he entered the Shadow Kingdom, the chains wrapped around him were also taken in. "I caught him, pull him out quickly." Zathanos yelled. Dr. Doom and others reacted quickly and quickly stepped forward to grab the chain and began to pull it outward. Suddenly, Lazo's expression in the Shadow Kingdom suddenly changed. The reason why he dares to tease a few people is because he has the escape route of the Shadow Kingdom, so no matter how things develop, he will be invincible. But now he seemed to be chained and he couldn't break free from the chains. He suddenly panicked. "Damn, what the hell is this?" While cursing angrily, Lazo struggled hard to free himself. But no matter how hard he tried, not only did the chains not loosen, but they became tighter and tighter. In this way, although Lazo tried his best to resist, he was still dragged outwards little by little. In the villa, Tony kept watching the battle outside through the monitor. When he saw that Lazo's attack was frustrated, he realized that it was time for him to take action. Sure enough, what happened was as he expected. Lazo was tied up by several people. Although he was still in the kingdom of shadows, as long as he could not break the bonds, it would be a matter of time before he was dragged out. Seeing this, Tony couldn't help but shook his head slowly. Lazo's strength was indeed good, but his brain didn't seem to work very well. He didn't know how to escape when the situation was unfavorable, so he still had to fight hard. Little did he know that it was entirely because of the order he had given that made Lazo so stubborn, otherwise he would have fled long ago. After adjusting his shirt, Tony slowly stood up and walked out of the villa. On the outside battlefield, feeling the struggle coming from the other end of the chain at this moment, Dr. Doom's faces showed joy. Especially Duomu, who had been tortured by Razor for so long and had already accumulated a lot of anger in his heart. He just kept swallowing his anger because he couldn't catch this guy. Now that he finally caught this guy, he was extremely excited. He swore that he would return all the humiliation he had suffered to Lazo and torture him well. Just as he was thinking about the coming revenge, Lazo's figure finally appeared in front of them. With a bang, Lazo was completely dragged out of the Shadow Kingdom and fell to the ground. Seeing this, everyone quickly gathered around him, their eyes filled with evil intentions. At this moment, Lazo was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, surrounded by everyone. A trace of panic appeared in Lazo's eyes. He swallowed nervously and whispered, "What are you going to do?" Hearing this, Duomu suddenly smiled brightly. I finally caught you. Now it's time to make you pay for your previous actions." Dalmu smiled evilly and walked towards Lazuo step by step. Looking at this scene, Lazuo felt as if a big word danger appeared above his head. For a moment, his eyes looked a little panicked. At this moment, his eyes suddenly looked out through the crowd, and Tony's figure slowly appeared in his sight. Suddenly, Lazuo's face couldn't help but reveal a burst of joy. "King, save me." Lazo's call for help attracted the attention of Dr. Doom and several others. They quickly turned their heads and looked behind them. When they saw Tony, the pupils of Dr. Doom and Zatanos couldn't help but shrink slightly. Mephisto and Domo looked at Tony curiously. In the past few days, Tony's name was almost ringing in their ears. Now that they saw the real person, they couldn't help but take a good look at it. After taking a closer look, Duomu suddenly muttered, "It doesn't look like anything special. As for scaring you like that." As soon as he finished speaking, Dr. Doom and Zatanos couldn't help but glance at him and subconsciously moved away from Damu. Although Mephisto had the same questions as Damamu, after hearing his words, he also distanced himself from him. Again, as a man of intrigues, he will never jump to conclusions easily. At this time, Tony also came to a few people and heard Duomu's muttering. Suddenly, the corner of Tony's mouth straightened up. "Were you talking about me just now?" Listening to Tony's plain but arrogant words, Damamu felt unhappy and then said in a harsh tone, "Yes, you really don't seem to be anything special." After hearing this, Dr. Destruction patted his head helplessly. This guy really didn't care about eating but fighting. "Have you forgotten the scene where you were almost beaten to death?" "Interesting, what's your name?" Tony asked with a playful smile on his lips. Hearing this, Damamu reported his name without hesitation. "My name is Damamu." When Tony heard this name, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't react for a while, but soon he remembered where he had heard this name. From Ancient One's mouth, there are also tasks issued by the system. At that moment, Tony's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Before he could trouble this guy took the initiative to come to his door. It was as if he had no idea where to find him, and it took no effort at all to get him. "You are Damu, the legendary Lord of Darkness?" Tony asked again in a confirming tone, and Damamu nodded without warning. "That's right, it's me. I didn't expect that you have heard of my reputation. Why don't you surrender quickly?" Damamu said with some pride. Dr. Doom and others vaguely noticed something from Tony's inquiry. For a moment, the eyes of several people looking at Damamu couldn't help but be filled with sadness. This guy really has been in the dark space for a long time and his brain has deteriorated. Didn't he feel that Tony's tone was wrong, thinking helplessly in their hearts, Dr. Doom and the others looked at Tony and suddenly became wary. Although they were very angry at Damu's brainlessness, who told them to be in a group now, therefore no matter how brainless they were, they could not just accept it. Moreover, the purpose of their visit this time was originally Tony. Although there was an episode like Lazo, it did not affect their purpose. After confirming Duomu's identity, Tony suddenly smiled happily. What could be more surprising than sitting at home and receiving rewards from heaven? For a moment, Tony subconsciously wanted to take action and get the reward, but at this moment, he suddenly remembered the deal with Ancient One. He has already received his reward. How can he eat alone like this? He should have invited the Ancient One to join him. Thinking of this, he immediately sent a message to Ancient One, telling him that he had found traces of Damu, so hurry up. After doing all this, Tony immediately stood there and waited, making no move for a while. Looking at this scene, Dr. Doom and others also became a little hesitant, and couldn't help but wonder why Tony didn't take action yet. Adhering to the principle of being immovable until the enemy does not move, since Tony did not take the lid, they did not want to act rashly. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate, and the scene seemed somewhat harmonious. As for Lazo, no one is paying attention at this moment. Dr. Doom and others are all focused on Tony, while Tony's attention is on Dormammu. This causes the guy who just now everyone was shouting for a beating to now it has become a little transparent, and no one cares about it. This made Lazo a little injured, but thinking that his life was saved, he no longer bothered about this. On the other side, when Ancient One received Tony's summons, he suddenly woke up. He had not forgotten the last revenge, so after receiving the news, he immediately broke out and rushed towards the location given by Tony. As the Supreme Mage, his strength is definitely among the top ranks. Likewise, his speed is naturally not slow either. Therefore, Tony was not kept waiting for too long. Soon, the Ancient One appeared above the villa and headed towards the battlefield. But when he saw the battlefield, Ancient One was stunned. Didn't you say that you found traces of Damu? Why are there so many people here? Moreover, aren't these guys the same guys who besieged me last time? Thinking of this, Ancient One's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he had a vague feeling that he seemed to have been cheated. But even after he came, he couldn't go back home now, so he could only bite the bullet and head towards the battlefield. As he approached, Dr. Doom and others immediately discovered his traces and turned their attention to him. This scene made the Ancient One feel filled with pressure. None of the guys here are much weaker than him, and there are 4 of them. Even including Lazo, there are only 3 of them, 1 less. In terms of numbers, he has no advantage at all. While thinking about it, the Ancient One came to Tony's side and said in a solemn tone, "Why can't we just seem to be able to cope with so many people? Isn't that guy who was tied up also one of theirs?" "That's my guy," Tony replied. "Very good." Ancient One couldn't help but feel relieved, but at this moment Tony continued. "However, he has already had a battle with these guys before, and he has no fighting power, so there is no need to count on him." Hearing this, Ancient One's face froze, and then he said slowly, "Then if you have any backup plans, take them out quickly." "You are my backup," Tony said in surprise. In an instant, Ancient One felt a huge pain in his heart. Looking at Tony with speechless eyes, Ancient One seemed to be saying, "Are you sure you are not trying to trick me? It's not like you asked me to hunt Damu, but like you asked me to hunt Damu. I'm afraid you're not an undercover agent." Looking at Ancient One's suspicious gaze, Tony couldn't help but cough slightly at this moment, with a trace of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. The reason why he called Ancient One here was not only for the previous agreement between the two, but also for another purpose, which was to let him share the firepower with him. After all, there were 4 of them, Dr. Doom. Although Tony could guarantee that he would not be defeated, he was not sure that he would be able to kill Damu. Therefore, just in case, he specially called the Ancient One. Now being stared at with suspicion by the Ancient One, he, who was already a little guilty, naturally seemed to lack confidence. "Don't look at me like that. Didn't you tell me that I would call you when I found Damu? I did everything as you said." Tony said calmly. Ancient One was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood, but he couldn't refute. Immediately, he could only grit his teeth and say, "Okay, I'll leave those 3 guys to you. You hold them back while I deal with Dormammu." "No, I'm responsible for dealing with Dormammu. You hold them back." Tony refused without hesitation. After all, Dormammu is related to system rewards. How can you leave this kind of thing to others? Naturally, you have to do it yourself. Ancient One said something to me, but in the end the language got stuck and I didn't know what to say at all. This guy is too shameless. Even if he cheats himself, he lets himself attract firepower to him. If he hadn't formed an alliance with Tony before, he really wanted to turn around and leave now, letting Tony try what it was like to be surrounded by 4 people. Of course, besides the agreement between the 2 of them, there was another reason why he didn't leave. That is, if he leaves, no matter whether Tony can withstand the attack of the 4, he will be alone. At that time, if Tony dies and the 4 Doctors of Doom come to find him again, he will not be able to handle it. Therefore, the 2 of them now have a completely inseparable relationship, so he can't give up on Tony yet. While the 2 were arguing, the faces of the 4 Dr. Doom people opposite them had turned completely dark. They now feel offended. Even if these 2 guys want to discuss, can't they use a secret method? Who are you looking down on when you allocate opponents in front of them so openly? Especially Duomu, he was fought over by Tony and the Ancient One, and those who didn't know thought he was a weakling. It's simply that my uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot. Hole, what are you doing? Damu suddenly roared, and the Ancient One and the two were suddenly startled. They looked back at a few people at the same time and immediately realized something. For a moment, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Ancient One's face. Why don't you use voice transmission? I forgot. Tony shrugged and said indifferently. Ancient One's face suddenly darkened, and he didn't know how to evaluate Tony at all. Compared to the excitement on the battlefield, Tony and Damu were looking at each other with big eyes and small eyes at this moment. Damu's eyes were full of vigilance, while Tony's face was yawning constantly, looking a little tired. Dr. Doom spoke first, and Zatanos also spoke up at this moment. Looking at this scene, hatred flashed in Damamu's eyes. Come on, let's end it today. Of course, no one knows what the facts are. Of course, this is not very important. What is important is that he has to face Tony alone. That's right, you have to keep your word as a person. If you make us your opponents, then you can only let us be your opponents. As for the other side, Tony couldn't help but smile at this moment. He didn't expect Dr. Doom and the others to go directly to the Ancient One. Suddenly, three people suddenly appeared in front of Damamu. They were none other than the three Doctors of Destruction. Duomumu thought with some uncertainty, but after all, he had not seen it with his own eyes, so although he was a little panicked, he was still calm. They have to kill the Ancient One before Tony kills Damamu, otherwise the longer the time drags on, the worse it will be for them. Since all this happened in a flash of lightning, Damu suddenly came back to his senses after the battlefield was moved. At this moment, the three of them were frantically surrounding the Ancient One, using various killing techniques. Ancient One roared crazily in his heart, but unfortunately, he could no longer retreat. At the moment, he could only resist the three Doctors of Doom on his own, and Dr. Doom also took the opportunity to launch dimensional teleportation, moving the battlefield 1,000 meters away. My opponent was intercepted. Thinking of this, Ancient One instantly felt proud, and even his resentment at being cheated by Tony calmed down a lot. Seeing this, Ancient One's face instantly turned green. D, who told you that my opponent is Duomumu? Get out of here. This guy can't really be that strong. But now, when things got to this point, he was no longer interested in scolding Tony. He flashed forward and rushed forward, intending to grab his opponent first, just when he thought everything would go according to his plan. Thinking of this, Damamu immediately raised his head and looked at Tony, who was holding his hands and staring at him with a half-smile not far away. Just prepare to surrender. When the Ancient One saw this, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't believe that Tony would come to cause trouble after he and Domo got involved. After all, their goal is themselves. He has never seen Tony's power, but he has heard about Tony's reputation. In addition, the three Doctors of Destruction would rather bully the smaller ones than face Tony, which made Damu couldn't help but feel a little bit, become panicked. As he said that, he was ready to take action. Second, although the Ancient One is not as powerful as Tony, it is still a great threat, so they also want to quickly deal with the Ancient One. After all, as the saying goes, it is better to cut off one of his fingers than to hurt him. First, just as Damamu guessed, Dr. Doom should be avoiding fighting him. They had no confidence against Tony. If there was someone around Tony to help, it would be a fool's errand for them. But this matter is not difficult to understand. After thinking about it for a while, Tony quickly came up with the answer. Therefore, no matter what the reason is, they must deal with the Ancient One first, and only after solving the Ancient One can they gather all their strength to suppress Tony. Mage, didn't you agree that your opponent will be us? Not to mention, there are three Doctors of Destruction who are eyeing him, so even if he wants to cause trouble, he has no chance. The only problem of holding Tony back was thrown directly to Damamu. They felt that Damamu should be able to hold on for a while even if he couldn't defeat Tony. What, you still don't want to take action? If you don't take action, I won't be polite. Tony looked at Damim lazily, his eyes full of teasing. As the saying goes, when a lion fights a rabbit, it is necessary to use all your strength. Tony naturally understands this truth, and the reason why he does not take action first is simply to let the Ancient One consume more Dr. Doom and the three of them, so that he can catch them all in one fell swoop. Even though Ancient One was currently besieged by three people and looked very embarrassed, Tony took a quick look and discovered that Ancient One was worthy of the name of Supreme Mage. Apart from looking a little embarrassed, he has not suffered any injuries so far. That's why he took his time. However, Tony could be calm and relaxed, but Duomu couldn't sit still at this moment. Although the pressure Tony brought to him was invisible and insubstantial, it was like a big mountain that was constantly pressing on his heart. It might be okay for a while, But if it continues like this, Dormammu is afraid that he won't even have the courage to take action. Therefore, after Tony's words fell, a look of determination suddenly flashed in Dormammu's eyes. Now he had no one to rely on, so he could only find a way out on his own. Moreover, he did not believe that Tony was really as powerful as the rumors said. Who is he? He is the Lord of Darkness, one of the strongest men standing at the pinnacle of the universe. There is no reason why he can't even deal with a blue star person. I kept cheering myself up in my heart, and Dormammu's figure also moved at this moment. A sonic explosion sounded at the position where Dormammu was standing. Dormammu's figure disappeared instantly, and a hole was made by him on the ground. A gust of wind like a blade blew against Tony's cheek, and a whistling sound also sounded in Tony's ears. Dormammu arrived in front of Tony in the blink of an eye and punched Tony in the face. The magical flames on his body were burning brightly, and as he got closer, the temperature around Tony continued to rise. If it were an ordinary person, the terrifying high temperature emitted by him alone would be enough to melt a person instantly before being hit by Dormammu. However, Tony was unmoved when he watched this scene. He even yawned lazily and said in a calm tone, "Why do you guys like to hit people in the face? Haven't you ever heard that hitting someone doesn't mean slapping someone in the face, and swearing someone doesn't mean slapping someone else's mother?" After saying that, the laziness on Tony's face disappeared, and his eyes instantly became sharp. The next second, Tony stretched out his hand to grab, and Dormammu's full-strength punch immediately fell into Tony's palm. Boom! A dull collision sounded, and the magic flame was still burning on Dormammu's fist. But as an ancestor who plays with fire, it is impossible for a mere flame to hurt Tony. Tony grabbed Dormammu's palm, which was like glass, shining with white light. After getting close to Tony, the flames on Dormammu's fist began to turn on their own. They retreated and didn't dare to get close at all. Seeing this scene, Dormammu was shocked. As an old monster who had lived for an unknown length of time, emotions like shock rarely appeared in him. But when he found out that his flame was out of control, he couldn't help but feel horrified. After all, he had worked hard to achieve this. How can it be? Looking at Tony with murderous intent in his eyes, Dormammu couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. What made it even more difficult for him to accept was that the magical flames on his body seemed to come alive after meeting the flames transmitted from Tony, and he showed fear. Different from Dormammu's flames, the flames on Tony's body were red and blue and looked no different from ordinary fire. However, when the flames spread to Dormammu along the place where their fists met, Dormammu said suddenly there was a scream. However, there is a prerequisite for expelling the flames, which is to let Tony let go. Now Tony's palm is firmly grasping his fist, and the flames have spread to Dormammu since then. Unfortunately, soon, he couldn't even come up with an idea, because Tony had already predicted his landing point in advance and was waiting for him there before he landed. Thinking of this, Tony stopped delaying and turned his eyes back to Dormammu. However, the flames are spreading faster and faster. Even if Dormammu uses his strength to stop it, he cannot completely stop the spread of the flames. Now the flame controlled by Tony has submerged Dormammu's right forearm. This guy is going to take action. But now, after experiencing it personally, Dormammu only had one thought in his mind: this guy was not human at all, he was even more like a demon than him. As soon as this thought came to his mind, a sharp pain suddenly came from his face. Without Dormammu's energy barrier, his newly severed arm was quickly burned to ashes and disappeared into the air. Therefore, he didn't even have time to adjust his condition before he was blown away. If it continues, it will soon spread throughout the body. This was the thought that occurred in Dormammu's head when he flew out. Looking at the arm that was burned to ashes, Dormammu's face looked particularly ugly. Therefore, seeing that he was unable to break free, Dormammu's heart became violent. At that moment, he could only make a click, and his right arm was broken directly from the cranny. Damn, why is he so fast? Dormammu's thoughts were spinning rapidly, and the expression on his face became uncertain. He didn't know what to think about anymore. As the saying goes, it is better to experience it once than to hear it 1,000 times. No matter how powerful Tony was in the past, Dormammu always maintained a doubt in his heart. An atmosphere of silence filled the air between Dormammu and Tony. Dormammu yelled angrily and used force on his hand, trying to pull his hand out of Tony's palm. It was as if ordinary people encountered the King of Fire and did not dare to compete with him. An embarrassing thing happened. Tony's palm was like an iron pliers. No matter how hard Dormammu exerted it, he was not moved at all. As his eyes fell, Dormammu couldn't help but shiver all over and then suddenly woke up. A fierce roar came from Dormammu's mouth, and Dormammu's crystal clear white bones suddenly turned black after touching the flames in Tony's hand. With one move, no, not even one move, he paid the price of an arm. How did this monster reach this level? Why had he never heard of his reputation before? Tony didn't have time to answer his questions, and even a flame burned on his palm. In the end, Damu finally got out of the predicament by cutting off his tail to survive. "Let go," Damu muttered to himself. At this moment, Tony turned his head and glanced at the Ancient One. Seeing that the Ancient One was starting to falter, he immediately understood that the heat was almost over. Once, twice. Such a scene made Damu shocked and angry, but he had no time to think too much. He only knew that if he didn't drive away the flames, he would be in bad luck. A fist as big as a sandbag landed directly on his face with unparalleled power and punched him away. Boom. Damamu's body hit the ground hard, and not far away, the Ancient One was also blasted out by Dr. Doom and others, and landed next to Tony. Such a change immediately stopped the fighting on the battlefield. Dr. Doom and others quickly came to Damamu's side and looked at Tony with serious faces. Tony ignored them at the moment, but looked down at the Ancient One at his feet with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Why did you lose so quickly?" After finishing his words, Ancient One coughed and forced himself to stand up. He rolled his eyes at Tony and said, "It's easy to say, just go and try it yourself." Hearing this, a speechless look suddenly flashed across Tony's face. Well, he admitted that he overestimated the Ancient One and thought that this guy could consume a few people of Dr. Doom in a wave and then hold on until he killed Damamu. But it turns out that Ancient One also has limits. However, it doesn't matter. Although the plan has been slightly affected, the people he wants to kill will be useless even if they run to the ends of the earth. Therefore, he no longer paid attention to the Ancient One, but looked up at Dr. Doom and others. The Ancient One looked at him and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. This guy didn't really intend to try it. Thinking of this, Ancient One suddenly became interested and watched from the sidelines. How is it possible to say that Ancient One doesn't care about being cheated by Tony? He is a mage, not a saint. He also has the joys and sorrows that a living being should have, but his mood is stable, which is completely invisible on weekdays. So seeing that Tony actually planned to fight against many, he was naturally happy to see the joke, so that he could understand that it was not that he was incompetent, but that the enemy was too powerful, and it would not be embarrassing for him alone. Therefore, he has already thought about it. No matter what Tony does next, he is going to watch the show first. Of course, he would not really watch Tony being besieged to death by several people. When the situation was not good, he would still take action. After all, if Tony died, he would also be unlucky. He still clearly distinguishes the importance of this. However, before that, he wanted to see if Tony, the king of strong talk, was as strong as his strong talker. While Ancient One was watching the show, Dr. Doom and others noticed Tony's movements and their faces became serious, but there was no fear. With so many experts here, even if they may not be able to win Tony, they still won't lose. Therefore, although the pressure Tony brings to them is great, everyone can still bear it. This reckless man who only knows how to fight can actually use his brain. How rare. If they looked at themselves as if they were looking at a tiger, then the way they looked at Tony was like looking at a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Therefore, human beings can be said to be one of the most contradictory creatures, and even a supreme mage like the Ancient One is not immune to this. As several people understood their combat responsibilities, they suddenly started to move. People are all despicable creatures. If you pay attention to them, they will be a little panicked. If you don't pay attention to them, they will be angry. In the battle just now, although the Ancient One mage did not die, he was severely injured by several people, and he did not have much fighting power in a short period of time. He was ignored by these guys. Their figures kept flickering and appeared around Tony, faintly surrounding him. It's not to comfort Damamu, but Damamu's arrangement does make sense. This is not difficult to understand. After all, he, the majestic Lord of Darkness, could not survive even 3 moves in Tony's hands. It was not an ordinary embarrassment. Damamu calmly assigned combat tasks, and his words made Dr. Doom and others flash a trace of surprise in their eyes. At this time, Doomu also climbed up from the ground, but his face looked a little ugly. Now, although he did not rush forward, he came to Dr. Destruction and others and said angrily, "This guy is not weak, so be careful. Zatanos and I will be responsible for restraining him later, while Doctor and Mephisto attack." Regarding this scene, Tony acted as if he didn't see it and allowed himself to be surrounded by several people. Otherwise, Dr. Doom and others would not dare to deal with Tony like this. Ancient One, who had been paying attention to the movements of several people, naturally noticed this, and his heart was suddenly filled with depression. He and Zatanos both have regenerative healing factors. Although not absolute, their defenses are much stronger than those of Doctor Doom and Mephisto. As for the Ancient One mage like Razor, he was magnificently ignored by Doctor Doom and others. Thinking of this, Ancient One suddenly felt a little angry. Time passed quietly under the watch of the Ancient One, and Doctor Doom and others had completed the siege of Tony. There was no comparison between the two, which made Ancient One unconvinced, and at the same time a little curious as to whether Tony was really that powerful. Although everyone just glanced at Duomu without saying a word, Duomu still clearly felt their profound gazes. If there was only Ancient One, they would naturally pursue the victory and not give him a moment to breathe. At the same time, he was also a little curious. The attitude of Doctor Doom and others towards Tony was completely different from their attitude towards him. Seeing that Dormammu was a little angry, Doctor Doom and others quickly changed their eyes and agreed to Dormammu's arrangement. Although once he takes action now, the injuries in his body will be more serious, but if it really comes to that point, then he won't care so much. Compared with Tony, although Ancient One is powerful, it is not worth mentioning at all. Although Zatanos was shadowed by Tony last time and didn't want to face Tony directly, he obviously didn't have the chance to choose now, so he could only admit it with his nose pinched. Compared with them, Doctor Doom is just two squishy mages with high attack and low defense, so dealing damage is naturally the best choice. Fortunately, Ancient One's mentality adjustment ability is pretty good, and he knows his current situation, so if he is ignored, he can be ignored, as long as it doesn't affect him. The Ancient One is a little unsure whether this guy is confident or arrogant. But they all know that the goal of their trip is Tony, and their goal will only be completed if Tony is solved. At the moment, he was inevitably a little angry and said, "Don't underestimate me, I am the Lord of Darkness." If he hadn't clearly known that he was no match for Tony, he would have ignored Doctor Doom and others and rushed forward at this moment. While thinking about it, the Ancient One looked at the battlefield more seriously. He wanted to see if Tony was really worthy of their careful treatment. In addition, he also wanted to prevent Tony from taking action at any time if he was defeated. Rescue. Just when Ancient One was a little confused, Dr. Doom and others who had completed the siege suddenly moved. Damo and Zatanos followed their previous agreement and rushed directly towards Tony. They fought head-on with Tony and held him back. Tony. Doctor Doom and Mephisto stood far away from Tony and released magic. Two terrifying energy fluctuations suddenly converged in front of the two of them. The aura they emitted alone caused a strong fluctuation in the space. It is hard to imagine what would happen if it were released, how powerful it will be. Looking at their actions, Tony saw through their plans at a glance. After all, their plans were not clever. They just relied on their respective advantages to gather the strength of a few people to suppress him. Suddenly, a smile appeared on Tony's lips. "The calculation is good, but I don't know if you're strong enough." As he spoke, Tony moved and took a step forward. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack after walking out of the villa. In his previous fight with Duomu, he only fought back passively. Ignoring Dr. Destruction and the other two, Tony ran directly towards Damu and Damu. Although theoretically speaking, the attacks of Dr. Doom and the two men are more threatening to him. But with the dog charm to save his life, he didn't care at all about the methods they used. He only has one thought in his mind right now, to defeat these guys from the front and make them fearful when they hear his name in the future. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, this time, Tony had no intention of holding back at all and burst out with all his strength from the moment he started. Boom. The power of the Ox Talisman was brought to its peak by him, coupled with the power of the demonic energy and the dark power given by the Shadow Kingdom. Tony's fist was only halfway swung, and the space in front of Tony completely collapsed. The expressions of Damo and Zatanos, who were rushing towards him, changed instantly, and they both felt the shadow of death coming in their hearts at the same time. However, the two did not escape. Their mission was to stop Tony head-on, so how could they escape? Therefore, although they felt the danger, the two of them still moved forward bravely. Of course, this is also because both of them have the regenerative healing factor that they dare to make such a risky move. Otherwise, the two of them would have run as far as they could. "Break it for me, kill!" Dormammu and Zadanos shouted loudly at the same time. They clenched their right fists, gathered their whole body strength, and attacked Tony. Tony fought 1 against 2, and in an instant, the attacks from both sides collided directly. Boom. A terrifying explosion sounded, and a wave of air quickly rushed through the land with a radius of hundreds of miles. Everything in the place where the wave passed was destroyed. Boom, 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 there was only a little flame left. Buzz. Dr. Doom, who was originally relatively calm, could not sit still at this moment. Such a scene immediately made Ancient One and Razo take another breath of cold air. Such a scene not only stunned the two parties involved, Dormammu, but also Doctor Doom and the Ancient One, Lazo, who was watching the battle. Mephisto's energy blast was blocked just by the lasers shooting out of his eyes. One of the two responded in a hurry and the other prepared for a long time. According to common sense, Mephisto should have won. Unfortunately, Tony's strength was too strong, so powerful that it was suffocating. So seeing Tony withstand Mephisto's energy impact, Doctor Doom also launched an offensive. A more vast energy beam was released from Dr. Destruction's hand, and the powerful energy directly annihilated the space along the way. A series of explosions sounded, and the expressions of Damu and Zatanos changed again and again at this moment. They had tried their best to overestimate Tony's strength and did not think that they could defeat Tony with just the two of them. These two guys who were no worse than him were killed instantly if they joined forces. If he had attacked them by himself, he would have punched them down and even his ashes would have been thrown away. Boom! Thinking of this, Lazo suddenly felt scared. Fortunately, Tony was merciful during the sparring, otherwise he might be dead now. Immediately, the bones of the two men exploded one after another, and the hellfire burning on Zatanos and the magic flame burning on Dormammu were almost extinguished by Tony's punch. Hearing this, Tony glanced calmly at the energy impact that was coming at him. He was about to be hit, but he remained unmoved and just slowly raised his right hand. But at this moment, they realized that they were wrong. Tony was not a human at all. This guy was just a monster in human skin. How could an ordinary person have such terrifying power? Especially when he discovered that Tony was walking towards them step by step, his panic reached its peak. A strong wave spread around, and a huge amount of energy beam was suddenly released from Mephisto's chest, rushing towards Tony with destructive power. Although he knew that Tony was very strong, he never expected that he would be so powerful to such an inhuman level. Suddenly, the laser collided with the energy beam exploded by Mephisto. Of course, this is just a joke. It is easy to defeat Lazo, but if you want to kill him, you must first destroy the Shadow Kingdom. Seeing this scene, Tony's progress stopped, and two lasers shot out from his eyes. At that moment, Mephisto was confused and launched an attack that had been gathering for a long time. However, as Tony's eyes fell on Doctor Doom and the two of them, Mephisto, who was gathering energy, suddenly trembled, and his body became a little trembling. When the attacks from both sides collided, their attacks were directly destroyed by Tony with overwhelming force, and an unstoppable force fell directly on the two of them. The bodies of the two people were immediately blasted out and hit the ground heavily. They seemed to be dying. At this moment, a large amount of energy has been gathered in front of the two of them. Judging from the terrifying fluctuations emanating around them, even the Ancient One cannot guarantee that he can withstand it. Second, instant kill. Just when everyone was shocked by Tony's power, Tony, who had knocked the two of them away with one punch, once again turned his attention to Doctor Doom and Mephisto. He kept telling himself to stay calm in his mind, but looking at Tony's expressionless face, he felt panicked. But after all, they are still the top strong men in the universe. Even if they cannot defeat them, they should be able to block them for a short time. Although the energy gathered at the moment has not reached his limit, he cannot guarantee that once Tony defeats Mephisto, even if he gathers the energy to the limit, he will be Tony's opponent. Razo, who was originally surprised, looked anxious when he saw this and shouted quickly, "King, be careful." Lazo stammered, looking at Tony's figure in awe. Boom. The terrifying energy shock wave directly hit Tony's palm, but a raging magic power suddenly surged out of Tony's palm and enveloped the energy shock wave. Soon, the energy shock wave that Doctor Doom had concentrated with all his strength was directly rolled into a ball by Tony. "How can it be?" Doctor Doom said in horror. Tony glanced at him flatly, then smashed it with his backhand, and immediately the ball rushed towards Doctor Doom at high speed. Seeing this, Doctor Doom subconsciously wanted to dodge, but just when he was about to make a move, a terrifying gravity fell directly on him, firmly suppressing his figure. "Damn it, open it!" Dr. Destruction roared, veins appeared on his forehead and his eyes turned blood red. Terrifying energy fluctuations continued to emanate from his body, but he just couldn't break free from Tony's suppression. At this moment, he was like the king of the gods suppressing rebellion, suppressing the devil with one hand, destroying everything with just one thought, and it was so powerful that it made people feel heart-stopping. Boom. The belated explosion finally occurred to me, and Doctor Doom, who could not escape, was focused frontally, and his body was instantly submerged in the energy impact of the sky. Mephisto stopped attacking at this moment and looked at this scene stupidly. His thoughts had completely stopped and his face was full of fear. Looking at Dr. Doom, who was overwhelmed by the explosion, he kept mumbling to himself, failed, defeated. At this moment, Tony flicked his fingers, bringing him back to his senses instantly. Seeing Tony's calm eyes falling on him, Mephisto trembled, his knees softened, and he knelt down and said, "I surrender." As soon as these words came out, a flash of surprise suddenly flashed in Tony's eyes. He thought these guys would be tough to the end, but he didn't expect that there would be an unexpected gain. In this scene, not only Tony was surprised, but also Dormammu and Zatanos were shocked by his shameless behavior. Although the devil has no bottom line, he will not do such shameless things. After reacting, Dome immediately shouted angrily, "Mephisto, do you know what you are doing? You are simply embarrassing all of us. I order you to stand up now." Dormammu kept shouting angrily. If he hadn't been seriously injured and couldn't move, he would have killed Mephisto first. As for Dormammu's scolding, Mephisto completely ignored it and just looked at Tony with a flattering look on his face. Seeing this, a smile suddenly appeared on Tony's lips. "You surrendered so easily, how do I know if you will betray me?" Hearing this, Mephisto's heart skipped a beat. For fear of being rejected by Tony, he quickly said, "Master, don't worry, I will never betray you. No matter what you ask, I will do it." "Yeah. Then go deal with that guy." Tony pointed at Zatanos casually. "Good." Without hesitation, Mephisto nodded directly, then stood up and walked towards Zatanos. Looking at this scene, Zatanos' face was full of anger. "You are a despicable and shameless B***. After hearing this, Mephisto did not defend himself but smiled and said, "When did the devil become a good person?" Thinking of this, Zatanos suddenly turned his head and looked at Tony. He was defeated by Tony before, and something seemed to be sucked away from his body. This made everyone at the scene completely quiet. Except for Tony and Mephisto, Ancient One and others only felt depressed at this moment. The Ancient One's face was even more complicated. He didn't know about the grudge between them and Tony before. In addition, Tony was a human and they were demons, so the Ancient One was on Tony's side from the beginning. The original darkness is a huge amount of tonic to the Shadow Kingdom, which he discovered when he was in the God's domain. Yes, he did something to Zathanos, not just him, but Dr. Doom and Dom, and even Hela. Therefore, when Dr. Doom and others came into contact with Tony, the original darkness in their bodies was drained away by Tony. As for Mephisto, this was his first contact with Tony, and he was still the same despicable and shameless devil, so he surrendered on the spot without any shame. Despicable and shameless, isn't that the label of the Devil Clan? It's just that this kind of thing varies from person to person. Mephisto stood in front of Zatanos and pronounced his verdict from above. That's why he was curious about why the soul of the gods could improve the Black Shadow Core. Isn't that guy a devil? When did the devil become righteous? Instead, it was Mephisto who looked more like a devil, but he joined Tony's army. A powerful demon was just gone. Finally, under the impact of a powerful energy, he let out a miserable howl. After finishing speaking, Zatanos looked stunned. He was asked by Mephisto, when did he start thinking about things with human thinking? But now, he suddenly realized that something seemed wrong. This caused the original light in their bodies to take over, making them become more and more righteous. The darkness in ordinary people's bodies has basically no improvement effect on the Shadow Kingdom. All of this was echoing in Ancient One's mind at this moment. He began to recall all the scenes after he met Tony, and gradually his expression began to change. Especially the eye contact between Zatanos and Tony just now filled him with a sense of disobedience. His so-called regenerative healing factor has become a complete joke at this moment. The repair cannot keep up with the speed of destruction, and it is eventually wiped out bit by bit. These people are all the big villains in the original work. Although they have their own threats, how is it possible for them to really stand on the side of mankind? All because Tony had taken away the dark breath from their bodies during his previous contact with them. Destroy it, isn't he a devil? Looking at Zatanos' gaze, Tony's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. Did you realize it? But it doesn't matter now, they are all going to die today anyway. This is something that comes with every creature's birth. There is primitive darkness and primitive light in everyone's body. Soon, Zatanos' figure completely disappeared as if he had never appeared before. Only guys with strong strength and dark personalities can be effective. Why are you angry? What's with that look that would rather sacrifice than surrender? Zatanos was naturally unwilling to end up like this, so he resisted desperately. Unfortunately, how could he resist when he was already seriously injured? From the beginning, he seemed to have a little more humanity. Under his research, he finally discovered the original darkness hidden in every living being. But now they are all fighting for humanity. How is it possible for people like them? The Ancient One stared at Tony with a vague suspicion in his mind. He put his hands behind his back, and a faint dark red symbol of double curved hooks appeared on his forehead. Ancient One hooked his fingers and gently stirred up a wisp of dark aura. His eyes were staring in Tony's direction. The dark aura rippled slightly and then lay motionless in his hand as if it had fallen into mud. Ancient One's heart was filled with turmoil and his pupils shrank sharply. "Dry Joker is actually me, the devil is by my side." Mephisto bent down respectfully and looked at Tony flatteringly. "Sir, are you satisfied?" Tony nodded with satisfaction. Mephisto the dog could be of use. Tony smiled and pointed at Damu, who was lying there pretending to be dead, but was actually secretly building a remote dark portal. "Go and kill him too." Damamu was seriously injured by his punch. "But if you want to say that these old fools don't even have the ability to run away with oil, that's absolutely nonsense. Those who can't run away have all died long ago. How can they survive until now?" Damamu didn't even dare to pretend to be dead and hurriedly got up and knelt on the ground. "Great Lord of Darkness, I am willing to offer my loyalty to you." Tony smiled gently and his smile was very warm. "I'm not a big evil person. Let's do this. I will only accept you as a dog and you can decide on your own." In an instant, the atmosphere has changed. Mephisto cursed in his heart, "Damn the devil." But his hand summoned the devil's sword very honestly and threw it out very quickly to stab Damu. The air emitted a harsh scream, and the devil's sword arrived in front of Damu in the blink of an eye. Not to be outdone, Damamu raised a magic circle in front of him with his left hand and formed a jet-black fireball with his right hand and threw it over. One is the regional devil king, and the other is the ruler of the dark dimension. Both are not weak in strength. Tony stood watching as if watching a play with his hands in his pockets extremely leisurely. If Mephisto survives, give him a chance to be a dog. If Damamu is the one who survives, Tony will take him lovingly to the kingdom of darkness and crush every bone in his body considerately so that the kingdom of darkness can devour and digest him. Whoa! The devil's sword was held by a white hand, and the pitch-black fireball was held by a white hand. The smile on Tony's face faded, and he looked at the Ancient One standing between the devil and the devil. "Ancient One, what do you mean?" A dark red double hook mark appears on Ancient One's forehead, which is a mark of control over the dark dimension. Everyone only knows that the ruler of the dark dimension is Damu, but they don't know that the Ancient One secretly has as much control over the dark dimension as Damu. This is one of the reasons why Damamu fought with the Ancient One many times. Because the Ancient One invaded the dark dimension, Damamu often did not expect to kill the Ancient One, but just wanted to seize the territory and consolidate his own territory. Strength. Ancient One looked serious, threw the devil's sword to Mephisto, and absorbed the pitch-black fireball into his body with his other hand. Mephisto felt a deep threat from the Ancient One, and he caught the devil's sword with his hair standing on end, not daring to make any unnecessary moves. Damamu looked at the mark on Ancient One's forehead and knew that he was going to risk his life. He cowardly took a few steps back and secretly constructed a defensive technique. Why is there a strong dark source in your body? His understanding of the dark power is no weaker than that of Damu, otherwise he would not have beaten Damu with a slight advantage many times. I didn't find it before because I didn't suspect it at all. Can you imagine that a similar person you meet randomly is a devil? Tony shook his head and sighed. Have you discovered it? I'm a little curious, how did you discover it? You know, I haven't used any dark power in front of you. Ancient One did not speak, but fired a ray of light and flew towards Zora, who had been playing soy sauce on the edge of the battlefield. Zola's eyes flashed and she broke the chains on her body. Without the source of power provided by Zatanos, the chains were easily broken. The moment the support broke, Zora escaped directly into the Shadow Kingdom. That ray of light directly passed through the space and hit Zola, and then exploded like a firework. Zola was so frightened that she realized that she had not lost anything. The next second, a dark black magic energy chain appeared. The chain of demonic energy that appeared from Zola's heart was directly connected to Tony's heart in the main plane. Tony's heart exudes a rich pitch-black light, and masses of rich dark source are rolling around. Ancient One's expression suddenly turned bad. I didn't expect that you are really the devil. Tony looked at the dark mark on his forehead and hugged his shoulders. Strange, don't you also control the power of darkness? Why are you on the side of the devil and the external demon? The Ancient One actually went to help the devil and an extraterrestrial demon king to fend off him. No one would believe this. A dark golden magic circle ignited in Ancient One's hand, and a rapidly rotating jet-black magic circle appeared in his eyes. Because I can accept a devil appearing on Blue Star, but I can't accept a devil appearing on Blue Star. If a devil appears, you can kill it or banish it. But if a demon king appears, the world will definitely be enveloped by the power of darkness. The two are completely different magnitudes. The dark red mark on Ancient One's forehead became more and more vivid, and his tone was particularly solemn. This is our only chance to unite. Mephisto, Damu, you all covet Blue Star's resources. If we unite to expel Tony, what will you do? There is a chance to dominate here. If Tony dominates here, you will not have any chance. Mephisto is a little moved. To be honest, this benefit is big enough. He looked at the seriously injured Damu, shuddered, quickly put away the devil's sword and stood aside, bowing his head respectfully. I am willing to be a dog for adults. How can you short-sighted guys understand this? The main reason is that I like to be a dog for adults, definitely not because I am afraid of death. He believed that Ancient One would not even frown. Tony didn't stop him and said, in comparison, I still prefer those decent people who follow the rules and are stupid. You can die as much as you want, why should you die in Tony's hands? Damu took a deep breath, and the same mark appeared on his forehead. The Ancient One is the omniscient and omnipotent ruler of the dark dimension. The Ancient One is a strong man who protects the Blue Star and the human magic field at all costs. If only the Ancient One could contact the Eternal God now and sell his soul in exchange for power. I know that I am not as strong as you. Tony, as long as you leave Blue Star and never come back, I will never take action against you. Don't talk about dark forces. The black curtain covering the sky continued to roll, and the demonic energy quickly blocked the sunlight and spread to all directions. But Tony is not a simple thing. There are two dark sources of power in his body. Ancient One felt the power of darkness within his body surge, and his control over the dark dimension reached its peak. Ancient One smiled. Yes, from this moment on, the Damu people were immediately numb. If you die in Tony's hands, I will take back the authority of the dark dimension mark with your head. Acquire control of the Dark Serpentine group. Mephisto nodded hurriedly and obediently. Yes, yes. He looked at Mephisto aside. Mephisto, are you willing to join my dark alliance? Tony's aura began to soar, and the endless power of darkness quickly rose from behind him, turning into a black curtain that covered the sky. Tony's pupils turned red, and streaks of black energy swirled around him rapidly. Tony smiled very happily. Ancient One opened his pitch-black eyes, and a pair of blood-red snake eyes appeared in them. The mage uniform all over his body turned into blood black at this moment, with dark red lines running on it. Ancient One, if you win, give me back 30% of my permission to the dark dimension. Control power is gathered, and the host obtains the authority of the demon king. Mephisto gaped at the scene in front of him. Damamu had no doubt that if Tony were to get the mark of dark dimension, his own core and life would be crushed together. Gusts of wind blew up the clothes woven by the dark power of the Ancient One. It's dark. Number of draws 1. Damamu stretched out his hand and pointed it at the Ancient One, temporarily transferring the mark of the dark dimension to the Ancient One. Damamu stared at the mark on Ancient One's forehead, his face almost green. He stretched out a finger and shook it. Ancient One, are you worthy of expelling me? He has mastered the power of the dark dimension. The Ancient One looked at Tony in shock. Ancient One's scalp was numb, and he was shocked by the nearly infinite power of darkness in front of him. The sky was shrouded in ever-expanding darkness, and the dark gray on the ground continued to spread. Countless plants were transformed by the power of darkness and turned into twisted shapes. This is the essence of demon, mastering the power of dark source and swallowing up the world. In this case, I can only take action. A clear light flashed across Ancient One's body, and the power of heaven and earth gathered towards his body and turned into his power. A series of crazy tingling sensations arose between the eyebrows. Tony's expression changed slightly. Interesting. The Ancient One not only integrated the power of the dark dimension, but also received support from the origin of the world. He is worthy of being the guardian of Blue Star. Tony, you are so arrogant. You dare to challenge me in the world I protect. I have the blessing of the world, but you don't. It's the equivalent of fighting on Ancient One's turf. This is also the reason why Duamumu is always beaten. Damamu's face on the side was green with a hint of blue, but his hands were not slow at all, and he continued to seize the time to build the long-range dark portal. Normally, he would need sacrifices to build it quickly. Now I can only rely on my hands to create happiness. He was absolutely convinced that if he just hid on the Blue Star, he would not be able to hide it from a strong person like Tony Ancient One. In his eyes now there is only the temptation to go home, and the dark dimension is his warm harbor. Damamu gave the dark mark to the Ancient One not because he recognized the overall situation, but purely because he wanted to use the Ancient One to buy time for himself. Ancient One glanced at Damamu from the corner of his eye and sighed in his heart, knowing that this B******D was unreliable. He rushed directly towards Tony, and a long sword appeared in his hand. This is the best option when forced to do so. If Tony were allowed to fight from afar, his own territory would be destroyed. Tony sneered and raised his hands directly. "You are a mage and you want to play close combat with me." Dangs, boom. The long sword and the fists collided, the air exploded violently, and the shock wave quickly knocked away everything around. The land was blown 3 floors away and the trees were broken by the shock wave. Where the two people confronted each other, a large pit of more than 100 meters suddenly appeared. Mephisto's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly put his hands in front of his body and flew high into the sky. Damamu held the teleportation spell in his hand and watched the shock wave in despair. All his power is now used to activate teleportation spells, and he really has no extra power to build defense. Puff. The defenseless Damamu was blown away by the shock wave. A large mouthful of black blood spurted out, half of his body fell apart, and he hit the hillside in despair, holding the teleportation spell with both hands. Ancient One's face changed drastically, and he looked at Tony's hands in shock. This is impossible. This is a sword that integrates the power of the world and the power of darkness. It is so powerful that Tony can take it safely. Tony grabbed the Ancient One's sword with his bare hands and sneered. "Ancient One, since you like to risk your life, come on, let's risk our lives together." He grabbed the Ancient One's long sword, solidified it, and used the long sword as a bridge to transmit the power of the Shadow Kingdom crazily into it. The Ancient One wanted to disperse the magic spell, but found that it was solidified and could not be released in a short time. What's worse is that he can't even let go of the magic sword, and his hand and the sword technique are solidified together. Incompatible forces collided wildly, and the sword's body flashed with extremely dangerous light. Cracks quickly appeared and clear and black lights flashed in the cracks. Ancient One's pupils trembled wildly. "You lunatic!" Boom. The magic sword exploded instantly, and the explosion at close range directly blew the Ancient One away. Countless sword fragments turned into sharp blades and pierced the Ancient One's body. The Ancient One crashed into the earth, directly opening a large crack in the ground. The person was embedded in the soil deep in the crack and vomited blood. He was in severe pain all over, with countless sharp blades stuck in his body, and blood was flowing freely. The Ancient One vomited blood, covered his veins, and used magic to quickly stop the bleeding, and looked at Tony in shock. At the center of the explosion, the dust was quickly blown away by a hurricane, revealing Tony's figure. The clothes on Tony's upper body turned into fly ash and his strong body emerged, but his whole body was unscathed. Ancient One couldn't believe it. How is this possible? Tony felt the power in his body that exceeded the previous peak, and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "You can't break through my defense before you exhaust all my power, but what I am more curious about is..." He opened his palm, held the sword fragment between his 2 fingers, and gradually increased his strength. The long sword fragments were blown into powder by the huge force and disappeared into ashes. "I have a strong body, so I can accommodate 2 dark sources. As for you, a mage, integrating the source power of 2 dimensions, how long can you last? See the real chapter for details. Ancient One can construct magical long sword techniques comparable to artifacts. But after encountering a conflict of extremely strong forces, he was unable to channel it in time and could only suppress it. After suppressing it for a second or 2, it exploded. This is a sign of insufficient power control. Ancient One's expression remained unchanged. He stopped the bleeding and used magic to dissolve the long sword fragments on his body. "Really? How long can you hold on?" He was right, he could only sustain this kind of excessive strength for about 10 minutes. If it takes any longer, his body will be completely damaged and he will turn into the Holy Spirit in the future. Before the critical moment, the Ancient One did not want to turn into a Holy Spirit and fight through astral projection. Because when the soul is exhausted, there really is nothing left. Tony smiled and spread his hands. "I'm sorry, I can hold you until you die." From the corner of his eye, Ancient One saw Damamu's face beaming with joy as he was almost completing the dark portal technique. He twitched the corner of his mouth and stood up. "Tony, I will fight for Blue Star and humanity. Evil will definitely die." The Ancient One completely triggered the power in his body and rushed towards Tony, his momentum rising and his coercion increasing sharply. Tony's face became serious and he clenched his fists, as expected of the Supreme Mage. Although he is not durable enough, his explosive power is indeed one of the best. Behind the imposing figure, an undetectable clear light quickly retreated. Damamu, who was on the side, felt something in his heart. He looked over and his eyes were about to burst. Ancient One, you be asterisk 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 D. My dark mark, UF asterisk 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 G. Throw away my dark mark. Are you seriously ill? Dormammu didn't care about anything else and hurriedly dispersed half of his power to summon his dark mark. The blood-black figure crashed into Tony, and a dark mark quickly flew backwards towards Dormammu. A dark crack appeared in the palm of Tony's hands, and he hugged him directly, holding on tightly. Ancient One, you are dead. The infinite source of darkness was swallowed by Tony, and the dark power in his body skyrocketed. The next moment, the blood-black figure exploded. Tony sneered, a child's trick. He transferred the power of the explosion directly to the Shadow Kingdom. Boom! Countless cracks exploded in the space next to Tony, and jet-black light flashed fiercely from the cracks. He felt the power of the Shadow Kingdom surge, but his expression changed. Only half the dark mark, is this duplication? Tony hurriedly looked up and looked ahead. A clear figure was flying away and there was a portal further away. Tony, what the, old fool. If you can't fight, just run away. Is this the tradition of your mage department? The one that just bumped into was duplication carrying the mark of darkness. The Ancient One knew that ordinary duplication could not fool Tony, so he simply used the dark mark as the basic structure to build duplication, and he took the opportunity to escape. Keep the main body alive and don't be afraid of being counterattacked. Dormammu held half of the dark mark in his hand, his eyes were red, and he started teleportation in despair. Ancient One, I want to kill you. Tony has the dark mark, and he will naturally have the coordinates of the dark dimension. Tony will not miss a good opportunity to increase his strength. This is a conspiracy. The Ancient One won and Tony was expelled. If the Ancient One can't defeat him, he will give the dark mark to Tony, and Dormammu will definitely die. Even if Dormammu returns to the dark dimension now, he will only die later. Unless you give up control of the dark dimension, then he will go back to before he became a demon. He will never be able to regain his peak strength. How much I hate you. I hate you so much. Damn Ancient One, sell him without hesitation. The dark portal emerged. Dormammu cursed the Ancient One and disappeared in the dark light. Tony glanced at it and didn't care. Now that he holds the mark of darkness, it is only a matter of time before he goes to the dark dimension. As for Dormammu, is Dormammu still Dormammu without the dark dimension? The focus of the problem has always been control of the dark dimension. Mephisto flew over obediently with a flattering look on his face. Congratulations, sir, on getting the dark mark. When the Ancient One loses the dark mark, he loses the power of immortality. He won't live long. The Ancient One relied on the power of the dark dimension to gain the ability to live forever. Without the dark mark, his lifespan will return to normal. How long can he live? Mephisto lowered his head and made an estimate, then replied with a surprised look on his face. If you think about it, he only has 3,000 years to live. Tony's head was filled with questions. How many years? 3,000 years. As a human being, he used the power of darkness to build the source of power. Now that he loses the mark of darkness, he will lose most of his lifespan. He won't live long. I don't care for you, sir. There will be threats again. Tony was speechless for a while. Is 3,000 years a short time? Mephisto looked confused, then suddenly realized, sir, unless the Supreme One dies unexpectedly, he basically has the ability to live forever. As a demon king, you should also have the ability to live forever. Whether it is Mephisto or Ancient One, they all regard Tony as a demon king. Tony didn't bother to explain. Suddenly he felt a spatial fluctuation coming from Niu Yue's direction. He felt something in his heart and immediately punched her. A jet-black thunder turned into a dragon and rushed over Niu Yue, hitting the hidden subspace dimension. A large space dimension was exploded, revealing temples and mountains. A clear figure blocked the magic dragon and then waved his hand. The next second, the entire subspace dimension was taken away. Tony clicked his tongue. The mage is so outrageous. He only takes his family with him when he travels. Mephisto didn't dare to say anything and just stood aside obediently. There was one more thing he didn't say. If the Ancient One goes to knock down the origin of another dimension and obtains the dimension mark again, he can still live forever. In the supreme level, there is no simple thing. SHIELD in a small, dark room. The orange cat looked at Niu Yue's direction, lowered his head lonely, and looked at the pager on the table. It raised its paw and pressed it on the pager. Tony placed the dark mark on his heart and used the source of darkness to transform it. When this half of the dark mark is transformed, it will be the time when the new master of the dark dimension is born. As for Dome, Tony was very interested in the choice he had to make. He is a coward for the rest of his life, trying to survive, or act like a tough guy for a second and then explode into slag. He turned his head, looked at the newly acquired devil and showed a friendly smile. Zio-mo, I have a task for you. Mephisto trembled all over and lowered his head hurriedly. Sir, if you tell me, I will definitely do it. Tony punched the control mark of the Black Shadow Core. Mephisto didn't dare to move and accepted the mark. A burst of rich dark power was born in his body and communicated to an extremely dark world. A steady stream of dark power was transmitted through the mark. Mephisto's eyes widened, his heart beat faster, and the corners of his mouth raised crazily, grinning widely. Thank you, His Highness the Demon King. Long live His Highness the Demon King. Who said being a dog is not fun? Who said that? In just one sentence, such a powerful dark mark was given. I, Mephisto, am His Highness Tony's most loyal dog. Find a place and transform it into a dark place, and you will be rewarded with a dark mask. If you complete it well, I will allow you to retain your consciousness, if the completion speed is too slow. Tony smiled. My ancient men are attached to those masks. I believe you don't want to anger my ancient dark generals. Mephisto's face changed drastically, and he suddenly felt that being a dog was so unhappy. You must try your best to complete the task. Mephisto doesn't want to know how powerful those ancient dark generals are. This universe is so big that even Mephisto doesn't know how many heroes there are. He didn't dare to think carefully about whether Tony was a Blue Star person or the ancient demon king who took over the Blue Star people. His current goal is just to be a happy dog. Not only must they be able to wag their tails, but they must also be able to bite, if dogs have no value at all. Mephisto didn't dare to think any more and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty the Demon King, I will complete the task now. I will retreat. Go ahead. Mephisto hurriedly called out the portal and turned into a black light and flew in. Mephisto passed through the portal and appeared in an abandoned town, squatting down with his hands on his head. The macho tears are about to flow out. It's too awful. This time I was tricked by Dr. Doom. Now only one dog can be the last dog. After feeling heartbroken for a while, Mephisto stood up, looked at the abandoned town, and thought about life. The dark mark can give him a steady stream of dark power and can also turn him into brilliant fireworks. A dark place. What kind of dark place? This is the same as the leader saying that you want to plant a forest. Who knows whether the leader wants a scrub forest, a coniferous forest, or a tropical forest? Mephisto remembered what the Demon King had just said and shuddered. Not daring to waste any more time, he hurriedly summoned his men. Demons from hell were summoned one by one. The 10-meter-high magma demon, with its bright red body exuding scorching heat, respectfully lowered its head composed of flowing magma. Sea Lord. Countless jet-black souls of grievances were hovering, and a skinny skeleton mage holding a skull in his hand emerged with his feet stepped on the blue flames, bending down respectfully. Sea Lord. A rotten corpse exuding a rotten smell, with muscles all over its body stiffened, and holding a giant hammer walked out of the green mire and knelt on the ground. Meet the Lord. Demons crawled out of the gates of hell one by one and knelt in front of him. Mephisto looked serious and exuded coercion. My loyal men, go and plunder the creatures on this planet and bring them here to transform into dark creatures. I, Mephisto, want to create an eternal kingdom of darkness. Demons, look at me and I look at you. I don't know why the boss is so crazy. Is it because hell is no longer fragrant, or is it that you, old Mo, have drifted away? Doing such a thankless job, transforming the place of darkness requires real power of darkness. This is a bottomless pit, the kind that won't be filled for thousands of years. Especially there is a supreme mage on Blue Star. The last one wanted to transform the demon from the dark land on Blue Star. Now the grass on the graves is connected into a grassland. Lord, that the supreme mage. The magma demon carefully sprayed sparks and asked. Mephisto spread his hands and showed a loyal smile. My new master, the great Tony Demon King, seriously injured the supreme mage. This is now the territory of our dark creatures. The skeleton mage smiled. When we have enough people, we can teleport directly to the dark place in one wave. The mission is completed. Hey, it's fatal. What are you going to do? None of the demons present were stupid, and they immediately understood the current situation. That was a despicable villain who was obviously the supreme mage, but would sneak up on them with a dagger and the invisibility technique. A group of demons hurriedly agreed, fearing that they would become negative teaching materials in Mephisto's mouth. The skeleton mage showed a smile that crushed his IQ. At first glance, you are all otakus who don't pay attention to Blue Star. As long as you each catch a few stars, then use black magic to create some miracles in the eyes of humans, and then hold a star concert or meet and greet, humans will come to your door. Lord Mephisto became a dog. The Ancient One is immortal, Mephisto's true form, and he doesn't even dare to step on it with a toe. Moreover, everyone knows how shameless Ancient One is. What? Why do you think everyone can guess that Mephisto was killed and turned into a dog? Now they have become cannon fodder, becoming cannon fodder for exploring Blue Star. Please rest assured, Lord, I can definitely complete it. Skeleton mage, shepherd who eats mutton, say it quickly. Subordinates take orders. What do you mean, Lao Mo? The properties of the Dark Land are not clearly explained. My subordinates will definitely complete the mission. A group of demons took the order and hurriedly ran around to plunder the creatures. Mephisto surrendered. Mephisto showed a kind smile. If you satisfy me, I will terminate your life contract. If you dissatisfy me, I don't mind swallowing the soul of a lord demon to draw strength. Several powerful demons ran around and gathered together, their heads buzzing. There are many types of dark attribute subdivisions: evil, depravity, darkness, blood, death, decay, plague, etc. No matter how seriously injured the Ancient One is, he is still the Supreme One, literally in the mouth. Ancient One's reputation was built on the brains of powerful demons and creatures from different dimensions. Demons, you look at me, I look at you, I don't know why. Mephisto's head was blown off. Have you ever heard of idols? The skeleton mage touched the skull in his hand and said calmly, I have a way to gather a large number of humans in a short period of time. What is an idol? I don't know, try your best. Now their new master is a demon king named Tony. To reach the realm of Mephisto, even if the ashes of the Ancient One were buried here in Blue Star, he would have to test it for 100 years and send out 70 or 80 demons to take turns to test it before he dared to try to expand. The demons looked confused. Dr. Octopus stared at the reagent in front of him, lost in thought. What is darkness? Entropy increases, breaks order, and creates chaos. The mechanical arm behind Dr. Octopus shook proudly, urging him to start his next plan. Dr. Octopus put the reagent into the transmitter and locked the target in a small town outside the city. So, is it considered dark to start the path of human evolution and increase entropy? The transmitter quietly launched the palm-sized missile toward the clouds in the distance. 10 minutes later, the reagent exploded in the clouds. A steady drizzle fell from the sky, covering the small town under the clouds. A farmer was driving an excavator to loosen the soil. When he saw the rain outside, he grinned and stretched out his hand. The ground can be loosened. Rainwater seeped into his palms, and microscopic molecules invaded his DNA and were rapidly transformed. The blockade of DNA in the body is broken. The farmer suddenly felt very hungry, and his eyes began to turn red. He jumped out of the car and made 2 holes in the ground. In the pasture not far away, the eyes of the cows turned scarlet and exposed their big mouths that mutated into sharp fangs to their companions. Blood splattered everywhere. The cow that killed its companion became stronger and began to drink the blood of its companion crazily. The farmer fell into madness, the nails on his hands became sharp, and the muscles all over his body piled up. He quickly rushed towards the cow, biting the cow's meat and swallowing the cow's blood. As the devouring intensified, his body became extra strong. I don't know how much time passed, but the pasture was a pool of blood and there was no life around. The farmer raised his head blankly and saw his family members biting cow meat. At this moment, their bodies became extraordinarily strong and all their clothes were blown away, leaving no trace on their bodies. What happened? Dr. Octopus looked at the mask that appeared out of thin air in front of him and picked it up with his robotic arm. Weird mask. What ingredients is it made of? The next moment, the mask fell on his face and integrated quickly. Dr. Octopus was shocked, and the robotic arm came up and tore at it frantically, trying to tear it off. The robotic arm that had just reached near the cheek suddenly stopped moving. Dr. Octopus slowly raised his head with a distorted smile on his mask. Wang, I Lesu the Octopus am back. Tony repaired the villa and just sat down when he heard the notification tone. Dr. Octopus has completed the mission and has integrated the Lesu mask. Tony was a little surprised. Hey, how did he accomplish it? He opened the record and glanced at it and was quite interested in Dr. Octopus's operations. Yes, it turns out to be biological evolution. Spider-Man has completed the mission and has integrated Bart's mask. Little Spider-Man's is a bit slow. Spider-Man raised his arm, split the mature venom into pieces, and sprinkled it into the reservoir. The symbionts climbed out of the water pipe and quickly climbed onto the nearest creature. Human beings screamed and fell to the ground, frantically tearing at the symbiote on their bodies, but to no avail. Soon, the integration of the symbiotes and humans was completed, and sets of similar but different jet-black combat uniforms appeared. The humans who had integrated the symbiote walked onto the street, their eyes flashing with scarlet light. Human beings, you look at me and I look at you, all showing ferocious smiles. The next moment, the humans looked at the dark figure at the top of the reservoir and raised their hands. King, King. The sky was covered with dark clouds, streaks of thunder flashed, and heavy rain fell. Spider-Man stood on the water tower, staring coldly at the beings at his feet. Kill, expand, make this world our world. Kill, kill, kill. Each human being laughed wildly and raised his hands, and the symbiotes transformed them into different types of cold weapons. The dark symbiotic humans laughed wildly, leaped up, and ran towards the distant town. A mask falls into Spider-Man's hands. Spider-Man felt the familiar dark power on it, grinned, held it with both hands, and put it on. From the shadows, countless black shadow nightbats came out, knelt on the ground respectfully, and bowed their heads to Spider-Man. I, Spider-Bart, have arrived. Tony touched his chin. So the definition of the dark place is sin, chaos, killing, betrayal. Loki's place of sin, Dr. Octopus's place of chaos, Spider-Man's place of killing, and Bucky's place of betrayal. The essence of darkness breaks the order, and all creatures are extremely equal, either become stronger and survive or die, and no one will be left. Tony blinked, his eyes seeming to see through the void. A symbiote killed a wild wolf, absorbed the wolf's power, and became stronger, a dark place based on endless chaos and devouring. As you command, King. Funny, it's Nick Fury's backup. As you command, King. The power of the starry sky penetrated the dark cloud, stayed in the sky for a while, and then quickly flew away into the distance. The darkness of the sky absorbs all the energy and spreads it on the ground. The plants on the ground absorb this energy and support the mutated animals in the darkness. The flowers, plants, and trees on the ground mutate rapidly, transforming into dark plants that rely on heat energy to grow. The energy of the dark place quickly gathered towards Tony. As you command, King. The black shadow hunting pincers lifted the evolved body in front of Bucky. Shield, is it Captain Marvel? Tony raised his head in surprise and looked at the sky. An inexplicable heartbeat was born. The people of darkness were hunted by the strong again. Bucky raised his hand and completely drained the dark power from his body. Mutated animals are hunted by the people of darkness. Tony's mouth twitched slightly. I didn't expect this dark expansion to be so scientific. The origin of the generals is connected to Tony, the king of the Shadow Kingdom. All the remaining order was torn to pieces. This symbiote was killed by Dr. Octopus's dark evolution, which turned on its superpower and could shatter objects. Unfortunately, Captain Marvel, you're too late. Before the dark evolutionary body could feel proud, a sharp claw pierced him, and poison flowed from it, quickly corroding and weakening him. Tony looked towards the direction where the star power was flying and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The strong men were devoured by the generals. When Tony saw this, he understood in his heart. Destroy all order and maximize energy utilization. After expanding to the level of a small country, it stops growing and accumulates strength. Tony sat in his chair, watching the darkness bring him the picture. A star power no less powerful than the Ancient One descended on Blue Star. Tony looked up at the sky. Layers of darkness enveloped the sky as the people of darkness expanded. Tony stretched out his hand and used the power of shadow to communicate with the Alliance members. The deep darkness absorbed all the light, and it became extremely hot under the darkness, and the temperature continued to rise. The members of the Dark Alliance need time to digest these powers. In the Dark Land, there is only one order, the killing order of the weak and the strong. His strength is continuously increasing. Captain Marvel followed the signal and flew directly to Shield's sky carrier, his face as gloomy as roasted corn. She landed directly on the deck of the sky aircraft carrier, ignoring the turbulence in the air around her. The sky aircraft carrier in stealth mode fell towards the sea. When the sky carrier landed on the sea, groups of armed agents ran out of the carrier and aimed their weapons at her. Coulson trotted out in a hurry. Put it down, this is not an enemy. Captain Marvel opened his perception and frowned. Where's Fury? Nick Fury. Coulson looked sad. Death in battle. Well, die in battle. It is also the destination of glory for warriors. Captain Marvel turned his head and looked at the dark clouds covering a large area of the sky in the distance. It was his hand, right? Right? Captain Marvel looked solemn and said seriously, it seems I can't beat him. When Coulson received this expected answer, he wanted to laugh to lighten the atmosphere, but he couldn't. Many strong men have died in Tony's hands. Nick Fury always felt that Tony was a huge amount of threat, a threat to everyone. Facts have proved that Nick Fury's judgment was not wrong. Tony completely broke his skin and revealed his true face, releasing a kind of dark cloud that could change the environment, completely transforming large areas of the sky and the earth. That's a dark place. In that world shrouded in darkness, all creatures embrace the most essential killing and evolution, completely crushing the order. This is a national war-level threat. Coulson stood there and just sighed. Don't you have the slightest idea? The universe is big and I can find you a new home. I just tried to disperse those dark clouds, but they quickly returned, unless I could eradicate the root cause. Captain Marvel shook his head regretfully. An expert will know if there is one as soon as he takes action. As someone who has fought against an army of Kree space battleships, she was able to easily smash the space battleships without getting hurt. But she could only dispel that dark cloud temporarily, but could not eradicate it. Captain Marvel knows very well what this means. Coulson looked a little haggard. If we put the nuclear bomb. If you cannot kill the root cause instantly, you will create a more powerful enemy with your own hands. Captain Marvel raised her hand and pointed it at the sea. The next second, a large amount of blue energy particles emerged from the sea and flew into her hand. Inexplicably, everyone felt that the nearby sea had become weak. It's a weird feeling, but everyone can feel it. You haven't observed in outer space, so you don't know that it's normal. Those dark places are just like me. They can constantly swallow up all the energy nearby. Coulson's face suddenly turned ugly. You mean? Even if we don't attack, that demon is still absorbing energy every minute and second. This is an enemy that has swallowed up the world. It is not something I can deal with. Captain Marvel has cosmic-level perception ability and is very aware of how powerful his enemies are, even if she reluctantly expels the other party. Blue Star's environment will also suffer huge and irreversible damage. Ordinary humans cannot withstand such a blow, and those dark creatures can. Coulson took out a ring from his arms and handed it over. This was given to me by a magician named Ancient One. He said that if a strong man comes, I can go to him. He had a fight with Tony. Captain Marvel was a little surprised and asked, "Win or lose?" Coulson's mouth twitched. He carried the entire alien space and ran away with his temple and mountains. Captain Marvel choked, very, very tactical. In the dark dimension, Dormammu drank heavily from the wine bottle smelling of alcohol. A space wave rippled, and the figure of the Ancient One came out of the dark dimension. When Dormammu saw the Ancient One, his eyes turned red. He picked up the wine bottle and smashed it at it. "How dare you come here?" The wine bottle passed through the Ancient One's figure and hit the constantly twisting pitch-black ground. Ancient One spread his hands. "I was once half the master of the dark dimension. I just went home to see my dear neighbors." Dormammu rage, his hair stood on end, and his anger almost burst out of his chest. "Tony got half of the mark of the dark dimension, now I can only wait to die." The Ancient One smiled very brightly. "Then give up the other half of the mark of the dark dimension to me, and I will bear the anger for you." Dormammu picked up a stone spear and thrust it angrily. The stone spear passed through the duplication and was stuck on the ground, the spear body trembling continuously. The Ancient One was originally a supreme mage who could run away at any time. That's not him, he lives off the dark dimension. I have offended the lords of countless dimensions. Without the origin of the dark dimension, they would kill me. Dormammu is not a kind person, and his journey to make a fortune can be condensed into one sentence. Stab your neighbor in the waist all the time. He not only likes to poke the waist of the Ancient One, but also likes to poke the waist of the lords of other dimensions. Unfortunately, part of the waist survived, and they were more than willing to spend half their lives stabbing Dome through the waist. Some people with more lives are even willing to take one or more lives. The Ancient One's smile grew brighter. "I really appreciate the heart-to-heart friendship between you dark creatures more and more. Literally dig out the heart and lungs." Dormammu's heart was bleeding and he held his head in his hands. "I will die, I will die, I will die. Give up the dark mark, this part of the dark mark will definitely fall into Tony's hands." Having lost his dark origin, he will be stabbed in the waist by his neighbors. The neighbors will also sing and celebrate the fact that the grass on Dormammu's grave is 3 feet high. Don't give up the dark mark. Dormammu has already felt that the other half of the dark dimension is rapidly transforming into another dark attribute. It won't take long. Tony would come and take his loot himself. This feeling is like watching the death knell ringing in front of you and you are helpless in despair. "Actually, I have a good way to keep you alive and help you eliminate your old enemy." Dormammu instinctively wanted to refuse. The last time he believed in this grandson, his life was almost destroyed, but there was nothing he could do now. Dormammu's expression was as exciting as falling into a diepoke, constantly changing. Ancient One was not in a hurry and looked at him with a smile. After a long time, Dormammu asked through gritted teeth, "What can I do?" "Give lambs to the lion, more lambs. The lion won't care about the flesh of your half-dead sheep." Dormammu's expression suddenly became extremely exciting. "You are not a human being, but you, the Ancient One, are not even a thing." Ancient One chuckled. "When the origin of an entire dimension is placed in front of you, will you still care about a semi-crippled origin?" Damu took a deep breath and almost roared. Do you really want me to offend all the other dimension lords to death? In the past, for offenses as high as stabbing each other in the waist, everyone could stab each other a few more times to get it over with, and the worst would be to raise the ashes. Because this is a civil war in the dark world. If you become this kind of devil, the nature will be different. In the entire dark multi-dimensional dimension, there will no longer be a place for his Damamu. Do you have any other ideas? Ancient One did not answer, but took out a spell book and placed it on the ground. This is a spell that temporarily transfers the teleportation coordinates. After saying that, Ancient One's duplication escaped into the void and returned to Blue Star. Damamu looked at the spell book on the ground with an extremely excited expression. Does he have a choice? Or his head will be blown off, or the enemy's dog head will be blown off. I'm sorry, my neighbors, I will remember your great contribution. Hot tears welled up in Damamu's eyes, and he sucked the spell book into his hand. The Ancient One returned to Blue Star and saw a portal rising in front of him, and a woman wearing a blue and white battle uniform walked out of it. Captain Marvel's face was solemn. You are very strong. I didn't expect there to be someone as strong as you on Blue Star. This is a strong man on the same level as Tony. In terms of strength, he is second only to Tony with half an arm. Ancient One pointed to the chair. Please sit down, I believe we have a common enemy, the big devil Tony. Captain Marvel sat on the chair and was very curious. I can feel the traces of energy blessing beyond the planet level on your body. Even you can't beat Tony. Ancient One shook his head. At the same level, my body is very powerful, but Tony's body is even more powerful. I can compete with him in a short period of time with spells, but I can only last 10 minutes. His body is immortal, but I can't. Ancient One can easily contain the origin of a world. But if you talk about two, it can be done for a short time, but it will easily burst your belly over time. It's not that the Ancient One is incompetent. As a supreme level, it has a long history of improving any shortcomings to a transcendent level. But Tony is too perverted. The Ancient One knew very well that Tony had definitely devoured a world with a strong energy level, not to mention that he still had two major sources of darkness in him. It's not that we don't have enough strength, but the enemy has Gundam. Captain Marvel frowned, counting me in. What are the chances of winning? 3 to 7, we are 3, Tony is 7. Captain Marvel frowned, I can find you a new home. Ancient One's eyes lit up, okay, no. I mean we can accumulate strength and still have a chance of winning. The moment Captain Marvel just said that, the Ancient One even thought of the name of his new home. His eyes looking at Captain Marvel became softer and softer. This is a great talent. A perfect supreme reserve. A strong person who cannot run away will have long since died on the road to growth. Being able to run away is the basic operation of the peak powerhouse. Captain Marvel twitched his mouth, feeling a little uncomfortable with Ancient One's reaction. She had never seen someone so strong yet so cowardly, so she asked, how do you accumulate strength? I have seen countless futures through the time stone. We need to wait for the moment when the heroes arrive. Then how do you hold Tony back? Captain Marvel didn't believe that the big devil would give up searching for his enemies. The corners of Ancient One's mouth rose crazily. Don't worry, someone will hold Tony back for us. In order to survive, he will risk his life to do this well. Literally risk your life to do it. If you don't do it well, your life will be lost. Captain Marvel was confused. I can only say that everyone who understands understands, and I can't explain what I don't understand. After all, as a person in the game, I can't say much. Ancient One still wants to be proud. This kind of thing is not suitable to talk to his comrades. Otherwise, it will be difficult to cheat teammates. Captain Marvel instinctively felt that this was a trap operation and raised his eyebrows. Okay, what can I do? You can help us find a new home first. The sooner the better. I'm afraid Tony will come and blow my head off tomorrow. Captain Marvel was almost moved to the waist by this arrogant turn and said speechlessly, you are a peak powerhouse after all. Why are you so cautious? To be so cowardly is absolutely incredible. Well. As a human being, you need to be more cowardly to live longer. Captain Marvel swallowed back the word coward that was about to come to his lips. In the villa, Tony looked in the direction of Shield and stopped paying attention. The biggest gain by far is Darklands. Ancient One had lost half of his strength and could no longer stop him. Damamu is waiting to die now, not to mention that he now holds half of the Dark Dimension mark. Even if Captain Marvel turns on the dual star mode, he, Tony, is confident of suppressing her and blowing her brains out. The rest are just snacks. Eating a snack occasionally can adjust your life. If you keep eating snacks, you will be hungry. After taking control of the dark place, Tony became obsessed with this feeling of getting stronger just by lying down. It's such a joy to be the devil. Bucky, wearing Cabo's mask, walked out of the shadows and knelt on one knee in front of him. As you command, it would be a shame to die. Buzz buzz, drip, let all living beings understand that only the weak and the strong can bring about the most extreme fairness. Tell me, Damu knew that guy would definitely die. Damu felt that the space force that was about to approach the dark dimension was refracted to other dimensions. A clear cry. As long as you play hard, you can always become stronger. Tony leaned on his chair and admired his generals. My people, wait for the army to gather. The day the army gathers will be when we attack again. The magic circle suddenly began to buzz, emitting a dark purple light reflecting Damush's purple face. You guys will take care of the remaining members for me. I'm going to the dark dimension to collect some interest. Damamu believed that Tony would be more than happy to roughly crush space and tear apart the dark dimension in the wildest way to meet him. Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man, and General Razzo came out of the shadows and knelt on one knee in front of him. The Ancient One, a coward with two thighs so thick, was forced to give up the mark of darkness. Cruel and cold killing is the essence of this world. Tony paused and then said, they can die, but they can only die in my hands. If an outsider wants to kill them, you can stop them for me. If you can't stop them, I will take action. Neighbor, you have to hold on. Yes, everyone. As for resisting Tony, Damamu couldn't bear the thought at all. What can a weak, pitiful, and helpless Dark Lord like myself do? This is the gift Damamu carefully selected for Tony. Dr. Octopus raised his head and said respectfully, King, I want to offer you some advice. Tony raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Yes. It belongs to the Dark Origin that Tony can just fight and like. If he didn't do this well. Tony said no more, looked forward, and waved to open the portal to the Dark Dimension. Please ask the king to establish a Dark Order and start a dictatorial order. By doing this, the king can become stronger faster, and the Shadow Kingdom will be stronger. Damamu looked up into the distance, feeling the fluctuations in the target dimension, and tears flowed down. But he hopes to hold on longer, because only in this way can he live for a while longer. At any rate, these seedlings are expected to become strong enough to fight for themselves in all directions. The hypocritical Bright Order will be completely torn to pieces. He breathed a long sigh of relief and slumped down on the throne. I can only survive by cheating a few neighbors. Damamu nervously carved the magic circle on the fallen planet. Tony was in the boundless space, looking at the dead planets floating around, a little surprised. In the dark dimension, do you like floating bones and slag? He calibrated the coordinates with the dark dimension mark, and his expression became a little exciting. Is this another dimension? Is there something in the dark dimension that makes the teleportation deviate from the original direction? Tony raised his eyebrows. As expected of an old guy, he still has some skills. But do you think you can stop me like this? Immediately a space will bend and drift. With full strength you will crash into it. Use your head to reflect my transmission. Mark of the Dark Dimension, Damu, how dare you, an animal, come to my territory? A roar came from behind many dead planets. A 10-meter-tall white bone giant wearing white bone armor and holding a giant bone sword rushed out of space, the fire of the soul in his eye sockets exploding. Tony stopped the transmission, his nose moved slightly, and he smelled the seductive dark breath, compared to the leftovers of Damamu. He was more interested in the Dark Lord of Death before him. The Lord of Bones was stared at by Tony, and Soul Fire felt a strong threat inexplicably. He braked suddenly and stopped, holding the giant sword in front of him. It's not Damamu, who are you, Ancient One? He had somewhat heard of what happened to his neighbor next door. Since the conflict between Damamu and Ancient One, the frequency of Damamu coming to harm them has dropped significantly. Damamu was either beaten hard by the Ancient One, or on his way to being beaten hard. He can be called an indomitable leader in the dark world. At one time, everyone was afraid of Damamu by 300,000. It's so weird, I've never seen anything like this before. At first, everyone didn't understand how many tons of water went into this Yumu's brain, and he insisted on fighting with a supreme being. Later, I found out that it was the supreme mage who shamelessly attacked Damu and stole half of the Dark Mark. It was extremely tragic, and the lords who heard this incident celebrated with great sympathy for several years. Lord Bones quietly took 2 steps back and sent a message to the surrounding dimensions. Ancient One, I have no enmity with you, what are you doing here? Damamu has 2 brushes anyway, and they were both bullied by the Ancient One and often went home to visit. He doesn't want to fight with a B****ch like Ancient One. Now, he has contacted the lords of the surrounding dimensions. I believe everyone is very interested in the group fight Ancient One, who would let go of half the origin of a dimension, left the place of origin. Which onion are you? After hearing this guy's words, Tony immediately laughed. That's right, I am doing the right thing, and I am none other than the famous Supreme Mage Ancient One. Dark Lord, surrender, I will spare your life. The soul fire in the Bone Lord's eyes exploded, almost burning the entire Bone Lord's skull. Ancient One, don't be arrogant. If you can, wait for me for 2 minutes and let me adjust my condition. See if I don't beat you to death. Anger returns to anger, anger returns to anger. I would never dare to challenge him one-on-one. If it is said that Duamu is a strong man, then Ancient One is the leader in the multi-dimensional wizard world. The name of a person, the shadow of a tree, you should be cowardly or you should be cowardly. Tony was not in a hurry. He used the mark of the dark dimension to cover up the power of the Shadow Kingdom on his body and watched the Bone Lord perform the show with his arms crossed. Fighting one person is a fight, and fighting a group is also a fight. The Bone Lord slowly mobilized the power of the Source of Death to build a temporary channel for his neighbors to teleport over. In less than 3 minutes, 3 or 4 portals lit up around the space. Haha, Damu, you are going to die. Not Damu. K, Bones, you tricked us. This can't be the Ancient One, right? White Bones, if you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I and the Ancient One will kill you together. Everyone is very confident about playing Damamu, fight Ancient One. Damamu, who often comes home to visit next door, is enough for everyone to understand what kind of role Ancient One is. Lord Bones straightened his back when he saw everyone coming, and his soul fire was floating wildly with excitement. Tony smiled brightly as he watched their hands and feet move tightly to fill up the surrounding space. Ancient One, we don't have any requirements. As long as you hand over the dark mark, everyone will be in peace, if not. The Lord of Decay was slapped so hard that his head was buzzing, and his whole body was spinning rapidly like a top. Are you trying to start a fight, or do you want to kill me and the Ancient One together? The heads of the lords were buzzing, half of their faces were numb, and they were still spinning like tops in space. Snapped! The Lord of Decay hurriedly rushed forward with his claws, trying to intercept Tony. Lord Bones felt that his skeleton was rapidly falling apart in just a few breaths. He was severely affected by these bombings. He was scared and angry, and he was furious. If I die, I will directly detonate the source of the dimension and everyone will die together. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of all the lords lit up. This restriction is for everyone. Several lords around saw it and were very frightened. If Ancient One could get half of the source, everyone would be able to live a good life in the future. Those with claws use their claws, and those with hammers directly hit them. It can be said that each shows his magical power. The Dimension Lords hurriedly put aside their own petty thoughts and came to start the fight in person. The Bone Lord's soul fire instantly turned red and he shouted, "Stop him, my origin." When everyone thought of the days when they were tricked by Damamu to the point where they couldn't even lift their pants, the goal of this fight was immediately clear. Lord Bones was startled, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block and released his shield technique to increase his defense. Everyone, come together. I, the Ancient One, have never been afraid of you dirty dark creatures. Today I will represent the light and kill all of you guys. All around him, various dark magic and energy pillars bombarded Tony directly. Why do you, a mage, play melee combat? Dark Seal. As long as we get the Dark Seal, Damamu will definitely die. We just need to let the Ancient One hand over the Dark Seal. Is this Ancient One seriously ill? Tony directly used the rabbit charm to speed up and raised his palm as fast as light. A violent explosion overwhelmed Tony and the Bone Lord. One by one, the lords sharpened their swords, took out their weapons, held spells in their hands, and laughed sinisterly. He shouted a righteous slogan and rushed directly towards the Lord of Bones. Tony reached into the main body of the Bone Lord, tore off half of the Bone Lord's essence, swallowed it, and began to retreat. Haha, I believe even you, Ancient One, would not dare to provoke 4-dimensional lords at the same time. The remaining 2 lords braked quickly. The Bone Lord's head was buzzing from the beating, bones were flying, and soul fire shrank into a ball in fear. Save me, save me, save me. The Ancient One can run, but the dark mark must remain. Come here, forbidden in the upper space. Don't let our dear Archmage Ancient One escape. Everyone was shocked, but they didn't expect that the Ancient One could be so arrogant and rushed forward to bombard Tony with black magic. An evil smile appeared on Tony's face, and he slapped each of the remaining 2 lords. Tony didn't bother with the innocuous attacks and directly grabbed the Bone Lord and beat him severely. Pa. Tony withdrew to a certain distance and looked at these Dimension Lords funny. His original goal was to get half of the source to help him improve his strength. After all, it takes time to digest the source. But now he thought of a good way. The Dimension Lords stopped, their eyes almost bursting with anger. They are dignified Dimension Lords. He actually got slapped in the mouth. Ancient One, do you know how much harm this big mouth can do to everyone's soul? Ancient One, you must die today. Tony cleared his throat and said loudly, retarded Dark Lords. I, the Ancient One, will never change my name when I work or my surname when I sit down. I live on the blue star. This is my space coordinate. If you have the ability, come and beat me. After saying that, Tony used the rabbit charm and magic power to forcefully break the confinement and run away. He left the Ancient One's magic power fluctuation characteristics in place, as well as the space coordinates of Blue Star, and even more thoughtfully left the different space information fluctuations used by the Ancient One. The Dimension Lords were angry, furious, rage, furious. Ancient One, you asterisk, mom asterisk, turtle. Immortal Banban, asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Why the hell do you still want to live after you slap us so hard? I can give up my life, but you will die. Lord Bones was so angry that he exploded and picked up his sword. Build a dimensional portal, I'm going to kill this guy. Not only did he lose half of his origins. My head is still buzzing now, I was slapped countless times by the Ancient One. He must die. If I don't die, I won't mix in the multi-dimensional dark dimension in the future. Yes, beat him to death. F asterisk asterisk K him. Ancient One and Captain Marvel sat in line and drank tea obediently. Ancient One was drinking tea while thinking about who to trick next. His eyes lit up and he thought of an old purple farmer. Captain Marvel, please help me look after my house while I look for Thanos. Captain Marvel had just finished drinking tea and was going to find a new home for the Ancient One. When he heard this, he sat down and said, okay. As a warrior, she is more than happy to follow orders. The Ancient One used the time stone to calculate Thanos' location and directly opened the portal to outer space. Thanos was sitting on the throne, drinking berry wine, and the 5 obsidian generals were standing in the hall reporting on the battle situation. A portal lit up in the hall and the Ancient One walked out of the portal. Thanos saw this and sneered, Master, are you playing your tricks again? Thanos' overall strength is half as weak as the Ancient One, but because he is loved by the god of death, he has extremely high immortality and an extremely powerful body. Despite his appearance, he is actually a typical magician and martial artist, with top-notch fists and brains. Behind his back, he is also a multi-field scientist, magic master, blacksmith master, etc. because of this situation. The battle situation between the two sides was very embarrassing. Ancient One was no weaker than him and was as knowledgeable as him. The situation is that you can't kill me and I can't kill you, but we all have the ability to disgust each other to death. The Ancient One occasionally got interested and used the power of time to send duplication to fight Thanos and also beat up the 5 obsidian generals in an attempt to weaken Thanos' power. However, Thanos still values his subordinates very much, and the Ancient One has never succeeded. Seeing this, Ebony Throat stepped forward with a sarcastic face and directly took the picture. Mage, please stop playing tricks like yours. My lord, I don't like this kind of tricks. He can't beat me. Can he still not beat duplication? Really can't beat it, so what? Beat me to death if you can. The best you can do is beat me to half death. This guy, I have to pretend. I must let out these cruel words. This is called momentum. Haha, Mage, you said sending a duplication is useless. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Aren't you just trying to perform a trick for us adults? Ha 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 ha, Corvus Glaive, you can still talk. The 5 obsidian generals laughed and mocked the Ancient One. You can't beat him. However, Father Mai is by his side. Taunts must be filled up, tasty enough. When Thanos saw this, he sneered, threw the wine glass and hit the Ancient One. Ebony Throat slapped the Ancient One's shoulder hard and the slap was firm, solid, and steady. His face was arrogant, as proud as if he had destroyed his father, and he relied on his arrogance that his ability was not weak. After a real slap, he was extremely distorted in an instant. Fear, despair, horror, the whole face was distorted. Ancient One stretched out his hand and caught the wine glass. The wine in the wine glass spilled on his body and stained the mage's robe. The atmosphere in the hall became extremely solemn for a moment. Depend on, this is not duplication, it's me. Corvus Glaive jumped up, rolled and crawled towards Thanos' throne and accidentally knocked down Black Dwarf. Black Dwarf souls emerged, using their hands and feet, running towards the throne like a dog. Proxima Midnight and the super giant rolled into a ball, rolling directly towards the throne and stopped only after hitting the throne. The Dark Knights hid behind Thanos almost in a breath, only daring to stick their heads out behind the throne. Thanos was so frightened that he hurriedly summoned his armor and double-edged machete, tensed up and stood up on guard. Life is shortened, the Ancient One is here, this grandson is serious. When duplication comes, everyone laughs and then gets a beating. It's no big deal, not dead anyway, joke. The Ancient One squeezed his shoulder. Even though Ancient One is a mage, his original strength is not weak. He can do push-ups while carrying a space battleship. Ebony Throat was about to cry and his face turned green with regret. A demon king appeared on Blue Star named Tony. He has several infinity stones in his hand. I suggest you hurry up. He wants to transform the universe into a dark universe. If he succeeds, your mission will never be realized again. Deadly, but now that I am here, this is another concept. Ancient One pressed his ebony throat with his left hand, took out the time gem in his right hand and held it with a bright smile. Have you ever heard of a time bomb? Big, sir. If I go back now, is it still too late? Ebony Throat felt the explosive magic power under the strong muscles, and his legs were trembling. Oh, I don't believe it. Ebony Throat is a grandson. Everyone else's words are credible, but Ancient One cannot trust even a single punctuation mark. Ancient One smiled and patted Ebony Throat on the shoulder. You're thinner, eat more meat. He is such a sexy B******ch. He stepped back twice. His shoulders were so painful from being pinched that he didn't dare to move anymore. Even if it is half a hand strong, it is still strong. Do you think he dares to go there by himself? He doesn't dare. After all, a tank mage is also called a mage. One kind will kill you, but not immediately. It is very powerful. Thanos wanted to take 2 steps back, but found that he was on the throne and could no longer retreat. His expression remained calm. Ancient One, what do you want to do? Tears fell from Ebony's throat and he wanted to step back. Hey, thank you, Master, for caring. One is fatal immediately. If ranking based on strength and seniority, Ancient One is his ancestor. Thanos' mouth twitched wildly. Okay, I believe it. Ancient One smiled kindly. I'm telling the truth. Ebony Throat was about to cry and his voice was trembling. My lord, save me. There are 2 types of time spells. The Ancient One stays on Blue Star. He slapped me in the face. Thanos' face changed. How many pieces are you trying to trick me? If you don't believe it, I will use the Ebony Throat as a sacrifice to make a time bomb. It's not because I can't beat him. Using the truth to deceive people is called realm. Upon seeing this, Ancient One was very satisfied, took away the time stone, and patted Ebony Throat on the shoulder. Remember to eat stronger so I won't feel burped next time when I hit you. After saying that, he directly released the portal and ran away smoothly without any sloppiness. When Ancient One ran away and disappeared, Ebony Throat sat slumped on the floor, covered in cold sweat. The 4 obsidian generals breathed a sigh of relief and climbed out from behind the throne. Thanos put away the double-edged machete and breathed a sigh of relief. I forgot to remind you that the Demon King is very strong. After you come to Blue Star, you can join forces with me. The Ancient One came back again, poked his head out of the portal, and reminded him thoughtfully. Thanos was so frightened that the double-edged machete was inserted directly into his toes. A moment. The soul is lonely and everything is silent. When Ancient One saw this, he took a deep breath, couldn't help but curl up his toes and retreated into the portal. The 5 obsidian generals looked at Thanos' toes in shock. Thanos was sweating like rain, enduring the severe pain, and his voice was trembling. Call the doctor. The Ancient One left the portal and was in the outer space of the Blue Star. He needs to go to Blue Star space first before he can accurately teleport home. Ancient One, your mother is dead. Kill him. Everyone stand shoulder to shoulder. Just enlarge your moves, don't skimp. Ancient One had just built half of the portal when he looked up and saw 4 Dark Dimension Lords rushing over like their parents had died suddenly. What the hell? Everyone has something to say. Captain Marvel was sitting in the temple hut sipping tea. The portal lights up and the Ancient One steps out. Captain Marvel raised his head. Come back. Hiss, did your face hit a meteorite? With a bruised nose and a swollen face, the Ancient One used magic to create ice cubes and applied it to his face, then sat down with a depressed look on his face. I'm thinking seriously about a problem. What is the problem? Do I want to live on another planet? He had just interacted with the Lords of the Dark Dimension, and everyone was very enthusiastic. After being slapped a few times by Ancient One, the Lords of the Dark Dimension suddenly realized the truth of loving each other and being a family, and expressed their desire to build a harmonious universe and make great contributions to the love of the universe. We are all from the same universe. It is necessary to force the Ancient One to blow their heads off. The Ancient One placed the magic sword on the necks of the Dark Lords, and the 2 sides had friendly talks and in-depth exchanges. The Lord of Decay was struck with swords several times. In the end, the misunderstanding was resolved amicably, and both sides, bruised and bruised, went back to their homes to find their respective mothers. Captain Marvel was confused. Living on another planet, what's wrong? It's nothing, I just suddenly discovered that there is another mountain higher than the other. Ancient One looked melancholy and continued to sigh. In terms of not being a human being, I am still a bit young. I can only cheat one at a time. This grandson is nothing more than a thing, laughing at the crowd, steal the source of the dimension lord and run away, and everyone got a big slap in the face. What's more, I left him the Ancient One's name and magic power fluctuation characteristics. There is also the blue constellation mark and space fluctuation characteristics. It's so delicate, I'm afraid that others won't be able to kill him. Dog, dog, dog. Tony stayed in the villa, looking at the excessive fluctuations left in outer space, with the corners of his mouth raised crazily. Interesting, you Ancient One was also ambushed one day. King, how do you feel about this battle? It went well. In order to survive, Damu led my teleportation coordinates to the Death Dimension. I got half of the origin of the Death Dimension. Dr. Octopus choked up and was shocked by this wave of sexual manipulation. Then, King, do you need us to attack the Dark Dimension? Tony waved his hand with a smile. No, with Dumu here, we don't have to worry about the coordinates of the Dark Dimension. He can bring greater value if he is alive. Who can refuse the joy of enjoying the autumn breeze every day? The moment the value is squeezed out, Dormammu will die. King, the results from Loki's side are about to come out. Yeah, Tony sat on the chair and looked in the direction of Loki, his vision passing through the infinite darkness. Loki stepped on Hela's chest and showed a victor's smile, but the blood around his mouth ruined his image. My dear sister, you are no longer invincible without Asgard. Hela is still strong, but without Asgard providing her with a steady stream of power, she is now too weak. Hela grabbed his feet and struggled to lift them up, but found that Blackened Loki's strength far exceeded her own. I can't even shake him now. Loki waved his hand and the lava troll came out of the darkness. Sister, tell me, why bother? What are you trying to do? Hela moved her mouth and spat on Loki's face. Traitor, I should have killed you in the first place. Loki wiped the saliva from his face and smiled kindly. No ifs, my dear sister. Oh, I almost forgot, we are not related by blood. Let her go. A bolt of thunder fell from the sky and struck Loki, and Hela on the ground also received a lot of thunder. Thor holds Thor's hammer and strives to release thunder. Half of Loki's body was numb and electricity flashed across his body. He used the power of darkness to dissipate it and felt much better. He turned his head and looked at his brother with a cold smile. My dear brother, what on earth are you doing? Thor's eyes were complicated and his mouth opened, but he didn't know what to say. He could only tighten the weapon in his hand. Loki, none of us among the gods would succumb to evil. Heth, if you don't like it, call it evil. Heth, you have everything in your life, so you naturally don't understand how I feel. Heth, do you think I like my past life? His name is Prince, but he is actually a hostage. It doesn't make sense. I should have killed you. I should have killed you long ago. Hela covered her neck with both hands and looked at him in pain, making a loud sound of leaking wind in her throat. Asgard was tricked by you and Tony. The gods did not dare to openly attack him, but those cold eyes and hatred and hostility corroded his soul like venom. Bang, tamed and sealed by young Odin for his son. Now, poof. Threads of thunder surrounded Thor, and the Thor hammer in his hand was on the verge of breaking, but the power of thunder in the hammer was increasing rapidly. Storm of the gods free, my father was killed by you and Tony. The seeds of hatred have long been planted. He just wants to live freely, but not completely free. Loki sneered, Thor, even if you want to, my sister also died in front of me. What's going on? I blacken, are you cheating? Loki's eyes almost popped out of his head when he looked at the rapidly increasing divine power in him. This is unreasonable. Warm blood fell from his face, but Loki felt a little cold in his body and even colder in his heart. Loki stepped on Hela, raised the scepter in his hand and stabbed it in Thor's disbelieving eyes. Loki instinctively felt a death crisis. Loki was lying on the ground, the teeth in half of his mouth were loosening, and he was holding himself up with his hands in confusion. I shouldn't have expected you to look back. Storm of the gods, the power source sealed in Thor's hammer. Thor held up the shattered but not completely shattered Thor hammer and roared. Storm of the gods. Thor roared angrily and rushed forward brandishing Thor's hammer. Loki, you be ******D. Blood spurted all over the floor. Loki lowered his head with Hela's blood dripping on his face and said softly, My dear sister, you shouldn't come back. Thor's eyes were already occupied by white thunder and his anger level was full. Loki, you beast, I'm going to kill you. Loki was hit hard on the face, and a few white teeth mixed with blood flew out, and he smashed directly into the wall. However, there are always people who want him to die. This is an interstellar storm from the ancestor of storms and thunder, an interstellar storm that is enough to tear apart galaxies and devour the starry sky. Hela's eyes gradually lost their light and pain remained on her face. What's the situation? Tony watched it with great interest and even took out popcorn. Thor should not be called Thor but God. He has a divine weapon in his hand and his father is passing on his skills. Now he can also awaken the divine weapon. Octopus Lesu's robotic arm moved restlessly. Wang, do we want to help? It's obvious that things are not going well for Loki right now. Loki's illusions failed and his defensive spells were like paper in front of Thor. The teeth and bones were shattered. Tony smiled evilly and said, I prefer to watch Loki being beaten until he crawled all over the floor and then asked us for help. Loki is a smart man, but smart people often misunderstand battles. Fighting is an extremely pure matter with only one goal: to kill you. Loki is always smart when it comes to fighting, using side tactics as his main method of fighting. It's not that illusions are bad, but in front of a truly strong person, Loki's illusions will be greatly reduced. For the remaining members, you look at me and I look at you. We have no friendship with Loki, let alone help. So Spider-Man moved the chair, Dr. Octopus got the popcorn, Zola got the beer, Bucky prepared the drinks, and everyone gathered at a table to watch the live broadcast of being beaten. Shocked Loki has been stable for a whole year. I integrated the power of darkness. How could I lose? How could I lose? As a result, the flying dragon rode on his face and his teeth were smashed by the hammer. Loki didn't believe in fate, so he used divine power to heal his wounds and picked up the scepter, being looked down upon, being ostracized, being beaten up. Do you think I want a lot? I just want to live freely. Did God's domain give it to me? No, they just want to kill me. The image of the gods trying to kill him flashed before his eyes, and the anger in Loki's heart was directly ignited. Thor held the half-broken Thor hammer wrapped in thunder, and white thunder appeared in his eyes. Loki, you only deserve to die. The two of them rushed towards each other at the same time, completely detonating their divine power and colliding with each other. Boom. The violent shock wave overturned everything around him. Hela's head flew into the sky and her butt hung on the tree beside the street. Loki flew back at an even faster speed, spitting out blood, and his internal organs were injured by the hammer. He hit the wall, staggered twice, and almost fell to the ground. Compared with Saul, his physical quality is that of a baby. Loki smiled with tears streaming down his face. You are always one-sided, you are always one-sided. I don't care about God's realm, do you understand? I don't care. In his memory, there was only pain and sadness in the divine realm. The few warmth in my memory is my mother and brother. A kind mother and an honest brother. That sister who only knew killing was not worthy of being his sister. Thor rushed forward, his hammer carrying thunderous thunder, and roared, but I care. Boom, click. Loki was smashed into a crack in the ground. This time he had no defense. Loki's chest collapsed and he let out a deformed laugh. Hee hee, ha ha. What do I care about? Do you understand it? Heavy rain poured down, washing the blood on the ground and sliding down from the faces of the two gods. The thunder in Thor's eyes slowly weakened, and the lightning on his body was left with only wisps of electricity that penetrated the air and then dissipated. Thor held Thor's hammer, raised his head, and remained silent. Loki smiled very calmly with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Tony regarded me as a friend, he gave me a research laboratory, he gave me respect, he gave me strength, and he gave me choices. That's why he was willing to work for Tony. Money, artifact. Power, he didn't care about that at all. What he cared about was Tony patting him on the shoulder and saying, hey, do me a favor. What he cares about is that after Tony saw the Jarvis he transformed, he laughed and praised him for how awesome he was. What he cares about is that Tony will watch him get beaten, but he will not watch him die. In God's domain, except for Father, Mother, and Thor, the rest, who wants him to live? Rain was streaming from Thor's face, dripping onto Loki's chest. I don't know if it's because the environment here comes with Loki's law of fire. Rain, a little warm. The storm of gods in Thor's hand curled up and was no longer violent. Thor took a long breath and raised his head without lowering his head. You ruined Asgard, I have to settle this debt with you. Forget it. There was a smile in Loki's voice and his tone was calm. Thor picked up the no longer violent Thor hammer and lowered his head to look at his brother in the pit. Beside the white thunder eyes, there seemed to be water vapor evaporating through the air nearby. Loki closed his eyes and lay in the pit with a smile on his face. He waited for a long time. Thor's hammer did not fall. Only the sound of footsteps gradually receding sounded in my ears. The red cloak gradually faded away before his eyes. I suddenly feel that provoking Tony, the devil, is not cost-effective for God's domain. Saul's back was a little slumped, but he seemed to have grown a little taller. A series of dark shadows gathered together and turned into a dark door. Razor walked out of the shadow door and looked at Thor. Be gentle, damn it, I admit my mistake. Saul's face changed from calm to surprised at first, then from surprised to shocked, and from shocked to unbelievable. Oh shit, don't slap me in the face. Thor smiled. I possess my father's magical power and hold the ancestor of storm and thunder in my hand. What can you do to me? Thor turned around and flew away with sparks and lightning behind his butt. Not killing, just stabbing. The origin of the storm and the origin of thunder belonged to the storm gods, not his own. In front of Thor's livid face, Loki chuckled and picked up the scepter and stabbed it. From the portal behind Lazo, Bucky Cabo, Octopus Lesu, and Spider Bart came out one after another. Thor was beaten so badly that he was unable to fight back. Saul didn't even try to kill you, but you actually want to kill him. You are really cruel, what the hell? It only took Thor a moment to break free. Saul stopped and turned around, his eyes cold. What do you want to stop me? Loki directly raised his hand to seal the surrounding space, and the power of darkness wrapped around him and turned into a giant hand to grab Thor. Razor. Loki, the king demands that you stab him in the back. Loki's injuries were quickly repaired by the Dark Land, and he walked out of the pit holding the scepter. You be *****D, that's my kidney, not my waist. Everyone has the power of darkness in them. It only took a moment for the 5 generals to shuttle from the shadows to Thor, grinning and waving their fists to smash down. Loki looked strange. How did he know about this habit of mine? Razo took a breath. You are the one who is more ruthless. The king said not to kill but to stab someone with a knife. There must be a sense of ritual in life. The 5 generals surrounded Thor and beat him severely with a righteous gang fight. Lazo smiled arrogantly. You know, there are many like me. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man grabbed Thor, who was bruised and swollen, making him unable to move. Oh, my combat power is equivalent to 2.5 origins. Are you worthy? Razo shook his head and showed a kind smile. The king just thinks that letting you go like this would hurt the face of our Shadow Kingdom. Although the injury has not fully recovered, it does not affect his combat effectiveness. Loki, trap him. I give up. I give up, stop hitting me, my face. I don't know, but one moment is enough, Razo smiled. Look, you have 2 origins and I also have one. In the face of a group fight, he couldn't produce much effect at all. Tony, does your family run a wholesale market for the origin of darkness? Thor left, holding a waist with both hands and walking very staggeringly. Loki took the opportunity and stabbed him twice instead of once, still aimed at the kidneys. The generals present couldn't help but stay away from Loki. Never give a real villain like Loki a chance to gain power. Too cruel. Loki wiped the scepter contentedly, feeling very good. He looked at the strange eyes of the generals around him. What? Have you never seen someone stabbing someone in the waist? Lazo gestured at his waist and shook his head. I've seen people stabbing at the waist, but I've never seen you stabbing at the waist and hurting the heart like this. Tusk. Tony, the big devil, has changed his gender, no longer kills people. The king said that for your sake, he will not kill you. As soon as Lazo finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sense of peeping. He waved his hand towards the sky and sent out a dark shockwave. Who is peeping? The dark shockwave shattered the spiritual power that revealed characteristic fluctuations in the sky. Razo frowned. The 9 generals have not yet fully awakened. Please return to the king as soon as possible to transform your power. Only Terrazzo swallowed up Norman's consciousness. The other generals all coexist with their original consciousness, but Loki is even more extreme. The consciousness is that Loki is the main one and the general is the secondary one. There is no way. Loki not only holds the Mind Stone, but he is also a powerful magical god with a long lifespan. The generals felt the prying eyes and agreed with these words. No way. Although everyone's origin is bound to the king, unless there are special circumstances, death is inevitable. But everyone is weak now, and it will be very uncomfortable to meet someone as shameless as Ancient One, if they lose or die once. Tony would only think that they were useless, and would not think that there was anything wrong with Ancient One at all. Tony is their king, not a nanny. The generals returned to the villa. Tony's expression was very strange. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt that he was shocked on the outside and tender on the inside. Everyone was very curious, and when they came up to take a look, their faces were strange. Wang, do you like to watch idol shows? Boss, do you want this popular female star to appear in your bed tonight? Hiss. We have turned the world upside down, and these people still have the heart to gather together to watch and sing. There are now 8 alliance members, 8 dark lands, and each general has devoured a beautiful state. There are so many young and beautiful Huxia people attending some party. There are almost 1 million people. Tony covered his face with one hand. This is the biggest idol concert of this century. Spider-Man's eyes brightened slightly. Interesting, this is worth a look. Tony is now covering his face with his hands. The new member of the Dark Alliance, the Hell Lord Mephisto, summoned a group of demons. The demons used magic to control many celebrity idols and then used them to hold concerts. When the crowd gathered, the magicians after the formation is completed, these people will be transported to the dark place and transformed into dark creatures. After he learned about this saucy operation, his worldview was shattered. This demon lord accomplished this task in the least demonic way possible. The room was silent. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak. The shock on everyone's face was almost overwhelming. Is this even possible? Loki couldn't close his mouth and his eyes were dull. Is this even possible? I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. Really, I'm so stupid. I am still constrained by my vision and am used to thinking about problems in a spiritual way. After working so hard for so long, I managed to create a dark place as big as a palm. Holding the soul gem in his hand, he became the biggest fool. Tony held his forehead, feeling that he needed to slow down. Because there are too many people gathered, they are adding points to increase the range and stability of the teleportation circle. These demons are too closely following current events. A bunch of generals looked into their own dark place. I looked up at the nearly 1 million people on the screen and felt the frustration of having my IQ crushed. Very frustrated, real. Who would have thought of such a naughty operation? Can only say, does he really deserve to be Mephisto? Not to mention the generals, everyone in Tony was stunned. It was like a shock for the whole year. Skeleton Mage is shocking, really. He lit a wraith and smoked it. He smoked half of it and Feng smoked the other half. He still didn't understand that this operation could have such a miraculous effect. The Skeleton Mage felt that either he was crazy or the world was crazy. He also felt that the wind was not worthy of beating his resentful soul. Then he started having convulsions. The demons squatted in the background and were shocked to see so many people gathered. Shocked, I never thought humans could be so tempting. It was very shocking and opened up a whole new worldview. Mephisto squatted on a chair, holding a cigarette in his mouth and worried, there are too many people and the magic circle is not enough. There was a feeling of emotion permeating his body. A feeling that there are too many fools and not enough liars. The demon lords are also worried. Yes, the lemur under my hand has not slept for several days. His hands are numb and his eyes are dazzled by the magic circle. The evil demon suffered a lot and the Lord swallowed his soul with tears. Yes, it's the same here, I can't help it. Originally, I was a PR asterisk sent asterisk ute for free, understand. They gave me 4,005 souls a month and I gave them 1,005 soul crystals. Now I have to give 1,000 more. I've lost a lot of soul crystals. The Lord earned 200,000 souls with tears in his eyes. I'll give you away. If you make a performance report for them and give them some commission, everyone's income can be doubled several times and they will be grateful. The Skeleton Mage showed a kind smile and added, and I have ways to solve these problems. Everyone's eyes lit up. Say it quickly, I'll tell you later. Yep, Skeleton, tell me. Mephisto saw it and snorted coldly. The backstage suddenly became cold and no one dared to say a word. The mission in the dark place has not been completed yet. They discussed that these are easy to get beaten. The Skeleton Mage laughed. The souls requested by Lord Mephisto will be returned in full, and the rest of the demon souls that are different from ours will be divided in half. Everyone, look at me and I look at you, confused. The corner of the Skeleton Mage's mouth twitched, feeling that the minds of these lords were full of lava. There is news that as long as you help us shape the teleportation circle, we can give them 30% of the soul. These demons from other factions summoned from hell can let them by controlling more idle stars, they can seduce more people and bring us more souls. The soul fire of the Skeleton Mage wavered. If we do this, Lord Mephisto's soul will be returned in full. We will share the souls they took away and everyone will have a soul to earn. Isn't it wonderful? The world where only humans were injured is completed. Everyone's eyes lit up. Wonderful, the Magma Lord sprayed sparks. However, this method is not confidential. Those demon lords will learn it soon and everyone's efficiency will soon decrease. If the method is not kept secret, the demon lords will become involution and become crazy. The Skeleton Mage laughed triumphantly, turned around and bowed his head to Mephisto. Sir, we need your action. As long as you are here, even if they dare to do it, they will not do it on a large scale and they will not have any impact on your plan in a short time. Influence. There is the golden signboard of Mephisto, the demon king of hell. Who dares to get involved? Even if I dare to get involved, I can only do it secretly on a small scale without affecting the overall situation. Mephisto, I want 30% and you can divide the rest among yourselves. If you want a horse to run, you have to give it grass. At this point, Mephisto is still happy to do it without affecting the overall situation. The demon lords immediately understood the effect of this move and smiled one after another. A fierce look flashed in Mephisto's eyes. Convert those idols and stars into demons. This time we will teleport away part of them to test whether the mission in the Dark Land can be completed. If it cannot be completed, we will expand the scale. As you command, my lord. The world where idol stars turned into demons is complete. On the whole, everything is going smoothly, but there are some small disturbances secretly. For example, the demon hunter appeared and was beaten to death by the demon lords. For example, the Holy Sea Army and the Judgment Army appeared, and then their heads were blown off by the demon lords. For example, werewolves, vampires, dark wizards, etc. have united. Then the demon lords beat the dog's head off. The demon lords stared at the venue nervously for fear of another accident. What a joke. This time, Lao Mo was personally supervising and would not let these churches run wild unless they were in danger of dying. Soon, new demon lords rushed over and transformed into a new type of wage earner to help everyone take the blame and tide over the difficulties. Moreover, the 5 generals also came over to help, which solved the teleportation problem to a great extent. Mainly relying on the help of Loki holding the space gem, the other 4 wastes were drinking drinks and singing songs for vacation. Soon, the large-scale space teleportation array was completed. It is engraved just below the idol meeting venue. Buzz. In the venue, everyone drank drinks and sang songs. Suddenly, everything was turned upside down. The surrounding environment changed instantly, dark clouds covered the sky and twisted flowers, plants and trees watched ferociously in all directions. A group of demons came out of the darkness holding giant cold weapons. Robbery. The men stand on the left, the women on the right, and the ladyboys stand in the middle. Human beings were terrified and some people screamed. Crack! A bolt of thunder fell from the sky, chopping a screaming woman into charcoal and falling to the ground. The skeleton mage dispersed the thunder in his hand, the soul fire burned in the skull, and the cold and ruthless voice resounded throughout the town. Quiet. The crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone squatted on the ground with their heads in their hands. No one dared to make a sound. Some people even knelt on the ground, trembling and lowering their heads. The 5 generals on the side watched vigorously, cracking melon seeds. Mephisto also walked out of the darkness and stood beside the generals, watching the transformation. The Holy See will not sit idly by and do nothing. You dirty dark creatures will definitely be expelled by the Pope. Holy light emerged from a girl's body, and she stood up from the crowd holding a sacred crystal in her hand. She is righteous and unafraid of Mephisto. She is proud and brilliant, clothed in holy light. She is determined, brave, and has a sunny temperament. Some people in the crowd became excited and wanted to stand up. Humanity never surrender. An inexplicable belief began to spread among the crowd. The demon lords were stunned. Mephisto was stunned. The skeleton mage was stunned and struck down with a bold version of thunder. Crack! 3 feet of dust rose from the ground and the unknown saint turned into ashes. Not even a scum is left. The skeleton mage looked around coldly. Those who were about to stand up squatted down, holding their heads in a particularly standard posture. The rebellious consciousness that was about to awaken was strangled in the cradle. The skeleton mage snorted coldly. Who else is there? Do you have any more royal spells? Who else is there? It's not because of anything else that everyone was stunned. I just don't understand why she is so confident. The skeleton mage stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Ascending sky curtain. Many demon lords joined forces to release the dark sky, completely hiding this place. This place will be hidden in the subspace, and ordinary people from the outside world will not be able to see it or feel its existence. The next thing is to close the door and beat the dog. One by one, the demon lords came out of the darkness and started the dark transformation ritual with a grin. What Lao Mo wants is the dark place, and what he wants is to complete the mission. He has no interest in these souls and dark creatures. They demon lords are very interested. These are the guys who eat. A literal eating guy. The skeleton mage glanced at the transformation site and screams could be heard one after another. Occasionally, some holy believers also fell quickly during this violent transformation ceremony. He was very satisfied, nodded, held the skull staff, turned around and walked towards the back room. The skeleton mage walked into the room, bent down and said respectfully, "I report to you, sir, that the ceremony went very smoothly." A shadow flew in from the ground and transformed into the appearance of the saint before. A pair of dark demon wings spread out on her back. The clothes on her body only covered the key parts and her figure was very plump and attractive. This is a succubus. The 5 generals were a little confused. Lazo said hesitantly. You put a caretaker in the crowd. Loki looked at the skeleton mage with admiration. You are really a magician. Bucky was full of complaints. Being a devil is really humiliating. You should be the president. Mephisto felt that he was being shown off, and at the same time he felt that he had discovered a treasure. He stretched out his hand and took out two high-quality soul crystals, throwing one to the skeleton mage and the other to the succubus. "Skeleton Billy, you can work with me from now on." The skeleton mage's soul fire burned violently with excitement. "Thank you, sir, for the gift." Hyperion of the Eternal Protos, a compatriot of Thanos, I need to quietly build a long-distance teleportation circle. Outside the house, the transformation ceremony soon came to an end. He said nothing. The Ancient One's chest exudes a green light and the time stone is rotating. She just perceived that there was another dark place. He hesitated and put it on his face. Captain Marvel couldn't stand still. "Do you need me to go out and find a new planet for you?" It seemed like everything had been said. Captain Marvel was a little surprised. "Who is your next target?" Mephisto's mentality relaxed a lot. "Thank you, General Laws, so what are we going to do next?" "You are so strong, why are you so timid?" Mephisto's mouth opened as wide as possible and he couldn't close it. The crystals of superior souls are precious, and the most precious thing is to let him work with Mephisto. Mephisto stared outside the room nervously, and a ghost mask fell on his hand. The succubus also hurriedly knelt on the ground to thank her. "Thank you, sir." Mephisto opened his eyes, wearing the mask of General Nigia on his face. "That's it. No, I need you to help me look after my house." "Wait a minute, I'm looking for the future of the heroes." Ancient One and Captain Marvel sit in line. "Razor, the king ordered us to increase our strength as soon as possible while waiting for the remaining generals to awaken." Mephisto's mind turned over and over again and he hurriedly pretended to be a general. "I've met all my colleagues. The king has swallowed up the divine realm. The demon king seems to be more awesome than he thought." Mephisto was a little surprised. "I know the Ancient One, what is the situation with the remnants of Asgard?" Lazuo chuckled. "Don't be nervous, General Mo, the king will not care about your consciousness. The main thing is General Nigia, we are all subordinates of the king. Being able to do things for the king is the most important thing." Mephisto heard the hidden consciousness and asked curiously, "General Laws, who are our enemies?" "Guess why I am now secretly constructing ultra-long-distance transmission that can easily disseminate spatial characteristic information." Ancient One, the remnant of Asgard, the multi-dimensional dark dimension. Mephisto carefully integrated the power of the mask and also learned about the Ghost Core, the Ghost Mask, and the 9 generals. "This is a gift to Skeleton Lord Billy." Meanwhile, on the other side, Captain Marvel coughed dryly and picked up the teacup. You think I didn't ask anything?" His eyes were also green and there was an endless future in front of him. "I did something I always wanted to do but never dared to do." Ghost masks appeared on the faces of the 5 generals, revealing slightly ferocious smiles. "Welcome to the Dark Alliance." Ancient One did not speak but looked at her with a bruised face. Hyperion, a strong man with abilities and experiences similar to Superman. However, because of the existence of multiple dimensions, there are different Hyperion in different parallel universes or different parallel worlds. The Ancient One who possesses the Time Stone is looking for the Hyperion player who exists in this universe. He was not looking for Hyperion for anything else, but to make Thanos willing to fight Tony. The Eternal Protos have a secret ability. Maintaining a spiritual link between members of the same race can lead to rebirth after death. Thanos rejected him because his own planet rejected him and regarded him with purple skin as an alien, so Thanos destroyed his own planet. So Thanos lost the ability to be reborn. But now, Thanos can regain this god-level ability through a spiritual link with Hyperion. The future scene in front of Ancient One stabilized. He hurriedly opened the portal and then turned into a clear light and flew in. Captain Marvel held the teacup and waited patiently, waiting for the moment of victory spoken by the Ancient One. The Ancient One came to a distant human planet and used his spiritual power to scan the entire planet. Soon, he found Hyperion in a huge country. The Ancient One flew directly to the kingdom's royal capital, using spells to outline a magnificent phantom to attract attention. He flew over the royal capital, used magic to transform into universal light, and packaged himself with great momentum. These days, I would be embarrassed to say that I am a mage if I don't package it up and put it on the wall. In the royal capital, everyone was in an uproar. Everyone was talking and pointing at the Ancient One. Soon, a burly man wearing a red tights and a yellow cloak flew up. "Boy, if you dare to act recklessly in my royal capital, you are seeking death." Hyperion has the same ability as Thanos. He has a bad temper and likes to fight violence with violence. Ancient One raised his eyebrows and rolled up his sleeves. He is stronger than half a hand of Hyperion. Moreover, this Hyperion is a pure warrior, not a super genius with magic and martial arts like Thanos. When a mage fights a barbarian, doesn't it just take a hand? 10 minutes later, Hyperion's nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He smiled and handed over the tea. You can drink it. What do you want from the Ancient One? What? Arrogant? You are wrong. That was me 10 minutes ago, not me now. Ancient One got straight to the point with a panda eye. Hyperon, do you know that you are an eternal god? In the battle, he generally had the upper hand, but he didn't completely gain the upper hand. Well, I know I'm different from others, but I don't know my life experience. The eternal gods have an ability. If you maintain the spiritual link, you can regenerate the people. Hyperion was stunned. Sir Ancient One, what do you mean? I know where your compatriots are. In exchange, you need to fight a demon king with me. Hyperion's eyes became hot. Thank you, Lord Ancient One. Resurrection, this is resurrection. Who can resist the ability of resurrection? Hyperion knew he couldn't. As for those who are gullible or not, Hyperion's thinking is very simple. If you can beat it, you can choose not to believe it. If you can't beat him, you must choose letter. The Ancient One was very satisfied and opened the portal. Please record the coordinates so that you can return to your own planet. Hyperion looked at him blankly. What? Ancient One asked doubtfully. Recording space coordinates, do you have any questions? Hyperion looked at him silently. I'm a warrior. You asked me if I knew magic. Do you think I will? Guess it. If you guess it right, I will give you a slap in the face. The atmosphere slowly fell into silence. The atmosphere slowly turned awkward. The Ancient One covered his mouth and coughed dryly. I'm sorry, I forgot that you don't know magic. Well, these are the star map coordinates. With your ability, you can complete the round trip as long as it takes a little time. Get used to dealing with Thanos of the Eternal Protos. I forgot that there are useless snacks like Hyperion in the Eternal Protos. It's not that Hyperion isn't strong, it's just that Hyperion doesn't learn as comprehensively as Thanos. Hyperion keenly sensed an inexplicable contempt. Were you despising me just now? Ancient One looked away. No. Zai Zhang, if you have the ability, look me in the eye. The two returned to Blue Star. This time, Ancient One deliberately spent an extra half hour to add the pattern of the array that hides the fluctuations of spatial information. Take Gu to the extreme. In the past, Ancient One felt that Blue Star was his home and he could come and go as he pleased. Since Tony's last operation, Ancient One has become very cautious. Tony knows magic, very understanding. Otherwise, it would be impossible to express the information characteristics in very detail, and the Dark Lords would cause trouble for themselves. Ancient One didn't know why Tony didn't come to trouble him. But he also enjoyed peace and quiet and planned his way to success step by step. Rare and rare. Hyperion showed a domineering smile, shook his hands, and thundered, "This is a king's move. How can you, a villain, understand the eternal hegemony?" As the overlord who rules a party, he is very fond of Tony's behavior. Thanos, a guy who looks like a tyrant but is actually a tyrant, is actually a scientist holding a test tube and B*******G his head against the wall with experimental data. Hyperion felt an inexplicable feeling of contempt again and was secretly unhappy, but he did not have an attack. It doesn't happen because we have a city government. After reaching a high level, basically everyone has several brushes. When Hyperion heard the word tyranny, his eyes lit up slightly and he asked, "Why?" Shocked, Hyperion's breathing quickened, so fierce. Hyperion's eyes lit up with admiration. "May I ask where such a hero lives now?" "It's definitely not because I think I can't beat the opponent." Hyperion laughed loudly. "Ancient One, thank you for allowing me to see such a big shot. I will remember your kindness. Please tell me where this Lord Demon King is." Ancient One felt deeply uncomfortable and suddenly realized that he had made a big mistake. "Don't you think it was wrong for him to kill someone?" Hyperion saw that the situation was not good, turned around and ran away. A very pure and powerful barbarian. Ancient One felt a little strange, but didn't think much about it, taking it as a barbarian's fighting spirit against the strong. Because Shield felt that he threatened everyone's safety. Facts have proved that Tony's true face is indeed true after he broke his skin. Very cruel. He has turned 6 beautiful states into hell, and it seems that he wants to make himself king. Captain Marvel looked at Hyperion walking out of the portal, his mouth slightly opened. "There is such a genius. This is my life idol. It even feels like Tony, whom he hasn't met yet, must be his confidant." Hyperion laughed wildly and put his hands on his hips. "Be born as a hero and rule the world, and die as a ghost and dominate the world." Captain Marvel, who has an extremely rare universe-level perception, made a very surprising discovery. But a barbarian like Hyperion with a brush. This is a barbarian. Ancient One feels that he who has been cheating others all day long has actually cheated himself. Ancient One felt his face being stepped on the ground. He was extremely cruel and killed many strong men in Shield, a temple from another dimension. Ancient One's face turned red and he became angry. "Captain Marvel, help me, I will imprison this traitor for the rest of his life." He organized his language and asked curiously, "What exactly is going on with this demon King Tony?" Captain Marvel squinted at the Ancient One and made a tut-tusk sound. The hunter who lives by hunting eventually stepped into his own trap. No matter how stupid the Ancient One is, he realizes something is wrong. Wait a minute, what do you mean by worship? Don't you want the ability to be resurrected? This is nothing. He went to the Asgard god realm, and for his own preferences he actually swallowed the Asgard god realm directly and turned thousands of gods into dust. He is simply not a human being. Now he threatens my planet, so I need your help. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he yelled, "Barbarian, brainless barbarian, you don't even want the god-level ability like resurrection." Ancient One felt that he was humiliated. It was a hard fight, a very hard fight. Hyperion, a barbarian player, was beaten all over the place by a mage and a half-tank, half-magic and half-shooter, one-sided beating. Hyperion was angry and yelled, "Ancient One, you are really not a human being, why can't you do good things to the end?" The Ancient One got even angrier and struck even harder. "I've given you shame, you even want to betray me, but I'm going to bring you a chair and make tea to serve you." Hyperion flew rapidly ahead, turning back and shouting, "I think it's okay. Die to me." Hyperion was beaten all over his head, frantically squeezing the energy in his body, adrenaline surged, and his condition was rapidly improved. Raising the state is not to fight back but to escape. It's true that Hyperion is a barbarian, and he also knows very well that he is a barbarian. So when faced with the ability of the space system, he actually had the ability to escape. It's just that this thing is equivalent to a big move, and it will cool down for a long time after being used once. Another sharp sword was stuck on Hyperion's hip. The pain was severe, his eyes became redder and his energy intensified. "Father, give me strength." He roared and his speed increased to close to the speed of light in an instant. Ancient One was stunned and couldn't see where Hyperion was. Captain Marvel also stopped. The opponent was moving too fast and it was difficult to strike. Ancient One held the magic sword. "When he runs out of energy and stops, this is my territory, he can't escape." The next second, the air in the different space began to flow backwards, the water droplets in the river began to flow upward, and the withered yellow leaves turned into tender green and flew back to the branches. Captain Marvel looked at him silently. The corner of Ancient One's mouth twitched. This barbarian unexpectedly knows how to turn back time. This is not a very authentic time reversal, it is just a method of forcibly reversing the time with brute force. Ancient One hurriedly made a hand seal and began to stabilize the space-time system. "Don't worry, as long as I am here, he will never be able to escape." Crack, click, click. Captain Marvel watched as the space on the horizon was crash, revealing a large scene on the main plane. The Ancient One was dumbfounded. "Holy crap, how did this barbarian do it? This is unreasonable." The Ancient One scratched his bald head and went crazy. "Why do you, a barbarian with thick eyebrows and big eyes, do such a delicate thing as turning back time?" Captain Marvel shook his head. "We still underestimate him. Facts have proved that Hyperion still has two brushes. Should we give chase, chasing him out and getting beaten up by Tony? I'll go ahead and have tea." After Hyperion flew out, he turned around and watched the space debris flow backwards and begin to repair it. He shouted angrily, "Oh, Tui. What a piece of shit." After using this move, he couldn't reach his peak state for a long time, commonly known as soft. He was not relieved and yelled angrily, "Come out if you can, what kind of man are you hiding in there?" A stream of light flew out of the space tunnel. Hyperion was so frightened that he turned around and flew away, turning into a ray of light and quickly disappearing. The streamer circled around the space tunnel, erasing the spatial information characteristics and hiding itself again. Hyperion flew for a while and was completely relieved when he saw that no one was catching up behind him. "Oh, bad luck, so bad luck. What's this? I got beaten twice in one day." Hyperion was flying aimlessly, trying to find a passerby to ask where Tony lived. He saw a luxurious villa on the beach, decorated very tastefully, just like himself. Hyperion found it very pleasing to the eye, so he flew down directly, locked the position of the owner in the house, and crashed through the roof. Boom, beep. The clods of soil hit the finished wooden floor, making a loud sound. Hyperion raised his nostrils proudly. "Mortal, tell me the location of Tony, and I will reward you with immortality." Tony took a sip of juice, looked at the big fool in front of him, then looked up at the big hole in the roof and said in a cold tone, "You broke my house." "Huh, it's a collision. What can you do to me?" "I, Hyperion, a cosmic powerhouse. The number of people who can knock me, Hyperion, down can be counted on one hand. There are billions of creatures in this universe. How can I still hit 3 people in a row who push me to the ground and rub me?" Tony put the juice on the table aside and said in a more serious tone, "My roof was broken by you. Hyperion put his hands on his hips and was very proud. What, you can still beat me? Snapped. Tony slapped him into a tornado and flew directly into the bottom of the sea. A tsunami more than 10 meters high was shaken up and rushed into the distance. Hyperion was lying on the bottom of the sea, his eyes blurred, his hands on his abdomen, feeling that life was particularly confusing. Why do I always get beaten when I go out? My life, what happened? No, I'm Hyperion. How could I give in? Hyperion flew up from the bottom of the sea, his eyes lit up red. I didn't pay attention just now. It was you who attacked me, an 80-year-old comrade. Now take advantage of me. Thick heat rays shot out from his eyes. The next moment, two thicker flame rays came up, a face-to-face meeting. Hyperion lay back on the ocean floor. It's that position again. There's that pose again, same problem again. Hyperion's tears were about to well up. It was too difficult, too difficult, too difficult. Take this guy out. I have never received so many beatings in my entire life. Tony glanced at it and raised his hand. Why is life so difficult? Hyperion flew out from the bottom of the sea with a red face, realizing how stupid he had just been. Too difficult, I received 3 beatings. Blackhand, he took a leisurely sip of juice and said, "Who are you? What do you want from me?" Hyperion recalled that he had bumped into the real owner and his mood immediately brightened. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. I have to win once today. He was beaten 3 times in one day. The waves are rolling and the tide is rushing into the distance. Tony used the horse charm to repair the villa, took the juice cup to the edge of the cliff, and looked at Hyperion on the bottom of the sea. Take advantage of me. The sky darkened instantly and a huge black hand clenched into a fist and smashed down. Hyperion lay on the bottom of the sea, his whole body turned gray-white. Do you know how I got here today? Tony looked at the water bubbles floating on the sea, listened to a series of gurgling sounds, and felt inexplicably tired. Nothing. Big brother, I've admired you for a long time. Why don't you accept someone else? Easily embarrassed. Hurry up. This seems like a fool. Hyperion opened his mouth. Sea water flew out from between his teeth and several dark green kelp hung on his face. The stupidity is so full that it overflows and flows everywhere. I feel that for the first time. I want to refuse to accept people. Tony looked at the dark green kelp hanging on his face and the sea water coming out of his mouth. Gulu, 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 destroy it. I just suddenly realized that I wanted to lose face. Boom. While crying, he flew up in grief and anger, forcibly improving his condition. Tony was silent for a while, struggling in his heart, but he asked uncontrollably, "Who are you?" Although I didn't take it too seriously just now, I was able to attack without taking it seriously. A person whose face and attitude towards life have been beaten to a pulp is more or less a strong person. Hyperion laughed heartily and put his hands on his hips. I am Hyperion, a cosmic powerhouse. Brother, we are born to create great things together. Tony gradually remembered Hyperion's information. Put it this way, accepting Hyperion yourself is equivalent to accepting a super powerful and enhanced version of Thanos. Tony was a little curious. You want to make a difference, why are you looking for me? For a strong man like Hyperion, it would not be a problem for him to set up a cosmic-level organization on his own, so why did he find him? Hyperion scratched his head in embarrassment. I am strong, but my subordinates are not strong. So I am looking for someone to start a great business together. Tony understood. This is a lazy wall power type Hyperion. He longs for power but doesn't want to take on the responsibility of power. He just wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper like himself. I want to create a hegemony, but I don't want to guard it by myself. I want to enjoy the pleasure of conquering all directions. He just wants to be a general, not a king. Tony threw out a dark mark, which communicated with the strengthened Shadow Kingdom and could provide the user with a steady stream of power. Hyperion caught it, feeling the dark mark, and his eyes were as bright as light bulbs. Oh shit, it feels so good. Brother, you are my dear brother. As an eternal Protos, he is willing to accept energy from all sources and has excellent digestion ability. No matter what kind of energy it is, when it enters his stomach, it can turn into a force that can hit people. Hyperion joins the Dark Alliance and gets a lottery chance members who have not completed the assessment. Mr. Fantastic Reed, Black Panther T'Challa, Eternal Protos Hyperion, congratulations on gaining control of the Mantis, Tony smiled. Extract the demonic energy. Congratulations on obtaining the magic energy of the Mountain Demon Bo Gang. The abilities of Bogon, the Mountain Demon, are simply swallowing and enlarging. A red light flashed in Tony's eyes. Interesting, double the devouring. When attacking the world in the future, he can first devour the world's power, and then, after the world becomes weak, he can directly devour the entire world with the reality stone in his hand. This thing is not 1 + 1, but the terrifying effect of 1 + 1 = 10. Hyperion's mouth almost broke out in laughter. Brother, dear brother, besides me, do we have any partners? When I meet someone whose ability is better than mine, the baby is particularly easy to use and I am willing to take mine. He feels so good. Hyperion likes to fight, enjoys fighting, and has no interest in things other than fighting. This big brother is really to my liking. There are 8 generals left, 6 have been awakened so far. By the way, if you build a place of darkness, you can get a mask that enhances the origin of darkness and communicates with the kingdom of shadows. Hyperion's eyes lit up. It's so cool. Engage in construction. I like this the most. Tony thought for a while and threw a smart bracelet over. Voice-activated smart bracelet connected to the internet. Okay, I'll do it. Hyperion suddenly took off, bringing up a gust of wind, and disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. And the strong wind he left behind blew up the juice in the cup in one breath. Tony closed his eyes subconsciously and the strong wind kissed his face with juice mercilessly. He opened his eyes, looked at the empty cup and raised a hand to wipe the juice from his face. Tony regretted it now. I regret accepting this fool. He sighed slightly and issued orders to the generals. From now on, a dictatorial order will be established in the land of darkness. All living beings can absorb the power of darkness and cultivate the power of darkness. Clarify the abilities of living beings, respect the abilities of all living beings, arrange them appropriately, and give full play to their strengths. From now on, only the Dark Order will be allowed to exist, and our development direction is to maximize the use of energy. When the 9 generals awaken, they gather the power of all dark creatures to create the soul world, and all decedents enter the soul world to reorganize their lives. Our dark land advocates competition and dares to face death, but we will not give up on every citizen. Even if you die, I will let you be reborn in the dark land. All generals must strictly implement orders without making mistakes. Tony looked into the distance, his aura gradually settling into a scent. When he stood high enough, he discovered something. It doesn't matter whether it's light or dark. At a higher level, these things don't matter. What matters is the way in which your civilization should advance and the ideas you should use to fight for it. Scientific and technological civilization is a civilization that advances based on scientists. His dark civilization is a civilization that advances based on dark energy. The former is a collectivized civilization that pursues the collective way. The latter, the concept of dark civilization, is to squeeze out every ounce of dark energy and exert it to the extreme. The dark cloud absorbs all nearby energy and then transfers it into the interior of the planet, greatly improving energy efficiency. With more advanced energy utilization models and more advanced production relations, everyone has the opportunity to become stronger. Everyone enjoys subsistence allowance. Even if they die, they will go to the soul world to reshuffle the cards before going to the card table. Tony raised the corner of his mouth slightly, enjoying the sea breeze. No matter what civilization, it is ultimately the pursuit of transcendence. Different civilizations mean different scenery. That's all, and they are the people watching the scenery on the top of the dark civilization mountain. The world is at your fingertips. Hyperion found a beautiful state as a target, and then decisively moved several high mountains to surround the state. Everyone looked at the mountains hundreds of meters high that were smashed down all around and were stunned. Boom. Everyone was confused and followed Hyperion in the sky to perform gymnastics exercises. The remaining people were trembling. What the hell is this? Everyone gets in formation. Let me start doing breast enlargement exercises. Tony was a little confused by this strong grounding atmosphere. What the hell is a place of torture? After warming up, let's start push-ups, sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run. Everyone, we must fight for our great ideals. We must fight for the rise of the Dark Empire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. People felt a mouthful of blood stuck in their throats. Tony was lying on the edge of the cliff enjoying the sunshine and took off his sunglasses with a confused look on his face. What the hell is this kid so fast? A force of torture invisible to ordinary people merged into the earth. What kind of weird thing did I receive? What the hell is the time calling? The old man in the subway tortured his face with question marks on his head. JPG. Hyperion took out a whistle and started to whistle. Doo-doo, listen up, from now on all of you must continue to exercise and become brave and strong warriors. Doo-doo. The second set of national radio gymnastics for middle school students, the times are calling, let's begin. Hyperion concentrated on the demonstration and pulled everyone together to exercise with great energy. The other side. After he finished one set, his arms were fully muscled, showing off his very strong figure, and his white teeth dazzled the eyes of everyone below. Waves of light black aura blended into all the creatures present, slowly strengthening their physiques. After Hyperion finished moving the mountain, he flew into the sky and laughed loudly. I, Hyperion, your new king, all of you listen up. From now on, as long as you are still breathing, give me get out into the streets. Hyperion used his smart bracelet to search for exercise methods. Is this Hyperion so motivated to build great things? Everyone was exhausted from the torture, covered in hot sweat and dizzy. This is the first time today that he has hit someone. Some people took up arms to resist. Those who resisted were reduced to ashes. Hyperion enjoyed their fear. He, Hyperion, is not a devil. Hyperion has initially completed the construction of the place of torture. Tony opened the eyes of darkness and took a look at the dark place of Hyperion. What the hell kind of lunatic is this? Hyperion's eyes lit up with heat rays. He just wants to build a great, powerful, and brave dark kingdom. The generals felt the birth of a new companion, and Padiampian came back to find Tony. As soon as they emerged from the shadows, they saw Tony's old man's question mark face. Boss, what's wrong? Tony felt that he could not face this torture alone, so he wanted to bring them together. So Tony asked them to watch Hyperion's dark place together. Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus, Mephisto, the rest. What the hell is this? In this dark place like you, is he serious? This is really the kind of dark place that is difficult to describe in words. Ha 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 ha, the world is so crazy, the mouse is the cat's bridesmaid. Loki couldn't understand, but he was shocked and exclaimed, no, is this even okay? Mephisto bit his finger. Theoretically, torture is also a type of dark attribute, and it is theoretically possible. Spider-Man lamented, ability is just the lower limit, and imagination determines our upper limit. Before meeting Lao Mo. Who would have thought that a huge dark place could be built by deception? Lao Mo only used a few mind control magics to achieve the effect. This is even more outrageous. The torture that normal people think of. Beatings, being tied up, drilling into the wall with an electric drill, and hitting the foot of the bed with your toes. The torture that Dubai thought of, scratching the soles of the feet, scratching the itch, and tying the person up to read his junior high school diary. Hyperion's thoughts of torture. The times are calling. Tony shook his head and dismissed the scene. In the future, when they awaken, we will create the soul world. Yes, boss, Tony, old Mo, you and Loki helped isolate everyone's dark place. You devoted yourself to cultivation and at the same time made the people of the territory elite. In this universe, only the strong have the right to speak. In this universe, Thanos wearing the Infinity Gauntlet can kill half of all living things in the universe in seconds. Tony's eyes became critical. Swallowing Blue Star, the benefits gained are too small. It's better to use Blue Star as bait, just like he let Damu go. Damamu now only dares to use the dimensional coordinates of his neighbors in exchange for his right to live. If he were asked to look for it, a lot of time would be wasted. The crippled dome is the bait. The gains and losses of one city and one pool are not important. What matters is the whole big picture. Mephisto nodded, yes, sir. Loki, okay, no problem. Ding, 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 ding. The phone rang. Everyone immediately shut up and stopped talking. Tony answered the phone. What's wrong, honey? Pot's panicked voice rang from the other end of the phone. Boss, there's a war in our beautiful country. I heard from the military that the enemy in the east used weather weapons to cover the skies in several states and also used biological and chemical weapons to attack us. Be careful. Tony, I said I did it. Do you believe it or not? Boss, don't be joking. Should we go to a foreign country to escape for a while? Tony shook his head. That was indeed what I did. Just keep going to work. Did you really do that? What were you doing that for? Testing a new large weapon. It will be over in a while. Okay, I'll keep going to work. Tony hung up the phone and was speechless at the operation of beautiful country. Blue Star can be used as our talent selection base. In addition, Old Mo, you go make an announcement and tell everyone that our Black Shadow Empire has been established. Why do these grandsons throw dirty water on Dongfengyu whenever something goes wrong? Mephisto accepted the order. Yes, my lord. Tony thought for a while. If you have time, go and help Reed and Black Panther with ideas. They are slowing down the progress. Yes, boss. Tony closed his eyes and began to absorb and digest the power of darkness. In the early stages, the improvement effect is always particularly obvious. When the effect is less obvious, that's when Tony returns to Blue Star. Thanos is here and his toes are wrapped in gauze. He came to the outer reaches of the solar system and ordered the fleet to stop, and Obsidian 5 came over cowardly. Boss, we went to investigate. Demon King Tony owns the Reality Stone. He rewarded the Mind Stone and Space Stone to the evil god Loki, the adopted son of Odin that you were looking for before. Thanos was a little surprised. He gave the Infinity Stones to his subordinates. This is the top treasure in the universe. Not Huxia Cabbage, are you just going to let your men use it like this? Aren't you afraid that your men will kill you? He simply chose to forget that the Mind Stone was given to Loki by him. Such a stupid thing must not have been done by him. Supergiant came up with a report. Boss, the Demon King swallowed up the Asgard domain. Theoretically speaking, he probably, maybe, speak directly. Supergiant swallowed. This report is from the Ancient One, please take a look. Thanos took it over and looked at it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Most of the results were a group of people challenging Tony one-on-one because everyone thought that such group fights were normal. What's even more frightening is that Tony singled out a group of them. It feels so normal. Even the Ancient One was beaten to the point of carrying the temple and running away. The 5 Obsidian generals came up to take a look and gasped. Horrible. When Thanos heard this, he immediately knew it was not the Ancient One. Hey, it's not a good habit to speak ill of others behind their backs. Thanos looked at the blue planet in the solar system. We must join forces. Thanos pulled out the cold arrow, healed the wound, and was furious. What the hell? Despicable villain, it must be the B********* the Ancient One who did it. If the Ancient One were to attack by surprise, he would indeed kick him in the crotch, poke his eyes out, and shoot his butt with a bow and arrow. Well, what next? You shouldn't be called Supreme Mage, you should be called Supreme B********. A purple-black figure took a look. Fake, it's not the Ancient One. What? You are a real dog. Thanos was furious. That B******** D attacked me. Is this something a human can do? Ancient One mocked mercilessly. If it was me who attacked you by surprise, you should be holding your crotch and doubting your life now. The first dog in the universe. Me too. It is an extremely shameless fighting method of the Supreme Mage to destroy his combat effectiveness, damage his field of vision, and then consume him from a distance. Ancient One turned away and said embarrassedly, I threw the other half of the Dark Mark to Demon King Tony. The purple-black figure disappeared in the ripples of space in an instant, running extremely smoothly, and it looked like a premeditated player. Thanos narrowed his eyes slightly and realized that the problem was with the spatial feature information. Have you offended someone? Thanos took a breath. How did a B******* like you survive until now? Thanos put down the report with a solemn look on his face. You guys stay in the solar system and the cosmic weapons are ready to support me at any time. Me too. Me too, the Black Knight gave an illiterate voice of approval. I just hope to interfere at the critical moment. Thanos very steadily used the space characteristic information left by the Ancient One to build a portal and then directly reach the outer space of the blue star. To fight even though you know you can't beat him is called stupidity. Me too, boss. Should we join forces with the Ancient One? As soon as he arrived in outer space, a purple-black cold arrow shot over and pierced his waist directly. He didn't expect the space battleship's weapons to kill the Demon King. A portal with very stable energy fluctuations and spatial information characteristics bound within 10 meters lit up, and the Ancient One walked out of it. The Ancient One glanced at the place where the space rippled just now. His face turned slightly red. He covered his mouth and coughed dryly. The person who attacked you is Damu, who has half of the authority of the Dark Dimension. Thanos looked at him suspiciously, holding a double-edged machete in his hand. You didn't arrange it. Go up and challenge. Ancient One did not argue it was indeed his fault. But he had no choice but to do it for the sake of the overall situation. Thanos knew that his old rival was extremely shameless, but he didn't know that his old rival could be so shameless. No wonder Damu wanted to ambush and attack. Who wouldn't want to go up and stab him? But unfortunately, the person who was ambushed was himself. The Ancient One stretched out his hand and greeted, please. Thanos rubbed his waist and walked in calmly. He is not afraid of the Ancient One ambushing him, unless Ancient One finds someone with equal strength to target him. Thanos thinks this is a stupid question. The universe is so big, where can he find someone with similar strength to himself? Thanos walked out of the portal and looked at Captain Marvel, who was sitting on a chair drinking tea opposite. Whoosh! Thanos was in combat mode almost in the blink of an eye. One hand was pressed directly on the portal to maintain stability, for fear that the Ancient One would close the door and beat the dog. Depend on, Ancient One actually found someone with similar strength to himself. I'm so stupid. Ancient One walked out of the portal, looked at Thanos' posture and twitched the corner of his mouth. I said, are you so cautious? Thanos sneered and said, give me the time stone, and I will send you a duplication every once in a while to beat you up, and then you can ask me this question again. Ancient One covered his mouth and coughed dryly. This is Captain Marvel, the friend I hired to deal with the Demon King. Captain Marvel put down his teacup and stood up. Hello, I believe we have a common enemy. Thanos narrowed his eyes. I believe it. Ancient One looked at his hand that was pressing on the portal and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Are you tired? Thanos, not tired. Shall I get you a cup of tea? Thanos, no, I'm not thirsty. Shall I move you a chair? It looks awkward for you to stand here. Thanos, it's better to stand and move your body. Sitting for a long time will harm your body. Thanos refused to close the portal no matter what, and refused to stay even 1 centimeter away from the portal. Even maintaining the portal for a long time requires a lot of mental effort. If Ancient One was alone, he would be confident that he could fight and run. Problem, now there's Captain Marvel. He was afraid that he would be locked up and beaten if he reacted too late. Death is impossible, but no one likes to be beaten black and blue. Ancient One was speechless and choked. I discovered a member of your race some time ago. He is a pure-blooded member of the authentic Eternal God clan. Thanos' eyes lit up. Really? As an Eternal Protoss, he knows how outrageous his race's superiority is. Although a few years ago he lost his family, but as time has changed, he can now talk about the hardships with a smile. As time passed, he no longer held grudges against his people, but instead wanted to find the orphans of his own people to train and continue the glory of the Eternal God clan. It's a pity that because he destroyed his entire family, even if there are people from the Eternal God clan, they will not take the initiative to come to him in this life. Maybe there is an Eternal God race in some corner of this universe. But he never saw another tribesman. Well, Hyperion went to join the Demon King Tony. Pour a basin of cold water down. Thanos' face suddenly turned ugly. Are you seriously ill, whether it's for the tribe or for yourself? If another clan member connects with his spirit, he can gain the ability to be reborn. You actually let him go. Don't you know how exaggerated the Eternal Protoss abilities are? Ancient One looked embarrassed. I wanted to keep him, but I didn't. Thanos was so angry that he almost used his hand to slap him away. If he hadn't been holding a double-edged machete in one hand and maintaining the portal with the other. He just wants to be beaten now, and it doesn't matter if he gets beaten. Captain Marvel shook his head. What should we do now? How many more heroes should we gather? Ancient One thought about it and said, we barely have a 50-50 chance of winning. How about giving it a try? If we look for it again, the only ones left are Star-Lord, the son of the gods, Doctor Strange, the descendant of the Sorcerer Supreme, Ultron, the future robot, Apocalypse, the ancestor of mutants, Chin, the Dark Phoenix, Professor X, Sentry. If you look for it, you can find reliable combat power. It's just that we're running out of time. We have to travel to many dimensions, and we may not be able to bring them here. The number of dark places has increased. Captain Marvel felt a little moved. 3 supreme levels, the advantage is on our side. If 3 of them beat him, can he still lose? How to lose? How can this be lost? Can he still kill us? Thanos smiled and pressed the portal with his left hand. Ancient One, I know you are cautious. This time we have 3 supremes. If 3 supremes cannot defeat one, I will eat the battleship alive. Ancient One touched the time stone with his hand. His face was solemn. His eyes were filled with green light and he shook his head slightly. No, you don't understand. You can't be more cautious about this matter. In the infinite future, the winning rate is only 1 in 10 million. Even Ancient One himself didn't understand why this was the case. He is only half a hand weaker than Tony, but he is not a helpless puppet. Then, seeing this, Hyperion pressed his shoulders, showed a bright smile and encouraged. In life, you must create value for yourself, create value for your family, create value for society, and create value for the country. Tony stretched out his hands to mobilize the power of the Shadow Kingdom and ultimate darkness. Hyperion put down the scalpel and saw that he had rescued another person. He smiled brightly and said, "Are you awake?" Thanos also followed their gaze and looked into the distance, his face changing slightly. Ancient One, have you ever tried to lift 9 regions into the space dimension at once? The 9 generals all survived, but when they ascended to the space dimension, everyone discovered that there were only 3 people with the ability to do this. No, I can't do it. Yes, boss. For the rest of you, look at me and I'll look at you. A place of torture. I'd rather go see God. The priest who woke up saw Hyperion's face and burst into tears. Ooh. If he hadn't been hit by a heat ray before, he would have been forced to run for 8 hours under the bright sun. He died of a heart attack on the spot, and Hyperion rescued him with the help of cosmic energy at the speed of light. Many people get sick while exercising. When acute appendicitis broke out, Hyperion personally went into battle, picked up a scalpel and cut her off. He also cut off some of her excess fat. He believed this nonsense. Ancient One was startled and looked into the distance. For gout, Hyperon also uses heat rays and ultra-high-speed surgery to solve the problem. Literally dead and alive. He looked around. So the only ones with space ability are me, Lao Mo, and Loki. After spending some effort, everyone helped Reed and Black Panther complete the mission. Tony also officially has the ability to summon the ultimate darkness. In just a few hours, everyone was tortured to death. Hyperion found that the dark place was particularly useful. Even if he was breathing heavily, he could save him as long as he was not dead. Captain Marvel looked into the distance and frowned. No need to think about it, the Demon King is raising the Dark Land to a higher dimension. The priest cried harder. Mephisto and Loki assisted on the side, helping to calibrate and stabilize the spatial fluctuations. Thanos pointed to the 9 dark places rising in the distance. Then how did he do it? Don't be discouraged, stand up bravely and let us fight together. Tony held his forehead. Okay, Lao-Mo, Loki, let's carry the Dark Land into the space dimension together. It's so torturous. At this time, Hyperion noticed a large number of spatial fluctuations. The entire dark place was trembling and everything around it flickered, becoming a little unreal. Hyperion hurriedly used cosmic energy to stabilize his own time and space coordinates, not daring to act rashly. Although he had a way to break through the time and space blockade, he didn't want to enjoy the sequelae of softening again for no reason. The priest who was rescued felt the fluctuations around him and burst into tears. The rich, dark atmosphere is the rhythm of ascending to the evil dimension. As an Orthodox priest who has taught the Bible for 5 years and passed the Bible exam for 3 years, he is an Orthodox priest under the papal faction. He knew exactly what that meant. Everyone, we are going to hell. The priest burst into tears with joy. Don't know why though, but what could be worse? The priest can't believe it. When everyone heard this, tears of joy burst out from their eyes, spewing out like a fountain. Some people cried so excitedly that they hugged the people next to them to celebrate. Woo-woo. Great, we're going to hell. Someone raised their middle fingers and cursed Hyperion at the side. Fake B **** D mother *** K can defeat Hyperion. Someone looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, we finally went to hell. Hyperion, we will never meet again in this life. Hyperion frowned subconsciously, trying to catch the person who scolded him, but his hands passed through his body like phantoms. When everyone saw this scene, they were even more convinced that they and others were going to hell. Haha, madman, you madman, go to hell. It would be better to go to hell than meet this lunatic. The torture I suffered today is more than what I endured in the rest of my life. Freedom, I want free air, even if it's hell. The people in the place of torment suffered terribly today. Even when Hyperion was rescuing people, they were forced to keep fit. Every organ in the body was in severe pain as if it were incinerated, and every drop of blood in the blood vessels was screaming. The brain went blank many times and the autonomous consciousness was forcibly cleared. All of these, all because this madman, it is mandatory for everyone to keep fit. It is mandatory for everyone to be positive. It is mandatory for everyone to create value. I will kill your mother. As the space transmission intensified, the sound transmission between the two parties gradually became difficult, and only intermittent sounds came through. Hyperion frowned slightly as he watched everyone yelling at each other. Soon, he thought of a good way. If you don't know how to ask the boss when something happens, you will be beaten and called the boss. Hyperion thought of the mask he had received before. His elder brother said that thing could communicate something, which meant that he could be found through the mask. Hyperion put on the mask decisively and felt the familiar aura of his elder brother. Boss, my territory was carried and thrown into the space dimension. Ah, what did you do? You can just transfer through the kingdom of shadows to get there. The dark place flickered and the cheering people were transported to the subspace dimension. They decided, it doesn't matter if I go to hell. Today is designated as Escape from Hyperion Day, a month of great celebration. The people of the place of torment were transported to a prepared dark dimension. The sky was blood black, the surrounding light was relatively dim, and the plants in the wilderness outside the town were extremely distorted. But this does not affect the joyful mood that everyone wants to celebrate. Great. We finally escaped. Ooh, I would rather see Satan than Hyperion again. Ooh. It would be better to go to hell than to meet him. Some people have experienced hardships and cursed Hyperion as if they were sending a telegram. Mom ****, dad ***. Hyperion dead ***. The space above everyone's heads shook for a while and then shattered, revealing the bright sunshine of the blue star. The bright sunshine of the blue star shone on everyone's faces that instantly froze. A strong body walked out of the space tunnel and looked at everyone with a bright smile. Welcome to the world of darkness, the world of torture. Everyone's figures instantly turned gray, their minds were filled with sadness. The priest went completely crazy, grabbed a pistol and pointed it at his head. That's enough, I'm going to see God. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere and the priest fell to the ground. Hyperion looked at the priest who fell on the ground, clicked his tongue and waved his hand. He is a ruthless man. Unfortunately, he forgot to tell you that there are 11 realms in the 9 dark realms. In addition to the king's realm, there is another. The realm is the soul realm, and the function of the soul realm is. The priest's soul floated up from the corpse, and the translucent soul looked at Hyperion blankly. Small eyes, big doubts. Why is my soul still here? Where is God? I am an orthodox priest. Where is God? Hyperion injected dark energy into the priest's body and added, the function of the soul world is to resurrect every living thing. The priest's eyelids trembled slightly and he opened his eyes suddenly. He got up in fright, looking at his hands stained with his own blood. His brain was trembling. Hyperion raised his arms to show off his muscles. Muscles are the beauty, you are too weak. Not only are you weak in body, you also know nothing about true beauty. He smiled brightly. Whoever scolded me just now will get twice as much exercise. Everyone below looked at him like a fool. Do you think we are cheating on you? Who hasn't scolded you? Hyperion smiled very kindly. Reporter, reduce the amount of exercise by 1/10. In an instant, atmosphere changes, trust relationships between people are broken. The priest's mouth was trembling, his eyes were trembling, and his heart was trembling. This is a trick of the devil. He hurriedly opened his mouth. Don't you? As soon as the priest opened his mouth, frightened people rushed to report. The priest scolded you. We can't let the priest report first, otherwise I will lose the right to take the lead. No one cared whether the priest wanted to report it or not. No one would bet on whether others would report them. The law of the dark forest also holds true here. The priest looked at the crowd of people reporting frantically and knew that everyone was completely screwed. At this moment, most people's attention has been focused on reporting. I completely forgot about resistance. They completely forgot that the main conflict was between them and Hyperion. Everyone strives for that extremely humble and despicable 1/10 of the amount of exercise. Long forgotten, if they unite and resist. No one will be forced to exercise. The priest smiled, and his smile was particularly sad. His heart began to break. This is what betrayal feels like. Hyperion looked at the crowd and smiled, pointing at the priest. From now on, you can be my assistant. I think you have some ability. Hyperion can feel that this priest's ability is quite good in terms of purity, and he is a rare talent. The priest smiled brightly, stood up holding the cross, and lowered his head. As you command, my master. What flashed through his lowered eyes was extreme madness. He doesn't hate Hyperion, because Hyperion just asked them to become stronger, but the method was too outrageous. The priest hated the people who reported him, hate the people he once protected. Hyperion smiled, and the priest would eradicate those traitorous scum for him. My own warriors will have a very high level of ideological purity. He laughed softly and said, the human heart is nothing more than this. In 3 words, I asked the priest to pick up the butcher knife for me and clear away the rubbish in the team. I am a successful Hyperion. At the same time, the Blue Star spacetime coordinate system mapped by the Dark World. The Ancient One, Captain Marvel, and Thanos arrive. The Ancient One actually didn't want to come, mainly because he didn't understand what the 1 in 10 million winning rate was. But Captain Marvel and Thanos insist on coming. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Demon King Tony is creating his own dark demon world. If we wait until the dark demon world is completely formed, it will be even more difficult to fight. Hyperion observed a wave across the spacetime coordinate system and decisively asked for help. Brother, there are 3 grandsons blocking my door, come and save me. Facing 2 supreme levels, he still had the confidence to make a run. 3. Giving up in the face of difficulties is also a kind of courage that a strong man should have. The next second, the Black Shadow teleportation gate appeared. Tony walked out holding the Infinity Gauntlet, which was inlaid with reality, mind, and space gems. The 8th General also ran out quickly, energy surged from his body, and he was obviously in a fighting state. Tony looked unkind. Who blocked your door? I have just raised the 9 realms to the spatial dimension and created the Demon King realm and the Soul realm, but my grandson is blocking the door of my subordinates. I don't want to live anymore. Hyperion used a black shadow mask to reveal the outside world and pointed at the Ancient One confidently. It's him. I was deceived by him to Blue Star, and I didn't want to help him deceive you, boss, so he grabbed someone and beat me hard. Tony looked at the image of Ancient One with a strange look on his face. Him? Right. Hyperion looked at the generals gathered, straightened his back, and his voice became harder and harder. This man is so damaged. He thrust me in the asterisk hard at that time. It was extremely shameless. Mephisto's brain twitched, but he asked, how to insert it? The atmosphere was suddenly turned upside down. Hyperion was so angry that he put on his mask and even thought about where to dig Mephisto's grave. Tony noticed this detail and looked strange. Why can you put on and take off the mask at will? Hyperion was surprised. What's wrong, brother? Can't others do it? Tony, It's not that it can't be done. Rather, the mask is integrated into the body like nutrition and can be hidden or displayed as muscles without affecting normal life. But how do you easily put this thing on and then take it off when it is integrated into your body? Are you a socket? Tony took a moment and looked slightly strange. General Ika, it seems that he is half asleep. In other words, autistic. Tony stretched out his hand and the Ika mask levitated and was awakened. Tony asked curiously, General Ika, how do you sleep? General Ika opened his eyes and showed a collapsed expression. Oh, my dear king, can I coexist with another person? This person seems to have a serious illness. The generals recalled what they saw at that time and nodded in agreement. There is indeed a serious illness. It is simply a mudslide in the dark world. Lao Mo's sexy tricks are still within the scope of everyone's knowledge. They are weird, but they are still evil. Hyperion's operation is simply outrageous. Tony couldn't hold it back and burst into laughter. General Ika. Your Majesty, why are you laughing? Your Majesty, please laugh again. Tony hurriedly stopped laughing and comforted. Let's make do with it. Can we still divorce? General Ika stopped talking and shut himself up. He closed his eyes and didn't want to talk. Hyperion is strong, but he has some serious illnesses. Apart from this serious illness, it's actually pretty good. The premise is that it can be eliminated. So what, get ready, let's go fight the Ancient One. Tony was a little dumbfounded, so he simply allowed Hyperion and Ika to be independent of each other. Anyway, they would not be absent when they should contribute. Everyone hurriedly pulled back the crooked building. Tony touched his chin. There are 3 supreme levels on the opposite side. I can pull 2 of them to fight, but you will definitely have to deal with the remaining one. One-on-one, he is very confident, but Ancient One is not a fool, and there will be 2 supreme levels to hold him back. The generals present looked at each other and assessed each other's strength. Bucky, despite gaining the Dark Origin, is barely equal to 0. 2 Dormammu, Dr. Octopus, the big boss in research fight. 5 Dormammu, Spider-Man has a higher combat power, 0.6 Dormammu. Loki, if someone is in front to resist damage, 0. 8 Dormammu is still no problem. Mephisto, the veteran demon lord, starts with Dormammu in 1-1. Hyperion, a pure barbarian, 1. 8 Dormammu, the prerequisite is not to play one-on-one with the Ancient One, otherwise he will be beaten hard. It's not that Hyperion isn't strong, but at the supreme level, Ancient One is the fighter among the academic masters, Mr. Fantastic Reed and Black Panther. Kim's combat power is just a few tenths of a cent, which is as negligible as Bucky's. Tony moved his wrist. I'm holding down the 2 Supremes, Hyperion and Old Mo, as the main ones and the others as assistants. I'm holding back the remaining Supreme. He thought for a moment, looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand and threw it in front of the generals. I don't have much use for this thing. Which of you is willing to give it a try with the Infinity Gauntlet? Now he has no shortage of combat methods and defense methods. His battery life is also extremely strong, and he also has the ultimate darkness. The Infinity Gauntlet is the icing on the cake for him, but for the generals, it is like sending charcoal in the fire. Hyperion is full of confidence. I believe that the charm of muscles can lead me to victory. Tony clicked his tongue inaudibly. You are very handsome now. 3 minutes ago, you were in a panic when a group of people asked for help. Mephisto shrugged. I have just mastered the power of shadow. Taking the Infinity Gauntlet will affect my fighting. Changing the way of fighting rashly is a fatal mistake for a master. For things like artifacts, it also depends on whether they are suitable or not. Loki put on the Infinity Gauntlet and smiled. I'll use it. You attract hatred head-on, and I'll take the opportunity to make a sneak attack. Everyone is familiar with fighting. The gap in combat power at the supreme level cannot be made up by relying on the power of the source. This is of no use. Captain Marvel burst into laughter, holding his stomach and bursting into tears. No one would be stupid enough to have his own knife pierce his toe. Thanos glanced coldly at the Ancient One. Okay, get ready to fight. Mephisto, Hyperion, Dr. Octopus, and other generals came out. He seemed to understand why his winning rate was not improving. Thanos' face darkened slightly. My tyrant heavenly blade accidentally inserted it into my toe. What the hell is going on? Ancient One swallowed and retreated to Captain Marvel and Thanos. A dark door appeared and Tony walked out first. Ancient One shook his head. No, they will come out to find us. But the 8 little Supremes with the power of origin. Someone actually had his own knife stuck in his toe. Not even a 1% chance of winning. The corner of Thanos' mouth twitched and he pointed at the dark generals in front of him. Don't tell me that you want to fight a demon king who hands out his original power to his subordinates like cabbage. Spider-Man walked out. Let's allocate a battle plan. When the time comes, Captain Marvel and I will hold Tony off and you can take the opportunity to sneak attack on him. How about that? but not completely improved. Ancient One was slightly confused. What is the use of a warrior with the power of darkness? Even if he has the origin of darkness, so what? No problem. The probability increases from 1 in 10 million to 1 in 8 million. Ancient One hurriedly stopped laughing and looked away. With his supreme combat power, he fought against 8 little supreme beings, and it was a bit of a waste. Ancient One put down the time stone with a heavy heart. Bucky walked out. Ancient One adjusted his condition and stepped forward to hold him down. Ancient One suddenly felt something bad and stopped. Thanos flexed his toes and felt a little uncomfortable. Do you need me to break their space barrier? Captain Marvel suddenly understood the Ancient One's cowardice and seriously suggested, how about we change our lives on another planet? A supreme level possessing the power of origin is nothing compared to Mao in front of Thanos. Captain Marvel on the side couldn't suppress his curiosity. What's wrong with your toes? His winning rate against Tony has now increased. Tony directly carried the dimension of the Dark Lord's world and pressed it on the current time and space coordinate system. In an instant, the sky became dark, a dark whirlwind began to blow, and the plants on the ground began to wither. This is the manifestation of the current space falling into the Demon King realm. The faces of Ancient One and Thanos changed drastically. I've seen people carrying different dimensions and running away, but I've never seen people directly carrying dark spaces and smashing them down. Tony moved his wrist and showed a sincere smile. Ancient One, it's been a long time. The Ancient One put his hands behind his back and used his hand skills to break the space barrier like crazy. Yes. Thanos felt it for a moment and said with an ugly face, 10 minutes, it will take 10 minutes to crack this place. Captain Marvel looked solemn and turned on the dual star mode. The Ancient One and I are holding back the Demon King. Thanos, you go and resist the 9 dark demon generals. Ancient One gritted his teeth and directly used the time gem to summon time duplication. Duplication, you break the space barrier. Tony crossed his shoulders and looked at them funny. Ancient One, are you ready? Ancient One and Captain Marvel looked at each other and flew in front of Tony. Tony winked at the generals on the side. The generals chuckled and picked up their weapons to surround Thanos with the purple-black face. Thanos was so angry that his liver ached and he had to pick up a double-edged machete to defend himself. I thought it was a group fight against others. Good guy. In the end, he was the one who was beaten by the group. Lazo gave an order, brothers, do it. Thanos only had time to put a strengthening defensive magic on himself, and the next moment he was overwhelmed by the generals. The Ancient One looked at Tony, who was motionless, and his bald scalp began to tingle. Not seen for a while, Tony has become stronger again. Captain Marvel turned on the binary mode and stood nervously beside Ancient One. She felt insecure and shrank back again, highlighting the Ancient One. The Ancient One glared at Captain Marvel, turned his head and spoke to Tony. I know the odds of winning are very low. We lost this time. Tony summoned the Dark Throne, sat on the throne, crossed his legs, and felt funny. Why do you want to die when you know you will lose? Do you think you can do it again? I don't understand why the winning rate is only 1 in 10 million, so I want to see what's going on. Tony felt surprised. Don't you have a time stone? Can't you see how you lost? When used to predict an opponent who is stronger than myself, the effect of the time stone will be reduced, and I can only see roughly. Ancient One is very honest and calm on the surface. In his heart, he frantically urged duplication to break the space barrier. He didn't want to know how his failure rate of 7,999,999 out of 8 million came from. Tony looked at the battle going on aside, holding his cheeks with his hands, smiling kindly. You two can only last 12 minutes in my hands. Do you want to try? Captain Marvel looked indignant and felt humiliated, but she didn't dare to say anything. Only after facing Tony did she feel the pressure of death. Only then did she understand the reason for Ancient One's caution. It's not that I'm a coward, it's because the Demon King is really powerful. Ancient One smiled and shook his head. No, I don't want to risk my life. He yelled crazily in his heart, pinching the duplication projection's neck and urging him to hurry up. Duplication was standing not far away, with beads of sweat on his forehead and his hands behind his back, frantically making secrets as fancy as waving flowers. The smile on Tony's face faded and his eyes were slightly cold. For 10 minutes, shut up and don't disturb my interest in watching the battle. He was too lazy to do anything. It would be boring if the Ancient One was forced to risk his life. Tony was a little lazy, turning around the throne to look at the first battle of the Dark Generals. Ancient One sneered. Okay. He hurriedly pulled Captain Marvel to the side and he hurriedly assisted duplication in breaking the space barrier. Captain Marvel did not dare to say anything and picked up a personal supercomputer to calculate the space node data. Tony was too lazy to care about the Ancient One's little moves, but was very interested in Thanos. Once upon a time, Thanos was a huge amount of threat in his eyes. Now Thanos is just a replica of the Ancient One in his eyes. Thanos felt aggrieved and felt even more miserable, but he didn't have time to say it. Because 8 dark generals surrounded him and beat him, Thanos was punched in the face by Hyperion and said angrily, "You and I are obviously the same race, why should we kill each other?" Hyperion raised his eyebrows. "What kind of clan?" "I only know that my eldest brother is protecting me. You have a serious illness." Thanos angrily slapped Bucky away with a machete and asked, "Don't you know that the eternal gods can resurrect each other?" Hyperion smiled and smashed down his fists with both hands. "Am I a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, dedicating my life for the hegemony of the Empire?" Thanos was smashed into the ground, a big shaped hole. Mephisto has a bruised nose, a swollen face, and a toothache. "This Thanos is so strong, how high can you draw some hatred?" Not far away, Loki was covering his crotch and kneeling on the ground, his head on the ground, his voice twitching. "Hiss, my balls. Hyperion, please take some revenge. He is so strong. Facts have proved that Thanos is still you Thanos. Thanos just can't defeat Tony. What could be worse than being beaten by a group of little supreme beings?" Thanos was stunned for a moment, and the smell of urine entered his nose. "I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill your whole family." A column of light yellow liquid flew steadily into the pit. Thanos lay in the pothole, humming slightly, looking at the dim sky and thinking about life. A stream of light yellow liquid was poured on his head. Tell him the truth. The semi-wasted Loki hurriedly used the space gem to transport him and saved his happy life. "You can't be so hateful." Hyperion thought for a moment, then took out his big bird and pointed it at the pothole. "But as long as a person makes one mistake, he will be seriously injured by Thanos and lie down to the side to rely on the dark mark to recover." He raised his head and looked further away, seeing the playful and smiling Hyperion and his big bird. "It's not that you can't beat them. Thanos only has destruction in his mind. There is no life in Thanos' mind. We doubt your life will survive." Captain Marvel couldn't bear to look at it. Who could have imagined this? But this move, it's a bit life-saving. By relying on the siege, they temporarily gained the upper hand. Hyperion was so frightened that the big bird turned into a small bird and hurriedly evaded. This moment, Hyperion smiled brightly and began to hiss. "It's okay, believe me, this wave of hatred will definitely be stable." It could indeed be worse. Tony, who was watching the battle from a distance, covered his face. "Mater, you are a talent." The generals gasped frantically, raising the temperature around them. Loki came back to his normal state, raised his head, and opened his mouth instantly. "Brother, is this too cruel?" Although they also want Hyperion, the most resistant, to draw a wave of hatred, Mephisto took a deep breath and his scalp went numb. F***K, you don't have to. This moment, there was no more thought in Thanos' mind. "My life is so difficult." The Ancient One looked at the crazy Thanos, his heart trembling. Is this too cruel?" Thanos flew out carrying urine. His eyes were red. The energy running speed in his body roared instantly, and the tyrant's double blades split the air and appeared in midair like lightning. No, we don't doubt your hatred. The situation is very clear." The crazy Thanos chased Hyperion with all his life. No one dared to stop him. In my previous fights with Thanos, who had a brain, Thanos was very particular about his tactics. He was defensive and steady, and sometimes he would attack with counterattacks. Now that Thanos has given up on defense, his lethality is directly maxed out. Everyone is afraid that they will be torn apart by the crazy Thanos. Loki's friendship put a space acceleration on Hyperion. I said, "Who of you will do the damage?" All the generals looked at Mephisto. Mephisto looked at Thanos with red eyes and shuddered. "We have to believe in Hyperion's strength." For a moment, the generals were silent. No way, Hyperion hate is awesome. As a result, no one dared to stop Thanos. As we all know, there are 9 dark generals. Razor used the power of darkness to hide himself from the beginning, looking for the right moment to deal fatal damage. Now he felt the time had come. Lazo, who had been invisible, emitted slight dark fluctuations and patted Loki on the shoulder. "Hey, lend me your staff blade." Loki didn't think much and took out the staff blade. "Do you need me to help you enchant it?" "Come on, I'm going to give Thanos a fatal blow." Loki put on the Infinity Gauntlet and started enchanting enhancement. I used the cutting enchantment of the space system, which can achieve armor-piercing damage. There is also the fire enchantment, which will cause continuous burning advanced fire damage. Finally, I used the steel system to consolidate the effect. After the enchantment was completed, he handed it to Lazo and saw that he had a confused look on his face. Lazo is a military commander and does not understand magic. Lazo. Let's talk in human terms. Loki gave a thumbs up, hard, thick, and sharp. Understood. Loki was a little worried, so he added several statuses to Lazo. Thanos is very crazy now, these magics can be fully amplified. The invisible Lazo hesitated. Can Hyperion make the hatred more stable? I saw that you went for a sneak attack before and the egg was almost kicked to pieces. At first he wanted to make a sneak attack, but after seeing Loki's miserable state, he continued to lurk. He was afraid that if he rushed forward like this, he would follow in Loki's footsteps and kneel down and cover his crotch. Loki held the Infinity Gauntlet expressionlessly, looking a little murderous. Mephisto on the side hurriedly stood between the two and then shouted to Hyperion, "Lao Hai. Please spread your hatred again." Loki snorted and let go of the Infinity Gauntlet. Spider-Man was surprised. How else can I pull it? Is this the limit? As smart as he is, he can't think of how to continue to attract hatred. After hearing this, Hyperion, who was running away crazily in the distance, turned around and smiled brightly at everyone as he flew. "Leave it to me, no problem." He began to fly in a straight line, and his clever mind calculated the angle. Crazy Thanos ignored it and threw the double-edged machete as a throwing weapon. Hyperion dodged the double-edged machete on one side of his body, then turned his head. Tui. After spitting out the foam, he quickly accelerated and flew wildly. Thanos, who was in hot pursuit, was sprayed with spittle on his face and his blood pressure exploded. "Today either you die or I die." Mephisto was stunned. Damn, he's still ruthless. Spider-Man was dumbfounded. No, where did he learn these outrageous methods? Can anyone think of this? Razo confirmed that Thanos had no sense at all, refreshed his invisibility, and caught up with the staff blade. Spider-Man's people sensed the fluctuations in their origin and were a little curious. What did Laula do? Loki shrugged. Isn't he always invisible and trying to sneak attack Thanos? When Dr. Octopus heard this, his eyelids twitched and he glanced at Loki's crotch subtly. This is a bit dangerous. In fact, the generals who fought head-on were not seriously injured. Only Loki, who attacked Thanos sneakily, was kicked until he knelt on the ground and thought about life. Mephisto, well, Lao Hai's hatred is very stable, let's give it a try. Anyway, it's not us. The generals nodded tacitly, and then watched Lazo's movements closely, chatting from time to time. Lazo sneakily flew into the air, hiding himself perfectly, and secretly sent tactics to Hyperion through the teammate channel. Hyperion's eyes lit up when he heard his plan, and he hurriedly used tactical flight in midair. Sometimes it flies out of an S shape, sometimes it flies out of B shape, sometimes the SB shape takes off. Lazo became familiar with Thanos' movement speed and way, squatting on Thanos' only path. Thanos roared angrily with only Hyperion in his eyes. "Stop it if you have the guts." Hyperion turned his head and smiled playfully. "Is my imported water sweet? Ah, die, die, die." Thanos accelerated towards Hyperion, completely giving up his defense. The invisible Razor looked at Thanos, who was about to catch up, took a deep breath, and tightened his grip on the staff blade. Whoosh! Thanos and Lazo passed by each other, showing their generous backs. A flash of light flashed in Lazo's eyes now. He immediately broke his invisibility, chased after him, and activated several acceleration enchantments provided by Loki. In front of him, Thanos saw the light of magic breaking out of the corner of his eye, but he didn't think much about it and relied on his strong immortality to pursue Hyperion. Razor aimed at Thanos' waist and stabbed him hard. Thanos felt the threat on his back, and his body instinctively raised its height to avoid it. But the enchantment Loki added with the Infinity Gauntlet is so powerful. The moment Lazo stabbed it out, he knew in his heart that it was very sharp and the speed was beyond his imagination. The staff blade flew out very smoothly. The height was a bit different from what he expected. Poof. Half of the staff blade was buried in Thanos' vitals, and the remaining half was trembling in the air. Everyone present could not help but shrink their buttock muscles and gasped. Lazo's eyes widened, his pupils shrank, and he flew in the direction of Tony desperately. Damn it, a critical attack, a critical strike that kills for 1,000 years. One step to reach your stomach. The chrysanthemum is broken. He just wanted to hurt Thanos and he didn't know he was going to hit him hard. This is not the result he wants. Thanos is no longer chasing Hyperion. His mind is blank now. A large amount of blood spurted out from his buttocks and spread into the sky. Severe pain ripped through the brain. The chrysanthemum and the brain are filled with pain. He maintained his dignity, did not dare to act rashly, and slowly fell from the sky to the ground. Thanos was sweating profusely, looking determined, gritting his teeth and sucking in air conditioning. Blood slid down the stick body and dripped on the black soil. Everyone looked at the half-length staff behind him in horror. Thanos' face was pale, his lips were white, his whole body was trembling, and the severe pain behind him made him speechless. With trembling hands, he tried to grab the blade of the staff. What a great opportunity. Let me do it. Hyperion flew down in the blink of an eye, aimed at the staff blade and struck a powerful Vajra kick. Poof! Blood sprayed all over Hyperion's feet. Thanos foamed at the mouth, rolled his eyes, and jerked away with a gah. Hyperion stepped on a pool of blood, put his hands on his hips, and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, I'm so powerful, muscles are king. The scene was very silent. Tony was sitting on the throne, feeling a bit toothache. To be honest, he had thought about countless situations, whether the Dark Generals won or lost, but he didn't expect that this would be the case. Thanos, the famous boss in the universe, ended up in such a situation. How miserable. Tony sighed and turned his attention to Ancient One and Captain Marvel. Ancient One was so frightened that he had goosebumps all over his body. He used his hand skills to create a phantom with a smile on his face. Is there anything else you can do? His duplication time was so fast that sparks appeared in his hands and his eyes were horrified. Captain Marvel smiled and the supercomputer in his hand was almost smoking. Tony raised his eyebrows. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it go. Before he finished speaking, Ancient One had already cracked the space barrier. The Ancient One pulled duplication and Captain Marvel into the space tunnel and disappeared in an instant. I didn't dare to look back. Don't be afraid that the Demon General knows magic, but be afraid that the Demon General doesn't know martial arts. When fighting with these people who have no limits, you will never know how you were tricked to death. Tony shook his head and took advantage of the situation to lift the Demon King realm back to the high-dimensional space. He moved the throne in front of the unconscious Thanos. The generals stood in a row, looking sympathetically at Thanos, who only had a handful on his butt. Tony was silent for a moment. Take this thing out first. Dr. Octopus heard this, shook his head, took out the healing spray in one hand, and prepared a mechanical arm to pull out the staff blade. Hyperion laughed, grabbed the blade of the staff, and pulled it out hard. Poof! Blood flew 3 feet high. Thanos twitched in pain, foamed more at the mouth, and only the whites of his eyes remained. Hyperion looked at the blood-stained staff blade and looked at Loki. Hey, crispy skin. This thing is stained with the blood of the supreme power, and it can be considered a top-level artifact. Here it is. Loki hurriedly took 3 steps back and waved his hands wildly. I'll make another one, I don't want it anymore. Being dirty is the first reason. The second reason is that if he dares to use this staff blade, Thanos dares to hunt him till eternity. Hyperion looked around and everyone shook their heads. This is simply Thanos' hate machine, they have no interest in being hunted down. Hyperion found that everyone did not want it and looked down upon him. Everyone is rich and very particular about it. Such a good thing. I don't seem to have any use for it, forget it, go back and change it to Forhoing. He used a dark mask to communicate with his demon world and threw the staff blade into it. Hyperion defeated Thanos and was very excited. Boss, what are we going to do next? Tony, give Thanos a brief treatment and wake him up, I want to ask questions. Hyperion was overjoyed when he heard this. He grabbed the unconscious Thanos and slapped him with a few big mouths. Loki on the side looked at the healing magic in his hand and silently extinguished it. Thanos' face was swollen, but he still didn't wake up. Hyperion frowned, threw Thanos to the ground, touched his chin and began to think. An inexplicable atmosphere began to spread. Everyone present took a step back in tacit agreement, moving away from Hyperion. There is a saying that when humans think, God will laugh, when Hyperion thought about it. Tony had to take 2 steps back to avoid getting into trouble. Hyperion's eyes lit up and a golden light bulb appeared above his head. I have a solution. He first lowered his head and studied it, confirming that Thanos' body was similar to that of most common models in the universe. Then he lifted his feet. Tony's eyelids twitched wildly and he said hastily, No, you can't do it. The demons gasped and hurriedly took several steps back to put up protection. Crack. I don't know if it's an illusion. Everyone present seemed to hear the sound of eggs breaking. Thanos sat up suddenly, his eyes bulging out, bloodshot eyes, and his mouth opened as wide as possible, but because of the extreme pain he did not let out a single cry. Thanos wakes up. Hyperion showed a sincere smile to Tony. Brother, look, I can do this well. Tony's face twitched. That's good. Spider-Man covered his face, tied up Thanos with spider silk with one hand and made a spider silk seat for him to sit on. Mephisto thought for a while, took out his own collection of angel holy water and poured it on Thanos' head, hoping to heal him. When the first drop of holy water fell on Thanos' head, Thanos woke up in an instant, his blood-red eyes widened and he roared, I'm going to kill your whole family. Mephisto's mouth twitched and he insisted on pouring out the holy water to heal Thanos' injuries. Holy water washes Thanos' body. Thanos cursed furiously and almost broke free from the spider's thread. Loki hurriedly used the Infinity Gauntlet to suppress Thanos' struggle, and a dragon's imprisonment was placed on him. The motionless B*******D. The motionless Thanos is still very sleepy. As the pouring of the holy water was completed, Thanos' injuries were healed and his sanity gradually returned. As for whether the psychological pain has been healed, I don't know. Thanos suppressed his anger and stared at Hyperion with eyes full of hatred. Thanos will definitely kill you in this life. Hyperion smiled playfully and raised his middle finger. Come on, come and hit me. Tony was speechless and shook his head. Get out of the way. Hyperion quickly restrained himself and stood aside obediently. Tony sat on the throne and floated in front of Thanos. Thanos looked at him and became much more rational. Tony, the devil, tell me, what do you want before you are willing to let me live? Tony touched his chin. I am almost invincible and I can't think of anything I need. Thanos said solemnly, Infinity Stones. Tony's eyes lit up and his tone rose. Oh, I'm interested, let's talk about it. I found a clue to an Infinity Stone on an abandoned planet. I traded this clue for my life. Tony raised the corner of his mouth slightly. No, this price is not enough, I want half of your energy. Thanos was angry. You, Tony's smile grew wider. Why you don't want to? Thanos was furious and suppressed his anger. Are you humiliating me? Tony was too lazy to bargain and looked at Hyperion. Kick hard, kick until he agrees. Hyperion's eyes shone and he came closer with a smile. Thanos, I promise. Hyperion looked at Thanos disappointedly. Why are you so weak? Thanos was so angry that it was hard to speak. What male creature is willing to be tough on this kind of thing? Tony stepped forward and began to devour Thanos' energy. Thanos put down his defenses and allowed himself to be devoured, and the energy fluctuations in his body began to slide rapidly. Tony used a little more force and pumped 10% more than before. Thanos dared not speak when he was angry. He lowered his head and said nothing. Tony felt the surge of power in his body and a dark light flashed in his eyes. It's really exciting. How can cultivation be as satisfying as swallowing? Thanos' energy of nearly 1,000 years went into his belly. Let him go. The generals took the order and removed their imprisonment. Thanos stretched out his hand to summon the double-edged machete not far away and flew into space without looking back. Everyone looked up and discovered something interesting. Hey, have you noticed that Thanos' butt is very red? Indeed, as red as a monkey's butt. Hyperion felt deeply regretful. Brother, why did you let Thanos go? Wouldn't it be better to kill him and make him famous? Tony was obsessed with feeling the surge in power, and the smile on his lips was a little cold. Shepherds like to fatten their sheep and then kill them. Hyperion, what do you mean? The top experts in this universe are all fat sheep raised by me, Tony. The generals were deeply shocked. Mephisto's eyes are fiery. Is this the pattern of the Demon King? Loki chewed a bit and smacked his tongue. Good boy. Hyperion didn't understand, but when he saw everyone's appearance, he pretended to be shocked and applauded vigorously. Pa. Awesome, so awesome, Big Brother is so awesome. Spider-Man looked at Hyperion, the corners of his mouth twitching. I always feel that among the 9 generals there is a very obvious IQ depression. Tony turned his head away from looking at this guy. His eyes penetrated multiple dimensional spaces and fell on the blue star in another dimension. There was feasting and feasting. There, everyone was staring at their mobile phones and smiling like crazy. Tony, hey you handsome readers, don't just laugh, please give the fish some warmth. Thank you all for the gifts. Ewer, who has been hungry for 3 days, said he went to buy steamed buns. Oh, Ewer also said that there is only one update due to something happening today. We will continue to have fun tomorrow. Goodbye, I am going to continue showing off. Tony withdrew his gaze from the other dimension and then clapped his hands to attract the attention of Mephisto and others. Now, the Blue Star matter has come to an end. Old Mo, don't forget to announce the establishment of the Black Shadow Empire to everyone. As you command, my lord. Loki handed over the Infinity Gauntlet. Tony grabbed the Reality Stone from above and threw the Mind Stone and Space Stone to Loki. Just take it and use it, these two have little effect on me. He likes to hit people with his fists, and people with psychic abilities look down on him. As for the Space Gem, directly carrying the Demon King realm and smashing it into the current time and space coordinate system, is it not easier to use than the Space Gem? Simple, crude, and effective. Ancient One will not trouble himself and others again in a short time. Thanos has had a lot of energy sucked away, and even if he wants to cause trouble for himself, he has to wait until his strength is almost restored. Tony thought about what else he had not done. He turned on the system and saw 2 draws for completing the 9 generals. Another unfinished mission is Dark Lord Damu. Tony touched his chin. Next, squeeze Damu even more dry, and when he's almost drained, kill him. Of course, if Dormammu is tactical enough, he should tactically give up the Dark Dimension mark for the rest of his life. Lottery spell obtain the Rat Talisman and Monkey Talisman. Tony played with the two charms and then integrated them into his body. The Rat Talisman can turn stillness into movement. If you change your thinking a little, you can create a transformer. The Monkey Talisman, the advanced version of the Sheep transformation spell. Now all that's left is the Chicken charm. The abilities of these two spells are not important. What is important is that the divine power contained in the spells makes Tony's power stronger again. Moreover, the power in the body is smoother, and the output efficiency and operating efficiency are improved to a certain extent. Tony moved his body feeling a stronger force and was a little ready to move. Man, you really can't stay idle. Lovely Dormammu sheep, I'm here to shave your hair. Tony opens the portal to the dark dimension again. Dormammu worked overtime to expand the space transfer teleportation array, and at the same time tried every means to improve the array. To be on the safe side, he also drew 3 sets of spare parts, fearing that one set would not be enough and it would fail. The purple magic circle lights up. Dormammu's dark face quickly turned dark black, and he exerted all his energy to bless the magic circle. The purple-black magic circle operates, reflecting the incoming space transmission power. Dormammu looked at the space power going away and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that it can last for a while. The next second, distant dimensions radiate similar spatial refraction abilities. Dormammu's face instantly twisted. F***K, things began to develop rapidly in an uncontrollable direction. A layer of spatial refraction fluctuations lights up in several nearby dimensions. Dormammu looked horrified and his pupils were trembling. Why is this happening? The space teleportation power stayed at the periphery of the dimension for a while and then rushed towards the dark dimension decisively. Dormammu was about to cry but had no tears, so he had to disperse the space magic circle. Boom! Tony smashed the dimensional barrier and flew in with a gloomy expression. You dimension lords are really good at learning. Are you planning to treat me like a monkey? Dormammu knelt on the ground and shivered, tears almost flowing out and his voice trembled. Sir, I don't know. I don't understand why they have this magic circle. Theoretically, this dimensional space teleportation refraction method, the formation is Ancient One's unique magic formation, which he developed. Tony floated in front of Dormammu with a strange expression. Did you get it when the Dimension Lord ambushed the Ancient One last time? The last time I used the name of Ancient One to offend the interdimensional lords, and then the interdimensional lords ambushed the Ancient One. Did they learn this trick from that incident? Dormammu cried out in pain. Ancient One, you are a big trap. The nearby dimension lords have all built space refraction arrays. What's the difference between this and no one else? The great evil Ancient One forced the dimension lords to become like this. The coordinates of the space dimension that Tony is most familiar with are definitely his dark dimension. Then he is the most unlucky, isn't he? In the end, he still couldn't escape the Ancient One's plot. But these neighbors, the neighbors who cooperated with Ancient One to build a space array, this is a world where only Dormammu is injured. If you give up the origin of darkness, there might be a way to survive. Dormammu was heartbroken. He knew that he could not defeat Tony, but he still fantasized that he could live a little longer. Tony thought about it and realized that this was the Ancient One's plan to drive away the wolf and eat the tiger. He was speechless. Good guy, after all the calculations, your Dormammu is always in the underground layer, while the Ancient One is in the atmosphere. A calculation unit as powerful as Dormammu would actually cry like an ordinary person when he fell into a desperate situation of death. Tony just wants the origin of the dark dimension. Sir, these are the detailed spatial coordinates of nearby dimensions. I guarantee with my life that there is absolutely no problem at all. Not enough. In the end, he discovered that all this was just his extravagant wish. Dormammu thought of the Ancient One and wanted to pluck out his skin, but the Ancient One was an old man who never left any flaws, so he had no way to talk about it. Dormammu cried for a long time until his voice became hoarse. Dormammu's body trembled and he cried even more sadly. He leaned forward and crawled on the ground crying, I just want to live, I just want to live, I just want to live. Woo 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 woo. It was the Ancient One who harmed me. The Ancient One harmed me, he thought clearly. Tony got the dark mark and his strength increased. The Ancient One killed an old rival and was ecstatic. They are all beasts. Tony smiled and took the book as thick as a dictionary from Dome's hand. I really like the heart-to-heart friendship between you dark creatures. He was desperate. He was always one step behind the Ancient One's calculations and was calculated to death. He had no grudge against Tony, and Tony didn't care about him, a little ant. Tony clicked his tongue, summoned the Dark Throne, sat down and looked at Dormammu who was crying bitterly. Tell me, what are your last words? Everyone has a bright future except Damu. He cried until his eyes were red and swollen, and he cried until most of his energy was exhausted before he stopped, raised his head twitchingly and knelt in front of Tony. He was devastated. No matter what, Damu must die. Tony inhaled the dark mark into his body, and the sound of mission completion sounded, and the Dark Lord Damumu officially came to an end. The mark of darkness was already in his possession. Tony raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Tell me your last words. He suffers. Literally dead, Tony felt very funny, holding his chin up to admire Damumu's miserable appearance. His own life has been arranged to death by the Ancient One. He won't let anyone go. Damumu closed his eyes in despair, then opened it, spread out his hands, and offered the mark of the dark dimension. Sir, I don't know how to appreciate you. I hope you can be noble and let me live. I, Damumu, will remember your kindness. I will never shirk it whenever my Duamu is needed in the future. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became, and the more he cried. How can we be so numerous when we have been born in ancient times? Tony looked at the trembling Damum, stuffed the books into the space, stepped forward and helped him up, smiling kindly. Oh, my dear sheep. Oh no, my dear friend, don't be afraid, you are free now. Duamu couldn't hold back the tears of excitement and nodded hurriedly. Thank you, your highness, thank you, your highness. Anyway, he finally survived. Tony smiled brightly. Thank you for giving me such a big gift. You are free now and can go wherever you want. Duamu thanked you again. Thank you, your highness, I will not dirty your eyes and leave immediately. Yeah, let's go. Damamu wiped away his tears and hurriedly used the flying spell to escape deeper into the dark dimension. There was a look of joy on his face. Even though the incident was very bad this time, it was finally over and his life was saved. A new life has begun. Damamu's face was filled with a yearning smile. Behind him, a dark red giant hand suddenly appeared, grabbing him and crushing him in an instant. Tony absorbed the power gem again, feeling a large amount of magic power growing in his body, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. As expected of Duamu, he still has good foundation. What? Let Damu go, he is the master of darkness. Isn't it a basic operation to be dishonest? Tony glanced at the transforming dark dimension, smiled, and opened the portal back to Blue Star. In the next few days, the generals have something to do. Out of dimension. The projections of many dimensional lords gathered together, looking at the powerful space power in the distance, feeling sad. It's over, Damamu is dead. There were no battle fluctuations, no traces of resistance. It was immediately killed. Based on your last battle experience, don't you understand that what the Ancient One said is true? He is the Demon King who has only recently awakened and grown stronger. The 5 Dark Dimension Lords looked sad and worried about the future, especially the Bone Lord. The other Dark Dimension Lords who were pulled over felt confused. Demon King, this Demon King you are talking about is the kind of Demon King who can kill Damamu instantly. They were called over out of nowhere and told that important matters needed to be discussed. Although we usually have a heart-to-heart friendship, the 5-dimensional lords jointly declared that the priority should be taken seriously. Except for those who were sleeping, most of the dimension lords nearby were here. Lord Bones looked gloomy. I discovered Demon King Tony. At that time, I bravely fought with him for the dark multidimensionality but was seriously injured. Demon King Tony was shocked by my bravery and fled here in a hurry, but I am worried that this Demon King will come again, attack us. Yes, I bear witness. The corrupt lord who had been slapped nodded in agreement. This Demon King has the ability to devour. The Bone Lord stopped him once, but he couldn't stop it the second time. You see, the attributes of the dark dimension are being transformed. Damamu was attacked by this despicable Demon King and obviously fell. The Blood Lord, who had been slapped in the face, added fuel to the fire and made the matter more serious. We are summoned this time to fight against the Demon King. This creature is born with the ability to devour us dark creatures. At this critical moment, I hope that all the lords will understand the facts and that everyone can work together to overcome the difficulties. The crazy Wolf Lord, who had been slapped in the face, added fuel to the fire. Other dimension lords, you look at me, I look at you understand the current situation. These cowards were beaten up by the devil, and they were crying and calling their father to ask them for help. With Damamu's prelude and these cowards adding fuel to the fire, everyone still took this matter somewhat seriously. After all, no one would think it was a big deal if there was an extra dimension lord. If a demon lord appears, the peaceful life of everyone fighting and killing each other will be over. I am living in the deep, and this divine bone marrow can help you regain your strength. The Demon King has obtained the origin of Damamu's dimension, and those nearby will definitely suffer. He could still handle it clearly and was unwilling to watch the Demon King grow bigger. Since Bai Gu and other lords were willing to be good guys, he was also willing to provide some useful information. There is a source of blood here, Blood Lord, I hope you won't disappoint us. The Body of Death, a collector's edition of strategic resources. Everyone pieced together a bunch of strategic materials and pulled out a bunch of strategic materials, which basically could help the five lords improve their combat effectiveness. Damamu's death is before our eyes, and everyone's credibility in this matter is still relatively high. As for the five lords taking the opportunity to rebel, there are still some hidden rules in the dark multi-dimensional world that cannot be touched. Anyone who dares to touch them will be on the death list. The five major lords were grateful to all the lords and proposed a great counterattack plan. Some nearby dimension lords were willing to join and said they would send their own capable men and even duplication to help. Soon, a siege plan against the Demon King was decided. The war meeting ended and the five dark dimension lords gathered together. I agree, staying to fight against the Demon King is simply courting death. A flat push. Mephisto picked up the book and couldn't help but laugh. These dimension lords are timid and afraid of getting into trouble. I'm afraid it won't be easy to solve, so we need to fight them one by one. As for the origin of dimensions, Tony summoned the 9 generals and threw the books given by Damamu in front of them. Fart. You have work to do, gather an army to attack the dark dimension. They are players who have been slapped in the face and know very well how much they weigh. It's unrealistic for everyone to leave. Let's all stick together and run away with the core area. At the same time, the unknowing army of dark interdimensional lords is gathering near the dark dimension of the former Dark Lord Dorum. Yes, a demon king who has not grown up can do nothing. Loki nodded in agreement. Yes, they can't possibly gather an army and bring it to our mouths for us to eat. A demon king, just strangle him to death. Yeah, who is a serious person who would fight with the devil? Do you want to fight? Wonderful, war is the nourishment of our dark lords. Later, they learned the truth and the consequences. They were immediately torn apart. Hey, this time it's an army of multi-dimensional dark lords. I hope this demon king will not be ignorant of praise. Previously, I mistakenly identified the demon king as the ancient one and thought I could beat him with a 50-50 chance. I won't fight, I'm a serious person, and I want to run away. Give up, what counterattack plan? Do you know about the Kree Empire? There is a cowardly Nova civilization over there that was beaten by the Kree Empire. Where are we going? Damamu, a character who always pokes everyone in the waist and can jump up and down until now, is dead. The devil can slap them all over the sky or blow their brains out with a slap. The main plane of Blue Star. With 9 generals possessing the original power, the huge Black Shadow Empire as their backing, and the Soul Society as an insurance measure, can they still fail? Tony thought of Damamu's style of doing things and the lords who were whipped like tornadoes. Yes, but I'm scared, very scared. If they can gather an army to attack us, I dare to show you how to swallow Niu in one bite. The capital planet of the Wa civilization. Gan, it's such a pity that after catching this wave, I can only run away. By the way, where are you going to run to? The camouflage circle has been prepared, brothers, run. Lord Bones and others looked at each other and hurriedly rolled up the core area to prepare to run away. The 5 lords Pai Bayan Pai Diane flew towards the main plane with the core area. Do you expect players like them, who are almost the same, to send them off? Run quickly. When the devil comes, we will be here even with our lives. Tony used the reward from the Dark Lord mission. Congratulations on obtaining the 12 talismans and successfully obtaining the body of the Holy Lord. Congratulations on obtaining the Holy Lord's demonic chi, the demonic chi of fire. Tony closed his eyes and felt the transformation of divine power in his body. This is a sea change. If the power of the previous spells is drawn out, each one is extremely powerful. So now these talisman powers are completely combined. A cycle of divine power is formed. An endless cycle of divine power. The magical power of the talisman in his body now has the flavor of a small world. Tony opened his eyes, exhaled a breath, and felt that the whole world in front of him had become different. The energy fluctuations that had not been noticed before were now very clearly displayed before his eyes. The familiar dark energy turned into a high-definition version in front of his eyes, just like suddenly switching from a black and white screen to a color TV. Needless to say, the demonic energy of fire is of course the Holy Lord's old foundation. His mastery of the power of fire was suddenly upgraded from cannon to missile level. The strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The generals felt that the boss's strength had improved and congratulated him one after another. Boss Cowhide, Brother 666, congratulations, sir. Tony raised his hand and pressed it. Okay, enter the dark dimension and gather the army to prepare for the attack. The generals took the order and opened the dimensional portal through the dark mark to enter the dark dimension. Mephisto felt the rich power of darkness around him and took a deep breath in fascination. This sweet air is so comfortable. Okay, let's adjust the state and summon the army, push down a few dimensions and expand the sphere of influence of our Black Shadow Empire. Generals, take the order. While summoning the army of shadows and demons, Mephisto summoned the skeleton mage Billy. Scout the nearby dimensions to see how many troops they have. Take orders. Everyone looked relaxed, just enjoying the outing. After all, who would care about a group of dark dimension lords who can't learn to stick together? Tony leaned on the throne, admiring the 9 generals' efforts to summon the army. There is no way the devil could not be happier than this. Everyone had just summoned tens of thousands of shadow troops. Skeleton Billy flew back from outer space in a panic, with a look of horror on his face. Report to His Majesty the Demon King that there is an army of darkness ambushing outside. Everyone looked at each other. Tony looked confused. Ambush? What kind of ambush? Are you sure it's aimed at us? No, I got Damu's book and went home directly. How did those dark dimension lords know that I was going to push their news? The generals were also confused. Mephisto raised his eyebrows. Are these people floating? Is it because Mo can no longer use the knife, or is my name Mephisto not loud enough? How dare you ambush us? Hyperion was also confused. Did I kill not enough dimension lords? Are these grandsons so rampant? My name as Hyperion is no longer valuable, or is it because I haven't killed a few dimension lords recently that you think I can't win? Loki was even more dumbfounded. Is the majesty of my evil god not crazy enough? I followed the boss into so many fights. Where did you get the courage to challenge us? This makes absolutely no sense. Tony was confused. Are you sure you ambush us? Did you see it wrong? I sliced off the Ancient One with my front legs, chopped off Damu with my back legs, and Thanos was beaten to the point of suspicion by my men. Who would have the guts to ambush me? Skeleton Billy also looked confused. I'm sure. I lurked in and listened, and I was sure that they were ambushing the Demon King. Tony, WTF generals, how much water poured into your head to gain courage? Tony was angry. Damn it, these grandsons are so arrogant. How dare you ambush me? Kill them? Why don't you have eyes on your forehead? Even I dare to ambush you. Mephisto became even more angry. Gather the demon army here and destroy these grandsons. If you dare to offend me, Mephisto, I'll blow his head off. Hyperion picked up the bloody staff blade and heat rays came out of his eyes. Crazy, too crazy. Do you think I, Hyperion, can't lift the knife? Loki had a cold face and held a gem in each hand. The boss rewarded me with 2 infinite gems, but I can't suppress the ambitions of these people. It seems that my reputation is not loud enough. The other generals were also very angry and summoned more troops. Hit me? Tony gave the order, and the generals rushed towards the outer reaches of the Dark Dimension. The army of the Dark Dimension has been gathering for a long time, and the black waves occupy a large area of the starry sky. Some Dark Lords expressed envy. These guys were really smart, and they got a lot of good things from shaving their faces. Tusk, these guys are taking advantage. If I had known I would have ordered some, it would have enhanced my strength somewhat. Loki held the Infinity Stone high, and behind him stood Spider-Man, Reed, Black Panther, Bucky, Dr. Octopus, and others transmitting energy. This is not a newly awakened Demon King at all, but a mature Demon King. The Dark Lords think very clearly. Those grandsons survived by luck. It was not a confrontation at all. Some people I didn't know also felt something bad at this moment. They ran away. Even the origin of the dimension is gone. A demon lord suddenly exclaimed. There is a flag that looks familiar. You think it's funny or not, but I think it belongs to Mephisto, the Lord of Hell. Several bodies of Dark Lords arrived on the battlefield and gathered together. The fallen god suddenly picked up the spear and pointed it at the core of the bone dimension. The lords were full of confidence. Wanna die? Yes, the Demon King is the nemesis of our dark creatures. We must not let him grow. The Dark Lords were so frightened that they almost cried when they saw several famous demons, plus several demon generals who had mastered the vast source of power. The Dark Lords present suddenly looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. Directly blocked the entrance of his novice village. Loki looked up to the sky and roared, time and space sealed. Hey, where is Lord Bones? Have you seen it? Only a fool would give the devil a chance to grow. I didn't see it. Maybe it's absorbing the bone marrow of the gods. The lords looked horrified. It's over, we were deceived. A vast force of space confinement descended, instantly blocking the space fluctuations in the surrounding starry sky. I don't know, I've never seen it. The fallen god lord's pupils were shaking. Evil god Loki. Haha, we will attack you directly with our army. An alien lord trembled all over. The one with the red cloak couldn't be Hyperion. He has killed many of our dimension lords. A sharp-eyed beholder looked towards the dark dimension. There are energy fluctuations. Look, is it the devil? Don't give the devil a chance to grow. The spear turned into a dark meteor directly piercing the hollow core of bones. After all, he is the Demon King. No matter how weak he is, he cannot be underestimated. The sooner he is killed, the sooner he will be relieved. Tony was extremely angry and pointed at the Dark Lords. Kill them. It's over, it's all over, we're done. How dare these ants unite to ambush him? Tusk, the last time we encountered such a grand occasion was during the Dark Civil War. What happened next went smoothly beyond Tony's imagination. If the combat effectiveness of the armies of Dimension Lords is at the level of artillery vehicles, Miyamoto, who is famous in multiple dimensions. Ah, artillery vehicles. Then Tony's Shadow Army is the super soldier in the late stage, the kind that can smash a crystal with one fist. The Lords of the Dark Dimension squatted in front of Tony with their heads in their hands, trembling. Mephisto first looked up at the boss's face, and then stood up obediently and said, "You guys are so tired of living, even our boss dares to ambush you. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. If we had known it was Master Tony earlier, we would have been too late to visit you on our knees. How dare we ambush you? You fart, we are obviously here to greet Mr. Tony, sir. Please don't listen to his nonsense." There are Dimension Lords with playful faces and confusing right and wrong. The other lords hurriedly responded with a flattering smile. Yes, we heard that Sir Tony was coming to the Dark Dimension. We were so excited that we burst into tears. We specially called everyone to come and greet him. Yes, ambush, this is a misunderstanding. Tony smiled, you come here. Lord Fallen came up obediently, nodded and bowed. Hello, sir. What's the truth? Lord Fallen had an apologetic smile on his face and rubbed his hands restlessly. Of course I'm here to greet you, sir. Crack, crunch. A jet black dragon suddenly appeared, bit off the Fallen Lord's head, and then hovered at the dark passage behind Tony. The Fallen Lord's headless body fell to the floor and blood spurted onto the other lords' faces. The Dimension Lords looked horrified and looked at the corpses on the ground in fear. Tony smiled kindly. That's a great answer, I like it very much. You come here. The named alien lord floated tremblingly in front of Tony. His legs went weak, and he knelt directly in front of Tony, the arcs on his body flickering with electric sparks fearfully. Tony's smile was very friendly. He lowered his head slightly and looked at him, breathing warm breath on his head. Tell me why you ambush me. The dark dragon approached Tony's shoulder, its ferocious fangs slightly opened, blood dripped on the ground and the bloody breath sprayed on the alien lord. I say, my lord, I say. The alien lord knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead firmly against the smooth floor. It's the Bone Lord. He said that a demon king was born and it was he who summoned the army of darkness to gather here. Where's the Bone Lord? He lied to us and ran away. Tony looked at Mephisto aside. Mephisto looked at Skull Billy beside him. Skeleton Billy wanted to look behind him but found that there was no one to look at, so he had to bite the bullet and come forward to report. Sir, the 5 nearby dimensions have become unclaimed lands. Except for the disappearance of the core energy, the original power is still there. As time goes by, the core land will be restored. Tony touched his chin. You mean those 5 guys ran away with the resources, but the buildings and mines stayed? Your Excellency is wise. Tony nodded. The next moment, the magic dragon suddenly attacked and swallowed the alien lord directly. The alien lord resisted fiercely in the dragon's belly, causing the dragon's belly to bulge. Tony glanced at it, grabbed the dragon and threw it directly into the Kingdom of Shadows. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the space behind Tony was blasted with cracks, and then the space restored itself autonomously. Tony looked at the remaining Dimension Lords. You come here. The one who was named shivered and walked up in fear. Tony asked the same question again. After getting the same answer, he let the dragon devour the Dimension Lord again. After repeating it twice, it was still the same answer. Tony touched his chin. It seems that those guys in front are indeed telling the truth. Of course he knew the alien lord was telling the truth. Nothing. I just wanted to use this excuse to eat a few lords to improve my taste. The remaining dark lords huddled in a ball and knelt on the floor, crying out of fear. You guys should divide the rest and remember to swallow the source of the dimension. Mephisto drew out his long sword and showed a ferocious smile to the Dimension Lords. Thank you, sir. Thank you, boss. Thank you, brother. The generals rushed forward with their eyes shining and a burst of screams rang out. Tony touched his round belly and burped. As for the remaining energy, Tony was generous. The 5 Dark Lords all shuddered and looked at each other. Just kidding, if there was a good place, why would they have to travel so far? If the value of the Nova civilization cannot be compared to a power gem, then just be my Tony's meal. Mephisto took the generals to attack the nearby dimension. Finally, the Power Stone was sealed on the Xandar star of the Nova civilization. Lord Bones laughed. I don't believe it. Can Demon King Tony still chase us and chop us down? We have traveled to several galaxies now. Tony licked his lips and a look of greed flashed in his eyes. I won't swallow the blue star because it's for fishing. Nova civilization, I don't know if you have enough value for me not to swallow it. You see, the Nova civilization is being suppressed now, but its main body is powerful and will not be defeated in a short period of time. This is a time when darkness can easily breed. If he appears in the capital of Nova, I will stand on my head and wash my hair with holy water. Yes, it's impossible for Tony the Demon King to travel to several galaxies to kill them. The clue left by Thanos is the Power Stone. The atmosphere relaxed and everyone laughed. Well, me too. This is the happiness of the devil. The origin of the generals is still the origin of Tony. It's weird, I just had the illusion that I was being targeted by Death God. While all the generals are blessed by the Dark Mark, their power is also linked to him. The soul fire of Lord Bones swayed. If everyone is afraid of danger, we will go directly to the capital of Nova civilization. Wherever interstellar aviation is convenient, it is convenient no matter where we go. While the generals absorbed energy, they also unknowingly passed it on to Tony. He now has the Reality Stone, the Space Stone, and the Mind Stone. When the screams gradually faded, Mephisto wiped the tears from the corner of his mouth and walked up to Tony. Sir, if there is a vacancy in the military strength of the nearby dimension, should we allow the army to invade the territory and seize the source directly? As commanded, the other lords nodded in agreement. The Blood Lord nodded wildly. That is, the Nova civilization that has been crazily targeted by the Kree Empire recently. It won't be a problem if the five of us feel this way at the same time. How about we change places? Lord Bones touched his chin. Then do you have a better place to go? Go ahead. The fire of his soul licked the hollow eye sockets. No matter how dangerous it is, it can't be more dangerous than meeting the devil, right? Thanos once sent people to seize the Power Stone, but they encountered a team of something and failed. Tony's origin is his own origin. Tony sat on the throne, thinking about the clues left by Thanos. The other lords looked at each other and then shook their heads. Dark Dimension's flat-out is fast. There was no way. Several nearby lords were beaten to death, and the remaining ones who were guarding the house were even less threatening. Tony didn't bother to watch halfway through and simply returned to the villa. He found Natasha Romanoff and took her to wash him. He didn't stop until his little brother was foaming at the mouth. A night of silence. The next day, Tony went downstairs and saw the shiny faces of the 9 generals. Razo came up and saluted respectfully. Your Majesty, we have secured a territory in the Dark Dimension. At present, the nearby dimension lords know the king's reputation. They have expressed their willingness to be vassals, and they hope that the king can accept their allegiance. It's not that the dimension lords are incompetent, but that they really can't handle these cheating players. Everyone has one life. Why can't you be beaten to death here? You are cheating. Can't you afford it? Tony smiled. If you have close friends or distant friends, don't let anyone go. A simple sentence laid the foundation for the ending of the dark multi-dimensional lords for a long time to come. Mephisto gave a thumbs up, domineering my lord strong, hard, thick. Hyperion's eyes were as bright as light bulbs. It's great, the Empire can achieve hegemony. We, the strong ones, should conquer all directions to create supreme hegemony and shock history. Loki wiped the thorns on his hand and smiled sincerely. It seems that the reputation of my evil god can spread across the multi-dimensional universe. In the past, he relied on the reputation of Tony the Demon King. It's nothing. But everyone's industry is getting bigger and bigger, especially the cool operators like Mephisto and Hyperion, so Loki has to pay attention to his reputation. Everyone can't see Mephisto and shout Demon King. In fear, when everyone sees Hyperion, they will run away like crazy, shouting, "Here comes the crazy Hyperion." When everyone sees Loki, they will be confused and say, "Who are you, a sissy? This is too embarrassing." Therefore, during this period of time, Loki used illusions to stab many famous demons in the waist, not those who were strong, but those who were famous and well-connected. It's a good name. The waist is abnormal. Tony smiled, quite satisfied with everyone's condition. The combat effectiveness of most people has improved from being mediocre in the past to being able to be beaten by Thanos until they are crying and crawling all over the floor. It's quite an improvement. Under Thanos, it was the demon generals who beat them until they crawled all over the ground. Although I have the power of the Holy Lord, I am not afraid of most threats in the world. But in this universe, there is a famous treasure that can still hurt me. Mephisto said obediently, "Sir, do you mean the infinite stones?" Tony nodded. The Infinity Stone is originally a tool, but if it falls into the hands of a strong person, it will be enough to make the other party a threat to me. Skeleton Billy at the corner hurriedly stepped forward and took out the information as if offering a treasure. Sir, the Power Stone is sealed on the capital planet of the Nova civilization and is specifically placed in the fortress of the Nova Legion. Recently, the Nova civilization and the Kree Empire, the relationship is intense. We can take it by force, or we can be lazy and use tricks, or we can let the younger ones take over. Taking it by force is the best option. The Nova civilization is indeed powerful, and the Kree Empire's heritage is not bad either. However, in front of the powerful Black Shadow Empire, these two are younger brothers. When the big guys take action, they have no right to speak. If you complete it by being lazy and clever, you will be successful. It just takes time. It depends on the mood of the Demon King. The small guys go and grab a wave, but the big guys don't move and let their subordinates do it. This is a lot of uncertainty. After all, if a civilization that can dominate the galaxy cannot defeat a group of Dimension Lords or high-level demons, then it is too cheap. Maybe the price is high for the Nova civilization, but they definitely have the ability to kill some strong people. For example, Starburst, Starburst, Starburst. Tony was in a happy mood. Do you have a plan? Skeleton Billy glanced at Mephisto's expression and nodded hurriedly. It was arranged by Master Murphy, so I hurriedly prepared. Of course Lao Mo wouldn't care about such things. The corner of Loki's mouth twitched. The Rainbow Bridge can be transmitted to the entire universe. It's a pity that it is gone now. Mephisto's head was full of questions. What happened to physically crossing the galaxy? Isn't this a routine operation? Only the top human beings know that the Black Shadow Empire still exists, and it still selects suitable talents from Blue Star to absorb from time to time. It's just that this huge empire behaves extremely arrogantly. Nonsense. Tony conveniently gave Loki a blessing, and the short thorn suddenly accelerated in a sneak attack, inserted into Hyperion's butt and pierced 4 holes with one stab. Hyperion was startled and hurriedly took out his fingers and wiped them on Loki's clothes. What's wrong? Don't you, the respectable guys, don't have a starship? No one doesn't have a spaceship, right? Sure enough, the waist is abnormal. He shrank back behind the boss, not daring to get close to Loki. It seems that Blue Star is just a glass ball in their eyes. On Blue Star, things in the Black Shadow Empire have calmed down for some time. Hyperion hurriedly healed the wound, looking depressed. Loki, why did you stab me? So proud. Dr. Reed raised his hand weakly. Well, I just read the information. The Nova civilization is several galaxies away from here. We can't build that kind of ship with our technology, shouldn't we? Do you want to physically cross the galaxy? This Loki is simply mentally ill and stabs himself for no apparent reason. Hyperion immediately stood up on his toes, covering his hips with his hands, his face twisted. Tony's words scared the Ancient One and Captain Marvel to sit in line. Hyperion gasped, his soul trembling. Loki gasped and pulled out suddenly. Hyperion licked his nostrils. Don't you have a boat? Loki picked up the thorn and stabbed Hyperion in the waist with an expressionless expression. What they said is absolutely correct. It can be done, but it's too laborious. Although there are still heated discussions, as the Black Shadow Empire's military power is invested in the dark multidimensional, the surface is still as lively as in the past, as if the affairs of the Black Shadow Empire have passed away like a new era magical story. You see, he doesn't even dare to fart. Okay, everyone, get ready, let's go to Nova civilization. Loki looked down at the boogers on his clothes and looked up at him with a cold face. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Hyperion. Tony held the key to the ship and shook his head. Let's make arrangements at home and let's go to space. He picked up his cell phone and left a message for Potts and Hanny, saying that he had something to do and had to go out for a while. Tony, Hyperion, your spaceship has been commandeered. Hyperion shuddered, hurriedly approached Tony and handed over the key in his hand. Boss, this is the ship key. We can use it in outer space. Skull Billy knew that Tony was interested in the Infinity Stones, so he was prepared in advance. The Ancient One still holds the Time Stone. I didn't think anything of it when I used it before, but now I realize how awesome it is in my hometown. After finishing the chores, everyone went into space and entered the Hyperion spacecraft. Tony looked at the luxurious interior decoration of the spacecraft with a strange expression. Although he doesn't understand spaceships and has never seen other spaceships, but be reasonable. There are bionic beauty robots serving snacks and tea here, and it also has high-end technological patterns, and it has a space as big as a space battleship. All details remind everyone that the configuration standards of this thing are set to the highest standards. Tony touched the skin of the bionic beauty robot. The skin of the bionic beauty robot was red and it hummed sweetly, "Master, you can't do it here." This numbing sound almost turned him into a wolf on the spot. "How did you get this boat?" Hyperion blinked. "Emperor spaceship, I am the leader of an interstellar empire. Didn't I tell you?" Tony's eyes widened. "What the hell? With your weird brain, you are still the leader of an interstellar empire." Mephisto spit out the red wine that just came into his mouth. F***K. Even if you say that you are the boss of the Interstellar Bandit Organization, he will not be surprised. How did you, a fool like you, become the leader of an interstellar empire? The generals looked at Hyperion in horror. Absolutely amazing. This guy is actually the leader of an interstellar empire. It's true that people cannot be judged by their appearance. Hyperion felt like he was being ridiculed and was unconvinced. "I can be Thanos, but as an eternal god, why can't I? Thanos is a top student, you are not. Thanos can beat up the Ancient One or be beaten up, but he can build a spaceship in the laboratory, can you?" Everyone looked at each other and tacitly let go of this nonsense topic. "Sorry, I can't picture Hyperion as a leader at all. This silly look on his face is completely unfit for the character of a leader." Hyperion muttered unconvincedly and began to fly the spacecraft. "You know other people's children, am I not good? Am I not strong? One by one they are blind and cannot see my advantages." Tony covered his face and couldn't help but think of the idiot Hyperion looked like with seawater in his mouth and kelp floating on his head. The demons will remember Hyperion's cool moves when he defeated Thanos and try hard to put that B***ch look into the template of a leader. Everyone shuddered. "Sorry, totally impossible." Loki picked up the space gem. "Come here, brothers, let's speed up the spacecraft. The energy area is over there, let's go." Mephisto was speechless. "Who will follow me to conquer territory in the dark multidimensional world? Brothers, please lend me the power of the Black Shadow Army." Tony picked up the beautiful robot with a flushed face and lowered her head shyly. "I'm going to the lounge." In the blink of an eye, everyone dispersed and ran away, leaving Hyperion alone in the hall. "Hyperion, hey. You have to believe me, I am really the leader of the Empire." There was no one in the empty hall, only his echo. Hyperion sat in the driver's seat with a dark face. "Thanos can be a leader, why can't I? You are discriminating. Hyperion's spaceship was worthy of being a top-notch one. In addition, Loki led several people to accelerate the space gems and arrived at the core of the Nova civilization in less than 3 days. Tony walked out of the lounge rubbing his waist, his face flushed, his knowledge greatly increased, and he tried many things he had never done before. It has to be said that when technology develops to a certain extent, this artificial thing is infinitely more comfortable to use than the artificial thing. Every detail inside can accurately meet his needs, which is so cool. What I mean is the exquisite design of bionic technology, which is so exquisite that it makes you face the wall if you want to. Hyperion pointed at the battleships outside the spacecraft. "Brothers, it's time to search. Which of you has a pass?" Everyone shook their heads. "The advanced aircraft carrier in front of you, please accept inspection. You are in extremely high danger. Please do not unlock the weapon module and cause unnecessary conflicts." Tony was surprised. Is this a combat aircraft carrier? All the demon generals were also shocked. Damn it. "We know it's awesome, but I didn't expect it to be so awesome." Hyperion touched his head in embarrassment. "This thing can theoretically produce fighter groups and mass-produce biological races, but I have never used it." Everyone, what the hell? Is it possible that this fool is really the leader of an interstellar empire full of gold? Tony waved his hand directly. "Collect the spaceship, get a pass, and we will travel to their capital planet." Hyperion nodded obediently and put the aircraft carrier back into the different space of the keychain. "Report, it's useless. Our existing technology cannot lock on this combat aircraft carrier. It is invisible, absolute invisibility in the signal band. After all. You mean if we fight, we can only rely on the naked eye to lock on to a combat aircraft carrier that is 30 times the normal speed of a spaceship? There is essentially no difference in technology between compressing a space combat aircraft carrier and compressing a Nova Corps battle group. General, the ship has disappeared." Sal's mouth twitched as he looked at the pattern in space. He said he had no ill intentions, do you believe it? Sal turned on the microphone, adjusted the signal to the full channel, and his voice was gentle and friendly. "On behalf of the Nova civilization, we sincerely welcome friends from the universe to come to travel. We will protect the quality of your travel throughout the process so that you can have the most comfortable travel experience. And I feel that these are most likely 11 giants of cosmic creatures." He was so quick that they were so scared that their pants were soaked. "This is still a combat aircraft carrier. General, do you think Nova Supreme dares to say he doesn't believe it when he encounters this kind of situation? Sal looked at the screen hurriedly, and the next moment his face turned green with fear. Everyone in the Nova Corps had goosebumps. The Nova Corps is very nervous now. General, there is a signal. We have scanned 11. Water code Zefek. An advanced combat aircraft carrier flew to their core area and was actually spotted by the naked eye. It was enough to intimidate their Nova Corps. It is completely impossible to imagine the murderous and decisive army leader when Wenwen looking like this in his mind. They stared wide-eyed in front of them, scaring them to the point of getting wet without even taking off their pants. Just got hold of the space compression technology. The kind of flight that relies on no equipment. Wouldn't Nova civilization die on the spot? Flying empty-handed in front of the artillery fire of their legion, the thick cannon barrels around them were regarded as nothing. Hyperion took out his watch and showed his ID. We are a tour group from the Hyperion Empire. We are here to travel to your capital star. We have no ill intentions. There is no way anyone else would be scared to death if they encountered this situation. Only 11 creatures were seen flying in space. Sal didn't think the other party was arrogant, dared to challenge an interstellar battleship alone. Commander Sal's legs were shaking a little and the cold sweat on his forehead never stopped. Fake, is the radar still useless? What does this mean? They are now scanning like crazy with their radar, but not even a shadow of a fart is shown on it. Forget it if you can't even scan it. This means that if the other party has malicious intentions, they will fly all the way to their capital star to grow mushrooms. You said, if this is to compress the capital star. The Xinxing Legion was so frightened that they hurriedly mobilized the surrounding legions, wrote down their surviving relatives, and prepared to die for their country at any time. Tony and his party boarded the ceremonial spacecraft and met with Commander Sal. Commander Sal showed the magnanimity of a star power, neither humble nor overbearing. He welcomed them very friendly and personally led them on a tour. Commander Thrall also contacted Nova Supreme in the capital star. Nova Supreme failed to come in person, but the news that an important guest was coming to the capital star was widely broadcast, letting the people of the capital star know one thing as quickly as possible. Don't mess with these big guys blindly. Lord Bones transformed into a fierce armored man squatting on the steps, holding a cigarette in his hand and smoking ba-ba. He stared at Tony and his friends smiling kindly on the big screen and took a few more puffs with greater force. The Blood Lord was dressed as a noble at the moment, squatting next to the Bone Lord, holding a cigarette and doubting life. The Decay, Wild Wolf, and Fallen Lord sat in a row, holding cigarettes and looking at the big screen in despair. Smoke shrouded the 5 people. Deep sorrow and despair haunted them. Lord Bones wanted to cry, I have given up on my origin. How did he find us? He is not Damu who holds on to the source and never lets go, after all. As an undead, he doesn't need to work hard to grow. The other lords are also doubting life. They don't even want to give up their origins, so why are they still chasing after them? The Blood Lord exhaled and said seriously, do you think there is a possibility that they are just a coincidence? The other 4 lords looked at him like a fool. Our front feet just landed and their back feet landed on our heads. You tell me this is a coincidence? The Blood Lord thought for a moment and slapped himself in the face to rule out this most impossible possibility. There are 7 or 8 galaxies in total. This doesn't look like a coincidence. Everyone looked at each other and sighed. What a shame, how can this be fixed? Lord Mad Wolf raised his hand excitedly. You think, how about we surrender? We can't fight anyway, so why not join? Lord Bones looked at him like a scumbag. Are you willing to be a dog? The other lords looked at him as if they were looking at the remnants of life. Everyone is a respectable person, so it's no big deal to just be a dog. The Mad Wolf Lord put down his hands in a nonchalant manner, shrinking his head like an ostrich. Now run away, Lord Bones shook his head. No, if they come for us, they will definitely want us. We can't take the lead easily now. The best way is to continue to survive until they leave. When everyone thinks about it, this is indeed the truth. The capital city is now under martial law, and inspections have increased significantly. If something went wrong during the inspection, several of their lords would die on the spot. Inside the planet, it won't take long for the devil to arrive. Hey, let's take it one step at a time. How about we go to the slums to hide from the limelight? Good. In the reception hall of the capital, the slums best represent the lower limit of an empire. I am not interested in your luxury, but I am very interested in your lower limit. Tony looked at Commander Sal with a playful smile. Luxury is such a thing. On Hyperion's spaceship, he enjoyed what is called ultimate luxury. Even every breath of air you breathe can be adjusted to the most comfortable level according to your needs. Even the lights in the lounge can be turned into dark orange, pink, bright red, etc., especially the bionic robot. The bionic is very thorough and lifelike. Captain Sal looks strange. Slum area, what is there to see in this place? This can easily make Nova Civilization lose face. Doesn't he want to lose face? Yes, why can't it? Well, it's a bit messy. I'm afraid I might bump into the guests and put you in danger. Tony raised his hand and pointed it at the ground. A red heat ray struck the floor. The floor began to melt rapidly, boiling like water. Tony stopped and looked at him silently. Guest, some weapons are hard to guard against. Loki took out his Hadron gun and shot Hyperion directly in the head. Hyperion took off on the spot, crashing through the roof and flying out. Boom! There was a big hole in the roof of the hall. After a while, Hyperion flew back from slowly and looked at Loki in confusion. K, why did you hit me? Show him how strong our defense is. Hyperion glared, then why don't you hit yourself? Loki put away the Hadron gun and looked at him as if he were a fool. It hurts so much when I hit myself. Lord Bones cried loudly, I have been hiding here, how did you find it? Officially it has stopped, but privately it has definitely not stopped. Tony smiled and said nothing, looking around. Don't be afraid of the opponent being strong. The smile on Tony's face became bright. I didn't expect to meet an acquaintance here. Without even thinking about it, the 5 lords turned around, revealed their true bodies and fled. Of course it's war. They didn't dare to enjoy life, didn't dare to use their magic power, and didn't dare to commit any crime. The poor could only pick up cigarette butts and smoke them in the slums. Tony smiled. The fussy vendors are the market's most sensitive reaction point. When the price of raw materials increases, the vendors who make small profits will follow the price increase, and the prices of subsequent products will also increase. Such a simple truth you don't understand. Hyperion, do you have a serious illness? I think the stall over there is quite busy. Go buy some and ask about the price. The 5 people felt something and raised their heads to look at Tony. Tony looked at the slum area with a slight smile on his face. The endless aura of darkness is hidden in the hearts of everyone in the slums. Leave now. Commander Sal felt helpless and had no choice but to change into civilian clothes and prepare to go out. The faces of the 5 people became extremely frightened. You can hide some things, but as long as you make a move, you will leave traces. The generals behind Tony took action in an instant, using their own methods to seal or capture the Dimension Lords. Commander Sal looked at Tony with fear in his eyes. You are so knowledgeable. The next moment, just like that, he was caught red-handed. Suddenly, he saw 5 sneaky people squatting on the street steps and smoking. It is definitely consumption that exceeds expectations that will lead to price increases. The rest of the people also changed into casual clothes. Tony took a bite and said meaningfully, it seems that the overall price has increased by at least 20%. The war between you and the Kree Empire is still going on. Billy, the skeleton who turned into a humanoid, went up to buy some barbecue-like snacks and came back to report. Sir, the price is 20% more expensive than last year. Commander Sal's mouth twitched. Actually, I think it's not impossible. How about I make some arrangements? Then what kind of gadget consumption can increase the price of Capital Star by 20%? I'm afraid that the other party is strong and understands culture. Commander Sal sneered. Sir, a hawker can't explain anything. The group of people got on a special car and left the capital, then got off the car outside the slums and walked towards the slums. They hate this empire, it's so hard to live. As for why the price increased, Lord Bones cried bitterly. They didn't even dare to lose face. They all forced themselves to survive in the slums and they were actually caught. The remaining lords burst into tears. The worst thing in the world is not being slapped in the mouth. Instead, after being slapped in the mouth, he was chased 8 galaxies away. Tony couldn't remember who these guys were but felt some familiar fluctuations. Catch him. Several Dimension Lords were escorted in front of Tony. Tony touched his chin and thought for a moment, then slapped him with his hand. Snapped. The sound is loud and the feel is crisp. Tony felt that he seemed to have remembered something and he gave each of the other Dimension Lords a mouthful. Pa, pa, pa. The tears of the Dimension Lords were slapped back, their faces were burning with pain and they looked at Tony in confusion. Tony suddenly realized, are you those guys who were slapped by me? The Lord of Bones nearly spit out his bone marrow. The way you recognize people is a bit painful. Commander Sal looked at the speed and strength of these players and felt his scalp numb. Guests, who are these? Could this be a killer group? Why is this method a bit ruthless? These are criminals in our hometown. I didn't expect to meet them here, it's really an accident. Commander Sal smiled dryly. I don't believe it. It started from the moment when these captured guys revealed their true identities. The energy detector on Commander Thrall's waist was shaking like crazy as if the vibration was turned on. As well as the reactions and abilities of these people when they escape, they are definitely not simple things. In addition, these people looked so aggrieved that they were about to cry, and it was obvious that they had suffered a lot. You said this was not a deliberate attempt to catch them. Commander Sal didn't believe it. Of course, Commander Sal will not talk much, after all. At first glance, these guys only have skeletons, pale faces, and abscesses all over their bodies. This is definitely not a good thing. The five lords didn't believe this nonsense at all. Xandar is so big, if you don't run over to block their faces when they land, can you catch them? Tony grabbed the Bone Lord's skull and smiled. What are you doing here? We are hiding from you, the big devil. We are here to explore the way for you, sir. Lord Bones felt the dark magic that was about to burst out above his head and showed his most sincere smile. Lord Mad Wolf looked at him in disbelief. Didn't you say you don't want to be a dog? Why are you so good at being a dog? Tony smiled and scratched the bone powder from his skull with his fingernails. Wow, layers of bone powder fell down along the skull of the Bone Lord. What news have you found? Tell me. Lord Bones felt that his heavenly spirit cap was about to be scratched through, and his soul fire trembled with fear. Sky Tower, we found the Sky Tower. Commander Thrall's expression changed, and he put his hands on his waist. Who are you and how do you know about the Sky Tower? Go on. The Infinity Stones are sealed in the Sky Tower. Commander Thrall's expression changed drastically. He drew his weapon, pointed it at Lord Bones, and shot him out. Bang! The Bone Lord's skull tilted, revealing a bit of burnt black on the bone surface. Tony let go of his hand and squinted his eyes. Interesting. Commander Sal felt the crisis of death. Sir, these criminals are suspected of serious crimes. Please leave them to us to deal with. Skeleton Billy stepped forward, stood in front of him, and smiled. Please look at me. Sal raised his head blankly. What are you looking at? Purple vortexes swirled in the eyes of skull proportions. Sal's expression became more and more confused, and then his eyes became chaos and he closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes, a purple light flowed through his eyes. Sal lowered his head respectfully. I've met the master. Tony touched his chin. How did you know about this? Lord Bone looked at Lord Blood. The Blood Lord squatting on the ground raised his hand weakly. While sucking blood, I can obtain the memory in the blood. I saw it from the memory. Tony smiled. Take us to the Sky Tower. Sal on the side bowed respectfully. I obey, my lord. With Sal leading the way, the group soon arrived at the Sky Tower in the desert in a spaceship. This is a Sky Tower suspended in the desert. Each level is separated by a huge force field, and each level is tens of meters above the next level. Tony opened his eyes and looked through it, and saw that there were several layers of force fields placed in the top layer. Interesting. Is this because you are afraid that the power gem will explode when it touches physical matter? Commander Thrall led everyone to the Sky Tower base. Come here, let them go, we need to check the sealed items. After 2 minutes of magic explosion, Tony took out the power stone again. Everyone flew directly to the top floor and saw the thick dynamic password lock door. He smiled, stuffed it directly into the Shadow Kingdom, and then used his maximum divine power to bombard the power gem. Skeleton Billy's soul fire was twitching. I didn't expect him to be so reckless. Commander Sal took out his gun directly. The base soldier's expression remained unchanged. No one can enter the Sky Tower without Supreme Nova's order. Your Excellency, Commander, please come back. Hyperion smiled. Unlock it, I'm the best at it. Why did the commander rebel? Tony felt a burning sensation in the palm of his hand, which was the fierce resistance of the power stone. With that said, he walked up. They knew this thing would explode if they held it. If adults have any objections to him, this will be the end of him as a dog. Tony looked at it and gasped. Damn, you are such a filial son. He is so filial to me, but it's okay to just treason. Everyone walked in and saw the power gem suspended inside. I didn't even have time to take off my pants and he betrayed the Empire naked. There seems to be nothing wrong with this. Bump. Interesting, this thing works pretty well. Hyperion stretched out his hand with a bright smile. Brother, please. Almost messed it up. The brain of the soldier who spoke flew several meters away. Tony waved his hand. It doesn't matter, it doesn't affect the overall situation. Let's go and see the power gem. Loki had quick eyesight and quick hands, and hurriedly took out the space gem to seal the signal to avoid further trouble. The five lords were so frightened that their livers trembled and they quickly retreated. Kick the defensive position with one kick, destroy the defensive barrier with one punch, and turn the password lock door into a cake with one slap. Tony stretched out his hand, sucked the power gem directly and held it in his hand. The purpose of unlocking is to open the door. Good guy, what kind of rubbish magic is this? The base soldiers on the side were dumbfounded. At this moment, the Power Stone is very well behaved, transmitting the power of the Infinity Stone into Tony's body. The Black Shadow army emerged and started killing people in the Sky Tower base. He glared at Skeleton Billy hatefully. Everyone looked at the big hole in front of them and blinked. Tony's mouth twitched slightly. Mephisto directly dragged this place into the Hell Dimension for a short time, and he was so scared that he almost broke out in cold sweat. Tony felt very happy, very happy. He somewhat looked down upon the other Infinity Stones. The only one commonly used is the Reality Stone, which devours the world for him. But after he obtained Bo Gang's demonic energy, his reliance on the Reality Stone also decreased. Currently, what satisfies him the most is the Power Gem. The Power Gem elevates his physical combat ability to a whole new level. The Reality Stone turned into liquid and flew out of Tony's palm, wrapped the Power Stone, and then turned into liquid again and flowed towards Tony's heart. Buzz, a space-time shockwave spread out from Tony's heart, rapidly shocking all directions. The demon generals felt as if the surface of their bodies had been swept by the aftermath of thunder, and their hair was all blown up, almost inducing all-out resistance. "Don't move," cried the learned Loki. The demon generals stood there, not daring to move. Loki waited for 3 breaths and felt the lingering power dissipate, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. That was a very special space-time shock wave just now. If we move arbitrarily, we will be split into individuals on different timelines. Tony was a little curious. It's interesting. A golden portal lit up, and the Ancient One, holding the Time Stone in his hand, walked out of it. When he saw Tony, there was some surprise on his face, but also some expressions of genuineness. "It's really you." Tony hugged his shoulders and smiled. "What, you want to be beaten by me?" The Ancient One looked at the Time Gem emitting unstable green light in his hand and shook his head. "I just felt the time shock wave, so I came over to take a look. Now it seems that you are extremely resistant to time." "Huh, tell me." The Ancient One received the Time Stone. "The traces left by time on you will be greatly weakened. To a certain extent, if someone arrives in your past and wants to strangle you as a baby, he must first facing you in the strongest period on the timeline. Your time is unified. Past, present, future, becoming one in Tony. No matter what time period the enemy is, if you want to defeat him from the timeline, he must face Tony, the strongest trinity in the timeline." Tony smiled. "Why haven't you ever thought about using the Time Stone to go back in time and strangle the past me?" Ancient One also laughed. "This trick is useless against people like you." Regardless of when Tony obtained time and space authority, all those who attempted to travel through time and space to attack Tony's past would be beaten to ashes by the strongest body of the Trinity on the timeline. He would only do such a thing if his brain was out of control. "Isn't it good to be alive?" The corner of Tony's mouth rose. "Ancient One, tell me if I touch you now." The next moment, Ancient One disappeared. Tony blinked. Loki was speechless and choked. "Boss, he used the Time Stone to escape." Tony couldn't laugh or cry. Okay, let's wait until next time." The Ancient One returned to Blue Star and sat on the mat in despair. "What's wrong?" Ancient One's eyes were complicated. "From now on, there will only be one Tony in the multi-universe." Captain Marvel was confused. "What do you mean?" "His strength has been raised to a new level and the timelines have been unified. Tonys in other parallel universes will be annihilated by this ability. Then Tony, the strongest of the Trinity, will incarnate and station in the timeline for eternity, staring at the past, present, and future." "Captain Marvel, can you speak human language?" Ancient One rolled his eyes and glared at her. "He has become stronger again. What should we do?" A look of struggle flashed in Ancient One's eyes, and he held the Time Gem on his chest. "I don't want to use the last resort until the last moment. Blast through the multi-universe barrier and bring together heroes from different universes. But this also means the start of multi-universe melee villains from different universes will also come. By then, the problem that needs to be solved will no longer be Tony. It is even possible that Demon King Tony will be raised to become a stronger Demon King." The Ancient One sighed, holding the Time Stone in his hand, looking for the future of Blue Star from the infinite future. "Where is our future?" He was deeply confused and in pain. Tony put his hands in his pockets and flew out of the Sky Tower. "Take care of this place and don't let the outside world find any problems." Mephisto came up and said, "Sir, what are we going to do next?" It was so easy. "I didn't expect to get the Power Gem so easily. Swallow the Nova civilization." Mephisto accepted the order, turned around and took the generals to discuss how to devour the Nova civilization. "This doesn't matter about dimensions. As long as you get the source, the rest doesn't matter. It's okay to push a civilization flatly, but it's too rough. Let's go back first and discuss it." The group of people returned to the capital reception room to discuss how to maximize the benefits of this matter. This is the first time that everyone has done this, and the direction in which this matter is handled will most likely affect their future development directions. Loki, ruling is the best, and then slowly influencing them with faith will have the best long-term effect. Hyperion blinked. Why rule? There are thousands of civilizations in the universe. If you swallow one, another one will be born. Loki sighed, not wanting to discuss this with such a muscle-headed fool. Mephisto nodded. For us, the need for ordinary food and resources is reduced to the level of none. But for our servants, a civilization can indeed provide more value. Hyperion pinched his nose and said, Big Brother has said that we should strive for excellence. What do we want those rookies to do? Mephisto got angry. Then you have to give them a chance to become stronger, right? If they don't become stronger, where can we attract talents? How could this idiot be the leader of an interstellar empire? As an old devil, he knew that he had to give the little lamb time and resources to grow. Bucky holds another view. Why don't we launch wars regularly to clean up this place? We can harvest a wave without having to manage this place. Hyperion the Lazy supports this view. Loki covered his head, not wanting to speak. Mephisto helps the forehead pig teammates. The corner of Black Panther's mouth twitched. What Loki and Murphy mean is whether we want to establish a long-term development base or just make this wave. Can't these two fools understand human speech? Hyperion was vaguely aware that he seemed to be the weakest person in the team's IQ and silently shut up. Bucky covered his mouth and coughed drily. You guys talk, I'll listen to the results. Loki gave up talking to these idiots and turned to discuss with Mephisto. Skeleton Billy on the side came up and added his opinions from time to time. After discussing for a while, the three IQ leaders came up with 3 plans. Boss, we have finished our discussion, please decide on the plan. Tony leaned back lazily on his chair. Tell me. The first is for us to infiltrate this civilization, build a portal, and turn this place into our back garden. The relative benefits in the short term are low, but the long-term benefits are high. But we need to use part of our talents and resources to rule this place. Loki licked his lips and added, including the dark dimension we conquered, it also requires talents to develop and maintain. The Black Shadow Empire does not mean that once it is defeated, it will be called Imperial Territory. But after defeating it, whether the dark creatures can thrive in the territory and fight to evolve. Tony changed his posture. Let's talk about the next plan. This plan is good, but it takes too long. Whether it is penetration, screening, etc., these operations take too much time. Loki shrugged, helpless. Mephisto suggested, Sir, we can join forces with the Kree Empire to attack the Nova civilization. Attacking from both sides, we can gain the maximum benefit from the war. After defeating the Nova, we can continue to discuss whether to defeat the Kree Empire. Down. His plan was very simple and clear. He seduces the Kree Empire and takes off his skirt, then ruthlessly turns his back and refuses to admit it. Tony rolled his eyes and said nothing. It's quite irritating, but this plan is not bad, but it still feels a little tasteless. Skeleton Billy raised his claws and suggested, Sir, why don't we just throw their planet into the Shadow Kingdom and transform it? By doing this, wouldn't we have all the talents and territory? They are not the Ancient One, they can run as well as the monks and the temple. Moreover, after the transformation, the territory is still within the Shadow Kingdom, which is very convenient for governance and subsequent development. After saying this, Loki and Mephisto's eyes widened. What the F*** K? Can it still be like this? Joker is actually the two of us. Loki was confused. That's not right. Long-term space transfer to a huge planet requires planet-level energy supply. It's like throwing a stone in a stream. It does create waves, but they will soon be smoothed out by the waves. Unless it was a meteorite that hit it, it would directly change the course of the river, leaving the water waves with nothing to do. Skeleton Billy looked at Tony. Mephisto looked at Tony. Loki looked at Tony, then covered his face. Sorry, it was dark under my lamp. Skeleton Billy said weakly, Loki, as long as you give the space gem to the Demon King can directly teleport a planet to the Shadow Kingdom. You really can't teleport an entire planet, but the devil can. The Demon King only needs to use the space gem as a tool to build a magic circle, and he can easily do it. Loki turned around and covered his face, not wanting to speak. Mephisto had a toothache. No, the territory is fine. What about the talent? This is an interstellar empire and many people have spaceships. Skeleton Billy took out an interstellar map and pointed to a few lonely important planets. The interstellar spaceship needs a transfer station to replenish energy, otherwise it cannot travel long distances. We only need to knock down these planets and they will not be able to leave the Nova system. Mephisto could not speak for a long time. He looked at the skull in front of him with complicated eyes and had no choice but to reach out and pat him on the shoulder. Billy, you are indeed a talent. No one has ever fought in an interstellar war, but this guy was able to perform so superiorly for the first time. Skeleton Billy's soul fire fluttered. They are all cultivated by adults. Tony couldn't help but be curious. Billy, your plan is the most satisfactory to me, but how did you do it? Is there any secret? Read more books and newspapers, eat less snacks, and sleep more. Skeleton Billy answered honestly. Tony thought about himself and decided to give up his dream of becoming a resourceful player. Loki on the side was autistic. It seems that I am only suitable to be a magic thorn. Mephisto looked up to the sky and sighed. I can only be a dark general and hell lord. The remaining people with low IQs blinked and applauded when they saw that the fancy operation finally yielded results. Okay, well said Billy. Loki and Lao Mo also said it well. Hyperion clapped and asked Bucky next to him, what did he say and what did he say well? Bucky clapped excitedly and replied in a low voice with the corner of his mouth. Applause is enough anyway, I don't really understand. The two fools showed bright smiles and clapped vigorously. Spider-Man, Dr. Octopus, and others looked at the appearance of the two people and shook their heads. Tony nodded. We can directly teleport these transit planets and their nearby planets to the Shadow Kingdom, completely cutting off their ability to travel between stars. The road will be dug directly for you, and you will take the lead in interstellar navigation. Hyperion blinked and asked Bucky in a low voice, what did eldest brother say? Bucky lowered his voice and replied, the boss said there is a war. Hyperion was excited and clapped. Well said, brother. Tony glanced at Hyperion and shook his head speechlessly. Apart from fighting and being mean, this guy is simply an idiot in other areas. Loki looked at Hyperion, slowly regaining some confidence. Fortunately, I am not the stupidest person in the team. Mephisto looked away. If you don't understand, you don't understand. He is not omnipotent as long as he has the ability and awareness to treat dogs well. Choose a planet and let's try the ultimate dark effect. The words fell to the ground. All the generals became energetic. The ultimate darkness is everyone's combined magic skill. Although everyone knows this magical skill, they have never used it successfully together. The masked generals didn't succeed because every time they were about to succeed, their heads were blown off. Otherwise, there wouldn't be anything like Jackie Chan's father Zioyu. After coming to the Marvel Universe, he failed because Tony thought fishing was more fun. Just like Tony let the Ancient One go, the Ancient One will take the initiative to find the heroes to gather together, and then be cut off by Tony. Razzo's breathing quickened. Your Majesty, of course it's Nova Capital Star. The Nova civilization was very nostalgic and used resources to build the capital star into an interstellar channel station extending in all directions. Of course, this is done to facilitate marching. Tony smiled. Okay, let's start from their capital star. He paused, took out a dark mark and threw it to Skull Billy. You are very good. Skeleton Billy got the dark mark and his soul flame trembled rapidly. Thank you, sir. This is a real mark of darkness, which means that he can draw dark energy from the Shadow Empire, and it means that he can have the ability to summon the Shadow Core. It represents him even more. Possess the ability to be resurrected instantly. The Mark of Darkness directly communicates with the soul realm of the Shadow Empire. After the body dies, the soul is sent back directly. Of course, you can also choose to resurrect on the spot and continue to fight others, scaring them to death. Tony smiled and pointed at Sal, removed the magic on him and let him watch his capital planet fall. As commanded, Skeleton Billy withdrew his magic. Sal blinked his eyes and all the previous memories returned to his mind and his mind returned to normal. He covered his head in despair and knelt down, painful tears welling up. No, I betrayed the country. Tony smiled and lowered his head. Sal, I hate your hypocrisy of whitewashing peace. You are obviously a war bee **ch, but you still want to build a monument for yourself. Thrall raised his head with tears in his eyes. No, this is for the Empire. You are shouting peace, shouting for the Empire. Do you really want peace? Tony thought of the 20% increase in prices and smiled. Or simply defeat the enemy and let the future people enjoy peace. Or just huddle up, defend, develop, and let the current people enjoy peace. She said she was a gentleman, but actually she let the Kree Empire put its legs on her shoulders. Hypocritical. Tony looked at the unknown expensive wine on the table and sneered. Oh, dirty. Do you really think that prices in slum areas have increased by 20%? It is because resources are not enough and prices have risen to the point where some people starve to death. Only when resources and consumption are equal will the price increase stop. I don't know if this fine wine tastes good to these upper-class people when they drink it.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.